here yet?
When does it get here?
She's not coming!
You're wrong. She's here.
Si je pouvais vivre dans l'eau, le monde serait-il plus beau? Me pardonneras-tu, ô chère mère? L'eau dans son courant fait danser nos vies, et la cité elle nourrit, ainsi que toi mon doux amour.
But what about your wish?
My wish.
If you become human, you can reveal your secret to no one. You will face suffering and loneliness. Is this truly what you want?
Non, le grand amour ne suffit pas, seul un adieu fleurira. C'est notre histoire de vie, douce et amère. Moi, je suis, serai toujours là, à voir le monde et sa beauté, et ça ne changera jamais, jamais.
As long as I keep digging, it will shake the world like no other news report in history. Your credible source of the unbelievable truth. That's my journalistic motto. What's the news? To put it in adventurer terms, I guess for me, it's all about the thrill of the chase. All right, let's get this interview started. Smile! Say cheese! People aren't always very fond of journalists. You know what they say, lies are soft and malleable, but the truth is sharp and inflexible. The time has come for your interview. Ready to be a star? Breaking news! Hard-hitting exclusive! Truth bomb! Morning! Did you read the paper yet? No? No worries. I'll read it for you.
This invitation is yet to be sent. He doesn't have a fixed residence, so addressing the letter has proved problematic.
Don't worry, I'll deliver it. If you find the target, report to me.
Yes, mademoiselle.
Oh. Spina di Rosula Special Delivery Squad! Mission accomplished! What would a banquet celebrating Poisson's reconstruction be without you? on, partner. Let's go. Opera walks the line between truth and fiction. For though the story is fictional, as far as the characters are concerned, their fate is real. Therein lies the rub. Are you and I the audience, or characters on the stage? Nobody can know for sure. After all, nothing is easier to fool than the senses. We know only one thing for certain, that the prophecy is true. Because in this show, the prophecy is a part of all characters' fates. Don't believe me? So, you still haven't noticed that I'm not even speaking to you. This is just a recording playing in your head. Now, do you see? The prophecy has come true, and everything has been lost to the Great Flood. And you are the only one I have left. And so, while fate may seem like it's playing cruel jokes on you, only fate will not deceive you. Unless you can first deceive fate itself. The hour of my execution is almost here. For the sinner, the curtain call has come. I know I may not sound it, but faced with death, I find myself a little afraid. Perhaps this is one thing both gods and humans have in common. Farewell, Nervalette. I hope you've enjoyed the part you played these 500 years.
I, Iudex Nuvelet, hereby declare, people of Fontaine, your sins are forgiven.
Journalism is a dangerous profession for anyone who pursues the truth wherever it leads. But no one embraces the totality of danger and truth quite like the Steambird's poster journalist, Ms. Charlotte.
Let's get this interview started.
Wherever there's a lead to a new scoop, you'll likely find Charlotte and her custom-made camera companion, Monsieur Verite. So if you're ever on a fact-finding mission, consider inviting her along. She will, no doubt, be of great assistance. Charlotte's normal attack can combo up to 3 strikes, taking aim at targets with Monsieur Verite, then dealing cryo damage. With her charged attack, she consumes a set amount of stamina and, after a moment's preparation, deploys Monsieur Verite, dealing AoE cryo damage. Periodically, after Charlotte uses a charged attack, a Spirit Breath Thorn will descend, piercing enemies and dealing Numa-aligned AoE cryo damage. When her elemental skill is tapped, Charlotte's dauntless determination as an ace reporter kicks in. She snaps a quick photo with Monsieur Verite, dealing AoE cryo damage to enemies in front, and applying Snappy Silhouette to a limited number of them. Snappy Silhouette periodically deals cryo damage to affected enemies throughout its duration. When her elemental skill is held, Charlotte opens Monsieur Verite's viewfinder and enters composition mode. In this mode, the viewfinder range gradually expands until it reaches its maximum size. Charlotte can move freely and change direction during this time. When the skill is released, Monsieur Verite deals cryo damage to enemies locked in the viewfinder and applies Snappy Silhouette as if the skill were tapped. If the viewfinder has reached its maximum range, Focused Impression is applied instead, which deals greater damage and has a longer duration. Composition mode can only last for a limited period and affect a limited number of enemies. After unlocking the talent Moment of Impact, Charlotte's elemental skill cooldown is reduced when enemies affected by Focused Impression are defeated. The amount by which the cooldown can be reduced in this way within a certain duration is limited. Charlotte's flair for photography is the finest feather in her journalistic cap. After activating the Special Analysis Zoom lens, holding her elemental skill does not trigger composition mode, enabling her to take photos in a rather unique manner.
Hard-hitting exclusive!
Charlotte's elemental burst forms a Steambird sign from condensed ice, creating a new splash field and dealing AoE cryo damage, while healing all party members by an amount based on her attack. While the new splash field is active, Monsieur Verite will periodically attack opponents inside, dealing cryo damage. In addition, active characters within the field are continuously healed. The amount of HP restored is based on Charlotte's attack. Different people with their diverse perspectives offer fresh angles of approach on breaking news. After unlocking the talent Diversified Investigation, Charlotte gains a set healing bonus for each Fontanian party member other than herself. For each non-Fontanian party member, she gains a set cryo damage bonus. Reporting the news takes Charlotte right to the scene of unfolding events, and with her wealth of experience, she knows to expect the unexpected. Charlotte's elemental skill is her primary means of assisting in battle. By holding the skill, she can target more enemies and apply focused impression to them, periodically dealing cryo damage, and creating excellent opportunities for elemental reactions. When energy is full, Charlotte's elemental burst can quickly heal all party members to keep them battle-ready, while also creating a newsflash field. Thanks to Monsieur Verité's periodic attacks, she is able to collect crucial evidence from every angle before it disappears for good. Journalism is said to have its roots in the business of intelligence trading, driven purely by profit. In stark contrast, today's journalists are expected to hold themselves to a set of high ethical standards: integrity, veracity, and impartiality. I do not believe people can be truly impartial. What is true to one person may not be so to another. My words, for example, contain numerous subjective opinions, which may sound like nothing more than a tall tale to others. If Charlotte were willing to interview me, I'm curious to see how she would deal with my subjectivity. I'm only joking. My story would bring her nothing but trouble. What she doesn't know can't harm her. Lady Farina's dramatic twists never fail to amaze. You can never predict whether her next song will be a rousing soprano or a melancholy contralto, nor where her whirling dance will next lead the audience's gaze. That was a snippet from one of the most popular editions of the Steambird.
I knew you'd miss me.
Farina has an entourage of hydro-proficient companions to assist her in various capacities. To show her gratitude, she occasionally invites them to her tea parties. With the world's doors open wide before her, the notion of a stage is not so narrowly defined. While Farina is in the party, the cooldown of xenochromatic Fontamer aberrant skills is reduced. Farina's normal attack can combo up to 4 sword strikes, dealing physical damage to enemies. Using a charged attack consumes a set amount of stamina to unleash her Pas Seul aura, dealing physical damage to nearby enemies, and changing Farina's Arca alignment. Periodically, when Farina's normal attack hits, a Spirit Breath Thorn or a Surging Blade descends on the enemy, dealing Numa or Usia aligned hydro damage based on her current Arca alignment. Her elemental skill invites the guests of the Salon Solitaire into battle to support her performance. When Farina's Arca alignment is Usia, she scatters a spray of celebratory bubbles, dealing AoE hydro damage based on her max HP, and summons the 3 members of the Salon Solitaire. Namely, Gentilhomme Usher the Ball Octopus, Surintendant Cheval Moran the Bubbly Seahorse, and Mademoiselle Crabaletta the Armored Crab. The Salon members periodically attack nearby enemies, prioritizing the active character's target, and deal hydro damage based on max HP. When a Salon member attacks, the strength of the attack increases based on the number of nearby party members whose current HP is over a certain percentage, and consumes some HP from them. The more characters that meet the requirements, the greater the increase. When Farina's Arca alignment is Numa, she summons the Singer of Many Waters, which periodically heals nearby active characters by an amount based on max HP. If Farina's elemental skill summons are on the field when she uses a charged attack, the lineup switches to match her new Arca alignment. The Salon members and Singer of Many Waters share a duration, so when the lineup changes, the new guests inherit the remaining duration. While Salon members or Singer of Many Waters exist, Farina can walk on water. After unlocking the talent Unheard Confession, Farina's elemental skill is enhanced in 2 ways. Damage dealt by Salon members is increased, and the interval between heals from the Singer of Many Waters is decreased, both scaling with max HP. The maximum buff that can be obtained this way has a certain limit.
Time to shine!
Harnessing the spirit of revelry, Farina's elemental burst creates a stage of bubbles and foam that deals AoE hydro damage based on her max HP, and causes all party members to enter the Universal Revelry state. While in Universal Revelry state, each time a nearby party member's HP rises or falls, Farina gains 1 stack of fanfare per 1% of their max HP that is gained or lost. The damage dealt by, and incoming healing bonus of, all nearby party members will be increased based on Farina's fanfare. When the duration ends, all stacks of fanfare are clear. The tides of life ebb and flow like an endless waltz. After unlocking the talent Endless Waltz, when the active character in your party receives healing, if the source of the healing is not Farina herself and the healing overflows, then Farina will periodically heal a nearby party member by a certain percentage of their max HP for a short duration afterward. While Farina prefers the Opera House stage to the theater of combat, she has some insight into the common ground between battle and acting. Just a little fanfare can turn an impromptu performance into a tour de force. Farina's primary tool in combat is her elemental skill, with which she summons her entourage to assist her in battle. By switching between her guests with her charged attack, she can change her Arca alignment to suit the demands of the battle. When energy is full, Farina fashions a stage out of foam and bubbles. As she accrues fanfare from her fellow party members, she bolsters their combat capabilities, building up to a glorious finale fit for the finest opera. While I can't claim much expertise when it comes to opera, I have heard that actors often rehearse in front of the mirror. On the one hand, they need to immerse themselves in the character and the scene, and on the other, they must see themselves from the perspective of the audience to decide whether their act is emotionally compelling. I'm sure that Farina, too, has spent time adjusting her technique in front of the mirror all alone. But I wonder, who is it that she really sees looking back at her?
Have you ever heard of wushu dancing?
Liyue Harbor is always changing, so it is only fitting that Lantern Rite should change in turn.
Wushu dancing is famous in Chunyu Vale. Performers might be invited to promote the opening of a business or to spread good fortune during a holiday season.
Miss Farina is now one of my esteemed clients!
Is that so?
You're quite right, Miss Hutao.
How about we grab some dim sum from the Shinya kiosk? My treat. Congratulations! Up to it, Manzai!
A kite is always tied down no matter how far it flies or how high it soars.
O kite born of paper, flying true and sound, a lone traveler wanders, just waiting to be found.
I always believed we would see each other again. That our days of separation would finally end.
Lantern Rite should be a day of reunion.
I don't know. I don't remember.
You chose a path without a future.
Spare mine innocent child. I alone am the source of this sin.
One is fast on one's feet. Try to keep pace. Make way for the Adeptus!
Hello travelers and welcome to the Genshin Impact Genius Invocation TCG Asia Invitational. My name is Leah, aka Windflower Leah.
And I'm Blep at Blep the Cat, and I'm so excited for today. I had a hard time sleeping last night.
We both had a hard time sleeping last night. We were played talking about everything that's happened the past week and a half, right?
Yeah.
We're on our second to last day of casting, but before we get into some, conversation about what's to come, so there is a QR code on your screen. If you have any feedback for us, please scan it with whatever device you're using and send us your thoughts. So whether it's positive or negative, your feedback definitely helps us improve these streams that we have. And it's not only this Asia Invitational that we're casting today, but any tournaments that are coming up in the future.
Yeah. I mean, we've been following the Prince Cup for quite a while, and the production value in this one is immensely greater, than the ones we've seen in the past. And part of that is due to your feedback. So if you have any thoughts, if you've been enjoying the prizes as well that we've been giving out last time, that's very important feedback as well. So if that's what is going to be required to keep you watching, let people know. So be sure to provide your feedback, even though if you think it's obvious, because you at home at the audience are the people that we're trying to please. So
definitely. I mean, speaking of prizes, there are raffles that are going to be happening throughout the matches today. So there are 4 best of 5s coming up today. We are casting the first 2. And within each match, not the entire set between players, but each individual match, there will be a raffle for 1,000 Prima Gems. So
1,000 and 2 winners in each match as well. So we're giving away 2,000 Prima Gems for every game played here. So the longer the games go, the better it is going to be for you folks at home. So you really want to be rooting for whoever is the underdog in each match, just so you can win more.
Yeah, I mean, speaking of rooting for players, so the way you sign up for the raffles is actually when we give you the queue, you will say the player's name that you are personally rooting for in that match, and also your UID in the same message. And so you will automatically be entered into that raffle. You have to be on the Astro Carnival Twitch, I believe.
You do. So I know we have some viewers here who are probably watching on the official channel. You won't be able to enter the raffle there. So if you do want to, or if you're on the YouTube, jump over to the Astro Carnival Twitch stream specifically, be able to chat with your fellow players about the game and what you're seeing on screen and be entered into the raffle. But don't start spamming it. I was in chat yesterday and I know a lot of people were very excited to throw out a name and a UID in there, but we'll let you know when it begins. It'll be pretty obvious once we get into the games.
Yeah, just a reminder one more time, 1,000 Prima Gems for each raffle, 2 winners. Okay, so
yeah.
But for now, I think we're going to get into a brief explanation about the rules, so some of you first-time watchers can keep up with us.
The first Genshin Impact Genius Invocation TCG Asia Invitational is about to begin. 16 top players will be invited to Shanghai to take part in this competition, where 4 of them are selected from the Dynamic Cup and 12 of them are from the Prince Cup. This time, the Asia Invitational will be divided into 2 phases. The group stage phase will take place from January 11th through 14th, and then the elimination phase from January 19th through 21st, with a total of 7 competition days. The Conquest format will be applied throughout the tournament. At each tournament stage, players will prepare multiple decks in advance and engage in one-on-one battles. In a best-of-3 game, both players must construct 3 decks in advance, and they must not use the same character card in different decks. After construction is complete, both parties reveal their decks, ban one of the opponent's decks, and then play a game with the remaining decks. During the contest, the winner of a game will no longer be able to use the winning deck, and the loser can choose if they would like to change to another deck. The first party to win with all their decks wins the game. In Best of 5 and Best of 7 Conquest format games, both players will need to construct 4 and 5 decks in advance, respectively, and the same steps as in Best of 3 are required to ban the opponent's deck. The Best of 3 Conquest format will be applied in the group stage phase. The 16 players will be randomly divided into 4 groups by drawing lots. 4 players in each group will compete in a double elimination format. The winner of the winner bracket finals will advance to the upper bracket of the quarterfinals, and the winner of the loser bracket finals will advance to the lower bracket of the quarterfinals. At the elimination phase, except for the finals which will use the Best of 7 Conquest format, all other games will use the Best of 5 Conquest format. The 8 players who advance from the group stage phase are divided into either an upper bracket or a lower bracket, depending on their performance, and a 3-day double elimination tournament will be held to determine the final champion. The total prize pool for the Genshin Impact Genius Invocation TCG Asia Invitational is 500,000 yuan, and the ultimate champion will clinch a prize of 250,000 yuan. The Genshin Impact Genius Invocation TCG Asia Invitational is about to begin. Who will ascend to the throne? and be crowned as Asia's king of invocations. Let us look forward to this epic showdown.
And welcome back. So, yeah, we are already second to last day. We've already gone through the group stages as the video explained, and
Yeah, we
there's a whole lot to win.
knocked out 8 competitors already. You know, each of them going home with about 6,000 yuan, which is about the equivalent of 1,000 USD, just for folks at home to kind of gauge what that is. But they're of course playing for that grand prize, which is massive. Yeah, it's half the total prize pool. But of course, we've already sent home 2 of our top 8 yesterday in our day 1. You know, we saw Inzaghi and Stranger, both Prince Cup champions of their respective Prince Cups of South Korea, Hong Kong, Taiwan, Macau, and also Prince Cup Korea. But just to show you how fierce the competition is, you know, like anyone in this top 8 is very much deserving of that championship title, and there's a lot of at stake here and a lot of strategy.
There really is a lot at stake here, and it's not only the prize money. I mean, these players, as you were just mentioning, they have qualified through previous Prince Cup tournaments or the Dynamic Cup. And those are already live events. Like, you have to go through so many matches, so many competitive matches just to qualify for those events. And we've had the champions here competing, and 2 of them have already been knocked out, right?
Yeah,
So, I mean, here's the bracket here for the elimination phase, speaking of all that.
Yeah, today we're going to knock out 3 more. So we're going to be bringing you, first of all, I believe the 2 matches from the lower bracket round 2 there. You see PP Pig versus Chickbot Voice N. So because they're in the lower bracket, they do not have a second life. So this is double elimination, but they've already lost their 1 chance to lose a set. And so one of those 2 players from those 4 will be going home today.
Yeah, and actually, if you look at the upper bracket finals, we will not be casting those. But I believe later today, LL Rise Falcon will be up against Sweep Kong. And whoever wins that will be going on to the finals tomorrow. They are already going to be seeded into the finals. The rest of the best of 5s are going to be seeding into that lower bracket there. So we have a whole lot of games coming up.
Yeah, there's a lot on the line. You know, the difference between top 8 and kind of making it today is about $1,000 again. So these are very high stakes here. And we see the schedule here. So we've got a lot of time allocated because these are best of 5s. We saw quite, you know, 2 of our sets yesterday went to 5 games, which does mean, you know, that's a total prize of 10,000 Primo Gems given out for those games. So that's what you want to see at home, people in chat. You want to see these games go to all 5 games because that's the best for you.
Yeah, about 2 hours budgeted for each best of 5, which makes sense. And in this format, these players are submitting 4 decks for best of 5, and then 1 of them is going to be banned out. So you only need to win 3 out of 5 games to complete a best of 5, right?
Yeah, and if you have been following kind of the Prince Cup tournament so far, you'll notice it's pretty different from what we're used to casting. You know, the Conquest format does come with its own strategy. And I wonder, you know, the participants from the Dynamic Cup, I know those tournaments do also use Conquest. And I'm starting to wonder, you know, being familiar with how Conquest works and the strategies with bringing and banning decks, so far 3 Dynamic Cup players who entered the top 8 are still with us.
Yes, we have Voice and PP Pig and also LL Rise Falcon.
Yeah.
So 3 different Dynamic Cup participants who are familiar with this format. But here we have some player data. So this is going to be our first best of 5 here, PP Pig versus Z Crimlet. Of course, PP Pig being one of those who qualified through the Dynamic Cup, and then Z Crimlet qualified through the Southeast Asia, Hong Kong, Macau, Taiwan Prince Cup tournament. So these statistics were from the group phase.
Yeah.
Anything you want to comment on here?
I like how even PvP almost has like a perfect pentagon there. Like everything is super even. Z-Chroma, of course, having a lot of average rounds because I believe he did bring a lot of stall decks.
Yeah. So, I mean, those average rounds are going to go up. It's not really an indicator of how well you're performing, but, like, it kind of tells you what sort of decks they're using.
What type of decks, what type of play styles that they prefer.
Definitely.
You know, do they go for, like, the combo? You know, we'll see a lot of big single strikes for anyone who's playing, like, Ningguang decks, what we saw. Average rounds, of course, the more stall decks you play goes along. It's just interesting to have a baseline comparison. Because we saw a lot of players with, like, very overlapping ones.
I remember, especially, like, yesterday, like the shapes were almost identical to each other, except I think the only one that was slightly off was actually that bottom right statistic, the average number of effective dice in the first 3 rounds. So if you're not familiar with what that is, it's basically how lucky you were going into your turn. But here we go. We are at the deck intro. So these are the decks these players have submitted. And what do you think is going to be banned?
So first thing to notice, so Zero Kremlin actually changed out one of his decks from the previous best of 5.
Oh, I don't see the Diona free
Yeah, the Diona was not there. So part of the reason, I was talking to some people in chat earlier, and you know, I think what LR Rise Falcon did was actually bring a lot of decks to counter that deck. So Z Kremlin kind of anticipating that maybe people are onto the Diona strategy, swapped out that deck for a more aggressive Bennett Kaching. But PP Pig also doing something similar. He was running double Anemo, but this time instead is bringing a interesting version of the Yelan OTK. We'll talk about it later if we see it in play. We see Lisa there.
Yeah, Lisa. Yeah, I hope we get to see that deck. I think it's gonna be really interesting. It's not gonna function too differently from the Thunder Manifestation version, if I am reading it correctly. But I mean, PP Pig is opting for basically it's the new version of Pyro Kuching. That deck at the top, the double Pyro Manifestation, we call it Fire Station. It's very, very strong. You can go for a first turn kill actually, and it's banned. So never mind, we're not gonna see it.
Yeah, we're not gonna see it. So one of the things to point out, so PP Pig brought changed out a control deck, stall deck for a combo deck. I think anticipating that Z Kremlet would bring two stall decks himself, but Z Kremlet, having changed up his strategy, I think has a much more favorable lineup now into PP Pig. And it's these level of mind games that we're gonna start seeing in this top 8, because players have been watching these other players play, and they know what decks they're bringing in the previous best of 5. So they're gonna have to think about that and pick decks appropriately. So I think these bans make sense. PP Pig wants to eliminate some of the more aggressive decks, but I guess we're gonna start off with the slowest of them all.
Ningguang stall. So I mean, this could be a very long game, even if Z Kremlet is not bringing anything stalling himself, just because of the nature of this deck. I mean, you're looking to stall out the game and get Ningguang's burst up and basically pop someone like. Boom.
Yeah, so building up to Ningguang's burst, you know, that Debtor's Temptation, the 1-of in the deck, very important for taking out key characters. We'll have to see what Z Kremlet brought to counter this. So the first game in each of these best of 5s is actually really crucial, because it's the most unknown matchup, because each player has 3 different decks that they can choose, and for a lot of these decks, they're going to match up well into maybe 1 or 2 of the opposing player's decks, but poorly into the last one. And if you can't avoid that bad matchup and you can't get that win on one of your weaker decks, it could be really problematic for the whole best of 5.
It is problematic because this is Conquest format, and so basically that means if you play a deck and you win with it, you can no longer play it again, right? So this first matchup is very, very important. For those reasons you stated, it's the most random one. They're blind picking, essentially.
Yeah, they're essentially blind picking, and you know, if you have a deck that's only good against one of your opposing decks, you really need to try and predict what your opponent is bringing when they're going to select that deck, because you want to match up against that good matchup so you can get that win out of the way, because if you miss that window, then you might be in trouble.
Also, so here Z Kremlet is bringing a very common deck we've seen in this tournament. It's called Mew, Mona, Eula, Wanderer. Unfortunately, the characters are not quite in the order that the deck is named after. MEW, Mona, Eula, Wanderer.
Deduct points for that.
But I mean, so the statistic they were showing yesterday is that it had a 33% win rate despite being picked by so many players. I was trying to do the math myself, and I think 10 different players brought it to the group stages alone. So
it's pretty much been the majority of players did bring it, but it hasn't performed very well. And part of it, I think, is just it's matched up poorly into the metagame despite being a very good deck. But it also has the potential to kind of beat itself, right? Like, it has good draws. You know, we've been joking on and off stream very early on that when you play Wagner, it's basically like rolling on a weapon banner.
It kind of is.
Yeah, because of his most recent buff, he pulls 1 of 3 weapons from your deck.
But you have to include 3 unique weapons in order for that to take place. So, I mean, you don't necessarily want all 3 weapons.
No,
like normally you want like a very specific weapon to be drawn, and you have a 1 in 3 chance. So it really is like the weapon banner.
Yeah, it really is. I mean, you know, Wolf's Gravestone is probably the least desirable weapon because you generally don't want to start Eula, but we've seen players adapt to that as well, where if you do get that weapon, it can be more important to utilize it rather than going for the normal plan.
But I mean, so with that, it sounds like we're about to start our first match, and there's a raffle coming up. But first, let's just get into it. And here we go. We see Z Kremlet getting set up here.
Yeah, I've been really loving watching those play intros every time. And by now we've seen it quite a few times, but this is your first time tuning in and saying, whoa, Okay.
Oh,
that is amazing.
Wait, that's the official card. Wait, that is amazing.
I love it.
That's so cool.
Okay, that's really creative.
By the way, we have a live audience here in
Yeah.
Shanghai. We had one yesterday as well. We're gonna have one tomorrow for the finals. So I mean, it's really exciting. We saw like a Navia and official cosplayer yesterday, I believe, and yeah, today we have an official card.
Yeah, we have official card. Okay, now what form of official we'll see on day 3? We can only get better from there. But you can see the players there getting ready. Ugh, obviously a little bit nervous. Again, there's a lot on the line here.
There is a lot on the line. It is not only the prize money.
Yeah.
They are officially getting ready to go.
Okay, so we've started the puns already.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Not a great way to start the show.
You can't have a TCG stream without puns.
I mean, you can. It just hasn't happened yet, I guess.
If I weren't telling the puns, you'd be telling the puns.
True.
So I just wanted to ask you, before we get into this first match, who do you think might have the upper advantage here?
So
not only by deck, but also by, you know, performance.
I mean, really the deck choices are going to be the thing that determines the most. And I think what I saw based on the deck was PvPig tried to basically counter Pig Z Crimlet based on what he was bringing in the group stages and in his last best of 5. But Z Crim changed up his strategy, and one deck is all that you need to drastically change a matchup. You know, removing one of his stall decks that he's very well known for. If you haven't watched it in the group stages, he was famous for going to, I think, 13 or 14 rounds, just slowly whittling down his opponent and taking the win.
I remember that match. It was stall versus stall, right?
It was, yeah.
But, you know, he played that match so expertly, and he was on that Diona free stall that he tried bringing yesterday, wasn't even able to play. He ended up playing Dynamo, that Dia double Animo deck.
Yeah.
But it's just super unfortunate. So I think that is probably why he swapped that deck out, right? You know,
yeah, the Diona deck is very potent, you know, slowly whittling the opponent to death. But I think Z Crimlet paid a bit of a penalty for that because he became a little bit too predictable with bringing that deck a second time. And so, yeah, swapping this out now for that Bennett Kaching deck. But we'll have to see those matchups later.
Here we go. PvPig versus Z Crimlet. Ningguang Stall versus Mew. Very aggro deck.
Yeah.
Stall.
I'm actually not sure what's favored in this matchup. I believe because of Wanderer's ability to hit off field, and that freeze, especially from Eula, could pose a lot of issues for the Ningguang deck.
So if you see the graphic at the bottom right, there is a raffle ongoing. If you type the name of the player that you are personally rooting for in this game into chat along with your UID, you will be entered into a raffle for 1,000 Primo Gems. And these raffles will be ongoing between each match. They end pretty quickly, so make sure you're doing that right now. Has to be in the Astro Carnival Twitch channel, not the Genshin official Twitch channel if you're here from there.
Yeah, or if you're on YouTube, definitely hop over to the Twitch chat. Again, join fellow players and kind of chat about the game. When the raffle's not going on. And it's very hard to talk right now. Everyone is busy putting their names in, but for good reason. 1,000 Primo Gems is a lot.
It is a lot.
Yeah. And we will also be giving away lucky coins a little bit later. You know, we'll share details of that at another time. But for now, just Primo Gems, which I think people are perfectly happy about.
Okay, so something I have to point out immediately, Z Crimlet is notorious for having very high heart rate, not only in this tournament, but also in the Southeast Asia, Hong Kong, Macau, Taiwan Prince Cup tournament. He was always running very high, but he performed very well. So he was knocked into the lower brackets yesterday, but if you see those heart rates beneath the players' names, it is not necessarily an indicator of how well they're going to perform, right? But PvPig, in comparison, is very calm today.
Yeah, well, one thing Rin pointed out quite a while ago is a lot of the time when the players give up, it's when their heart rate like dips below their average. And when they're about to win, it's when they get really high.
It's true, but I don't think PvPig is even close to giving up.
No. We have a very interesting... So Z Crimlet opening with Dunyazad Wagner. He did have a Fruit of Fulfillment, which is just played on Wanderer. It's one of the... You know, you can kind of choose different catalysts for Wanderer. The main one you want is that 1,000 Floating Dreams. Did not draw it. The Wagner banner gave him that Wolf's Gravestone. But I think if you actually want that in this matchup, Wolf's Gravestone is going to be very important in the endgame to finish off Kokomi and Barbara.
Interesting. It looks like Z Crimlet is opting to play a whole lot of support cards, not even going for the Mona Summit. It might be because PvPig started Kokomi, doesn't really want to...
Yeah, I mean, Z Crimlet has a lot of time in this matchup, actually. And I actually like this opening where he's basically prioritizing ramp because PvPig isn't going to be threatening anything in the early game. So yeah, you can see me just equipping things, not even caring about Mona. And honestly, actually, so one of the interesting things, so in this Ningguang stall deck, the Hydra application becomes very important because against certain matchups you cleanse, but against other ones you benefit them. So for PvPig, or for Z Crimlet here, not using Mona Summon doesn't let PP Pig freely summon the Kokomi summon
you can't
or
go
Barbara.
you can't go for Kokomi Jellyfish or Barbara skill,
Right,
because
you'd be
it's going to
helping your
apply
opponent.
Hydro onto that character,
Exactly.
right? So, and then that would give Wanderer the ability to swirl. And in this Mona Eula Wanderer deck, what you're really looking to do early is, you know, normally you would go for the Mona summon to get the Hydro application, you'd swap to Wanderer, and, you know, Mona's passive has a quick swap, so you can swap in the same action instead of using an entire action. And then you'll swirl with the skill, and then you can normal attack. His kit is very, very good for getting those swirls off, so.
Yeah, but I really like this opening from Z Crimlet, slowing the game down and kind of not playing into that healing. So this is going to deny PP Pig a lot of flexibility. He isn't going to be able to do that, but luckily his hand actually worked out really well. During that Tenchikaku, and particularly that Liban off of the Dunyazad, is going to let him actually just ramp as well. So we're going to see a first round where I think both sides are just comfortably going to set up, but I think that setup might be favoring Z Crimlet a little bit at the beginning.
I mean, unfortunately for Z Crimlet, he's not gonna actually proc Liban. He did get those weapons equipped, which is a form of ramp, right?
Yeah.
But PP Pig is going to get some additional card draw going into next round if he chooses to play Liban Tenchikaku.
Yeah, it's almost certainly going to be Liban Tenchikaku. I don't see a world where you want to go to Ningguang here. Ramp is more important right now for you, especially with your opponent playing such a passive opener. But he is going to have to waste one die. I don't think there's really a good use for that one die. We'll probably see that Vorukasha go on, but also denying the healing. I mean, Z Crimlet, again, just playing around this. He must be so familiar with these store strategies, being a popular player of that himself, so he knows and understands that if you deny your opponent the tools to kind of heal the damage early, it can really restrict what they have in hand.
I mean, the Vorukasha is discounted by Timaeus right now, so he's still going to end up wasting a die there.
True.
So,
that's true, actually. If PP Pig plays Vorukasha here, he could deny himself a potential Tenacity equip.
Yeah, that's what I
round.
was thinking. But, I mean, he doesn't have Tenacity of the Millilith just yet. It's a 3-cost artifact that gives you 2 shield points, and then if your character has it equipped as attack, they get 1 dice that corresponds to their element. So it's pretty useful. Like, in this Ningguang stall deck, you're really looking to equip Ningguang in a similar fashion to how Z Crimlet has Wanderer all equipped, right? So.
And Z Crimlet, very importantly, drew that 1,000 Floating Dreams. So weapons are going to be very important, and it's crucial that he drew that there.
So Fruit of Fulfillment is currently on Wanderer, but
PP Pig did draw that Tenacity. Ooh, that's actually pretty huge. So now he has to spend dice or wait 1 turn for Tenacity. And we saw the graphic down there. The raffle has ended, so for those of you still putting down your UIDs in chat, there's no longer open, so we have to wait for the next game before your next opportunity.
But there will be another raffle in the second match of this.
Yeah.
So this is a best of 5, so it could go up to 5 games total, assuming we don't have a clear winner in 3. So looks like Z Crimlet is finally getting that Mona skill out there. Unfortunately, I'm looking at the rest of his dice. He doesn't really have anything for Wanderer. Of course, PP Pig doesn't know that. We have all the information here as casters, but...
Yeah. And it will be interesting to see what he chooses to do. I believe, based on his hand, he might just play a second Liban and get 5 dice for the next round, because I don't really see any better way to use it. And you'll notice Z Crimlet equipping the 1,000 Floating Dreams onto Mona instead of Wanderer. So the reason you can do that is, not many people know this, the passive on 1,000 Floating Dreams actually works across your whole team. You don't actually need it to be equipped to the active character for that +1 reaction damage. So by equipping onto Mona, spreading out the summons, the weapons, you can actually get an extra point of damage here with the Mona summon hit.
Yeah, so 1,000 Floating Dreams has a +1 damage bonus for the character holding it, and then also a +1 damage bonus for every elemental reaction triggered, right?
Yep.
And so basically what Bleff's saying, it applies for the entire team if anyone triggers an elemental reaction, gets that damage bonus. So, I mean, Wanderer already has +1 damage with the fruit, so...
Yeah,
don't
and
need to equip it on him.
That's one of the benefits of kind of running the fruit. I've seen a couple people run, I believe it's two like Tulas, I have trouble remembering the name, for Wanderer. Yeah, the problem with that though is that both of those weapons really want to go on Wanderer.
Ah, PP Pig using those 3 dice to equip Tenacity of the Millilith.
I think you have to. I mean, your opponent's slowed down quite a bit, and it kind of gives you this window to equip. But yeah, Z Crimlet going for the full ramp here. I mean, I like this based on what dice he's been given, and this is how you really defeat stall strategies. You want as much damage to go in a single round as you can, and what that means is as much dice in a single round. So Z Crimlet's going to be able to begin the next round with not only 12 dice, but we have to remember Instructor is equipped on Wanderer, which could be the equivalent of 3 more dice. So PP Pig actually is in a bit of a tough spot. and he's not going to be able to get a dice off of this tenacity this turn.
I definitely can appreciate, you know, what you were saying earlier about Zekrumlet able to play this matchup a little slower. He's not versus an aggro deck like Finale, right? He's against Ningguang Stall, which is looking to stall the game out as long as possible. So, I mean, Zekrumlet is taking his own time to build up those resources so he can go for that damage really quickly. And yeah, trying to tune for Wanderer's skill right off the bat is probably not what you want to do here.
No, definitely not.
Also, Ningguang is definitely working towards her own elemental burst there. Already 2 energy points.
Yeah, I think PPP is playing this correctly based on how the game is going. So normally, you know, you'd want to protect Ningguang and build up to a burst, but because Zekrumlet's been so passive, PPP has been given a lot of time to set Ningguang up. So that Ningguang burst is going to threaten Wanderer, and unfortunately Zekrumlet doesn't have anything like a Lotus to protect Wanderer from a potential burst.
So, I don't believe PP Pig took a copy of Star Signs, right?
No, but I think this deck does run a Calx. So, Zekrumlet has to be thinking about that. The Calx could come in.
But Kokomi and Barbara do not have any energy points at the moment. So, what Calx does is it can draw energy from your inactive characters to your active character. So, something you have to play around when you're against this Ningguang stall deck is actually like, you could be facing that card, right? And you don't want Wander, in this case, to get sniped off by a Ningguang burst. But Zekrumlet here, very comfortably going for that skill to get the win favorite stacks because he knows PP Pig has no way of immediately bursting.
No, but yeah, but a follow-up J screen here is actually going to force Zekrumlet off of Wanderer, I believe. I don't think you can't safely stay on Wanderer here without any food, and he did not draw it, which is unfortunate. I think if he had a Lotus here, he could have stayed on Wanderer. We see Zekrumlet's own copy of Calx Arts there. So could get a surprise burst from Wanderer, which would be enough to take out Ningguang without another food. But I think it's going to be forced off here.
I wonder, so you'd have to go to Mona, right?
Yeah, I think you'd have to go to Mona. Oh, Eula.
Maybe?
Okay,
so this is actually something I was wondering. If you go Eula and you force PP Pig to maybe go for a burst here.
You could be trying to bait out a burst. I don't think PP Pig is going to take the bait. Maybe if he had an Adeptus. Of course, Zekrumlet knows and understands that it could be an Adeptus coming here. But either way, Wanderer is still under threat because both players are bringing copies of Leave It To Me. Actually, we saw in the graphics earlier the statistics on day 1, in case you missed it. Leave It To Me, I believe, was the second most brought card right after Lotus Crisp. And it's because the metagame right now is so fast, it's so assertive, that these quick swaps become very important. And in fact, in this tournament, we're seeing a lot of players bring Catherine. We haven't seen Catherine do very well on camera so far, but part of that is in response to just how quickly these games are going.
I think there was a game yesterday where Catherine was played and came... No, it was relevant. It was relevant.
It was kind of relevant,
was a necessary
but
quick
I think
swap.
the deck ended up drawing like 2 quick swaps anyway, so it kind of was a wash. But still, Leave It To Me, a very powerful card, being 0 cost, quite important. Part of the reason Catherine, I think, has come into popularity as well is Seed Dispensary has become a card that's been quite popular as well, able to discount 1-cost companions, of which Catherine is one.
Yeah, and you see Zekrumlet, by the way, he's running down this timer. He's really thinking. So these players, you'll notice this as you're watching these games. We do see a quick swap come out onto Wander. Wait.
Ooh.
Wait, this is dangerous.
This is really dangerous.
This is very dangerous.
Yeah, Zekrumlet, I mean, having thought that long, I think he understands that there's a potential for a quick swap burst. I believe, though, PP Pig only runs a single quick swap here. And so Zekrumlet right now is banking on PP Pig not having it. That's quite a risk.
This is very, very risky. You know, PP Pig could easily play that Leave It To Me. And here it goes.
Yeah.
Leave It To Me coming down. This is most certainly going to be a quick swap onto Ningguang. We're going to see that burst come out. It will be enough to take out Wander. It should be.
Yeah, that's definitely going to be enough. You can see Zekrumlet react there. I mean, again, because these are high-level games, you know, Zekrumlet knows that that was a possibility. He completely understood that that was something that could happen, but he identified that he needed to just go back on Wanderer, try and threaten burst right away, and then doing anything else in this matchup would not have been a winning strategy. So that's really unfortunate, but, you know, it was calculated in a way. The gamble did not pay off. And unfortunately, it looks like Zekrumlet at some point replaced Wagner, so he no longer even has access to a free Wolf's Gravestone equip, but he's just going to pay dice for it.
This is really interesting. So I believe in Zekrumlet's hand, he has Gilded Dreams, right? And 2 Liars songs. So maybe he was trying to bait out the Ningguang burst so he could have a really strong finisher on Eula in this next turn.
But losing Wanderer and not only that, the instructors, I believe he only got like 2 dice off of the instructors there, is going to be pretty huge. But you know, I don't think he was happy to see that leave it to me. He was really hoping that his opponent hadn't drawn that 1 copy. And I think it's a pretty good aura. Your opponent's probably seen about 10 cards at this point, so it's about maybe a 3rd chance or something of them drawing it, but unfortunately getting punished. And look at PP Pig's hand. All of that food is going to be so difficult, I think, to overcome, along with that Hydra Resonance. I mean, PP Pig, I think, is a very dominant position right now, having taken out a key character.
I think one thing to note, though, is that Ningguang does have that Hydro aura, and Z-Krumlet intentionally did not go for any kind of freeze here onto Ningguang, choosing instead to ramp, playing the Paimon and Wolf's Gravestone on Eula. Basically, you know, he had 5 essentially cryo dice, 4 Omni, 1 cryo, and he could have went for an attack, but I think he's going to try to play around that Hydra aura.
Yeah, you want to save that freeze to lock your opponent out of Ningguang as much as possible, and that's really going to be the key here. You know, how well can Z-Krumlet manage that freeze on Ningguang? I mean, all PP has to do is basically take this first freeze hit and then make sure to avoid any further Hydra applications and rebuild up to a burst on Ningguang.
Yeah, so Tamias having 3 stacks now, that is a free Gilded Dreams equip onto Eula. It's going to enable Z-Krumlet to draw a card as well as get those dice for free, basically. And then with the double Liar Song, he's going to be able to get a lot of dice back here.
Yeah, if you've been watching the stream so far, you'd be very familiar with this pairing of cards. You know, the number 4 and 5 most played cards, Gilded Dreams, one of the new artifacts, and Liar Song, introduced earlier. But in combination, they've been very powerful, essentially allowing you to generate a lot of extra dice out of nowhere. And we've seen that happen quite a few on streams. It's colloquially nicknamed Magic because of its ability to produce dice essentially out of thin air.
I think we might see a Calx Burst on Eula from Z-Krumlet.
Yeah, I mean, we might. PP Pig probably will swap off here, almost certainly. There's no reason to leave Ningguang out here. I think he's deciding, does he want to use Hydro Resonance on Ningguang or on a different character to take the hit. But yeah, Calx Burst would probably make sense. I believe, let's see, like each Liar Song is essentially 2
dice. 2 free dice.
Yeah, and that Tamias is free. So he's essentially sitting at 11 effective dice. So a Calx Burst into 2 hits from Eula does make sense. It's probably enough to take out one of the characters, but one of the difficult things playing around Eula Burst, though, is, you know, PP Pig has a lot of ability to just figure out that he wants to sacrifice to take that burst. Because I think after this turn, Z-Krum's going to have a lot harder time generating additional dice now that Tamias' stacks are all gone.
I think, especially with the Lotus Crisp on Kokomi here, so PP Pig did play Lotus and swap to Kokomi. Okay, so interesting. Probably gonna go for Mona Summon then. I thought we'd see a Calx Burst, but maybe not.
Yeah, I think Z-Krumlet identifying that kind of freeze is gonna be his main avenue to victory, and really making sure to apply those Hydra auras as often as possible. He also, he's probably gonna be setting up this turn. You know, he wants to get these opponent's characters below 6 to trigger that Wolf's Gravestone damage bonus, and then when that Paimon, that last stack of Paimon hits on the next round is probably, we're going to see Z-Krumlet has a window to kind of turn around this matchup. If he doesn't close out the game then, I believe PP Pig is going to be able to basically slowly heal back up, creep into the advantage, and really take over.
So, I just wanted to note, by the way, so even though Z-Krumlet ended up not bringing the Diona freestyle, he's still playing a stall matchup and freeze.
Yeah, I mean, freeze is one of the, like, we've seen the freeze be really powerful from the Eula deck. You know, there's a lot of situations where it's looking pretty bad for the Mew player, but they're able to make a very good comeback right at the end, you know, with freeze, playing around the opponent's ability to kind of act there. And the stall deck probably is the one that's least susceptible to freeze, but I do like how Z-Krumlet is, you know, trying to aggressively apply Hydro. Ooh.
Oh, wait, this is not the Calx Burst I imagined. So, I mean, he is using Calx Burst, but instead of going for the Eula Burst, he's going for the Mona Burst, actually. This is going to enable Z-Krumlet to, I mean, he's going to have to swap to Eula for it, but he can swap and take someone out next turn. Should be next turn.
Yeah, it's going to be next turn. And more importantly, Eula with that, was it Grimheart stack up, plus the Mona Burst. Oh, that's actually really huge. The
oh my god.
But that's going to be doing 10... So he's going to be able to one-shot or pretty much any character on PP Pig's side through their shields. So Ningguang is not safe. You know, Barbara or Kokomi, neither of them are going to be safe. And I wonder if we're going to see Z-Crim just slowly build up Mona Burst and freeze and stall and just repeatedly use that burst summon.
I mean, what do you do here if you're PP Pig other than skill? Yeah.
Yeah, you pretty much are going to sacrifice one of the characters. So PP Pig is just going to sacrifice whoever thinks is least valuable. So setting up that Barbara summon there is going to be nice because it'll continue healing even after Barbara most likely will go down at the beginning of next round.
So, one thing you really are trying to avoid on this Ningguang stall deck is getting your Ningguang sniped off, right? And Z-Crimlet knows this. Like, these pro players have been playing for the longest time. They know how all of these like top meta decks work. And so he's always going to be looking for opportunities to take up Ningguang. But if he realizes that, you know, PP Pig is protecting her like a little too well, he's forced to do something like this where he's gonna have to go through Barbara or Kokomi first, right? So
I mean, you'll have to eventually. You really want to like one of the ways you can get your opponents with freeze is you reduce the number of options to swap off of characters with freeze. So as soon as Z-Crimlet takes out one character, the remaining two are going to have a lot harder time playing around freeze. So really going to have to be watching out for that Hydra Aura on Ningguang there if you're PP Pig side. Make sure to play around it and avoid it at all costs. But Z-Crimlet does not have a Paimon anymore going to next round, so he's going to have to make something happen this round.
well, he does have 3 Tamaya stacks for another Gilded Dream equip.
Yeah, yeah.
So he also has Heavy Strike.
Yeah, he's got a lot of tools to come back. I think he's deciding now, does he want a fresh Wind of Freedom to lock out the opponent of even more actions? We might see it. Okay, he's going to Liar Song
to recall that Gilded Dreams. It should be Gamblers here onto Eula, yeah, because he's going to be taking on Barbara. Now, the question is, does he play the fresh Wind of Freedom Arcane? That would enable him to go a second time after taking out Barbara.
I think it's going to be pretty difficult to take out another character another time, and you'll most likely be denying your opponent action, but it looks like, whoa.
Ooh.
Oh, he's going to get
he used the Grimar. Wait,
16.
Oh, that's the highest single strike.
Yeah, that's the highest single strike we've seen on camera. 12 was a previous record. Z-Crimlet here breaking records for the stream. So he's going to be saving that fresh Wind of Freedom, most likely for when he eventually takes out Kokomi, but that's going to be easier said than done.
That is going to be easier said than done. She does have a Hydra Aura on her, but Ningguang is kind of protected from a freeze this turn. I don't think we're going to see Z-Crimlet swapping over to Mona. You know, this is one thing I was thinking about earlier when PP Pig did go for that snipe on Wanderer, because he has not been able to reliably like bring out Ningguang and build towards her burst again. So she's sitting at 0 energy right now, and she is going to be the only one that can reliably take out Eula in one of those like one-hit KOs with their burst, and she is nowhere close to being able to do that. And with Barbara gone, that is one protector.
Yeah, and the freeze is going to get even more annoying, and also, you know, reduces the effectiveness of that Hydra Resonance there. So I like Z-Crimlet's play here, going for that Mona Burst to guarantee a kill on one of the characters and kind of just put PP Pig into a tougher spot. Yeah, okay, this makes sense.
This does make sense. I think you really have to get the Jade screen out and start building towards that burst again. It's your only like winning line if you're playing this deck.
But one of the things you want to avoid if you're PP Pig is that Barbara Summon can work against him. You know, if he brings out Kokomi here, Z-Crimlet's very likely just to use up that Hydro with a freeze and then avoid applying any more cryo until that Barbara Summon goes away. And so you could get into a spot where you're applying your own Hydro on yourself. So Z-Crimlet actually doesn't... Well, okay, he's going to go anyway. I was saying he might not want to apply cryo here, but maybe he has enough dice that he can force his opponent not to be able to safely end on Ningguang. But I think even with those Gilded in hand, it's still very much in PP Pig's favor with the number of dice.
With Heavy Strike, how much does a normal do?
It's +1 and then +2 for a...
If you're 6 or under, right?
Oh, no. Well, for Heavy Strike, it's just
for
+2
Heavy
if it's
Strike,
a charge
it's +2 if it's a charge attack, yeah. But then Eula also has Wolf's Gravestone. So I think, yeah, we're probably just going to see a Mona summon here.
It depends on what PP... If PP switches to Kokomi, we'll probably actually go back to Eula. It really depends on what PP does, because he could choose... If he chooses to stay on Ningguang, we'll probably see a Mona summon just to use up that cryo application. But it will allow PP Pig to build up to that burst. But his dice don't look very good for doing that. So we probably will see a Kukomi switch. Oh, okay. Actually, a normal attack makes sense. Get that crystallized shield.
And now Ningguang's burst is ready to go the next time Ningguang meets Eula with 3 dice. Of course, we know that those dice up there are not Geo, but PP Pig would definitely be tuning 3 cards just to burst Eula at this point, right?
Yeah, if Eula goes down, it's going to be lights out for Zekrom here. There's no way Mona can kind of keep up. So this freeze makes a lot of sense, denying the burst this turn and getting Ningguang critically below 6. But we can see PP Pig's hand. He has so much healing. We're most likely going to see... Oh, okay, replacing the helm. Makes sense. Tamias not really going to be doing anything else. And PP kind of doing like an upgrade of his weapons, throwing out the lower quality General's Helm for a higher quality Tenacity.
He ascended his world level.
Yeah.
Congratulations, PP Pig, for ascending your world level. Something I have not done yet.
Yeah. Well, he should, because he's looking to be in a pretty good spot here.
Ooh, wait.
No, we might just see an end here. I don't think it makes sense to do anything on Kokomi here because she has a Tenacity shield. You know, you're basically going to mitigate any damage you do. So I think Zekrimlet probably just wants to start on Eula next round.
How many Leave It to Me's did PP Pig bring?
Just
Only
one. Just one.
And
So
he's
there's no
already
other
used
one.
it.
Yeah.
So Zekrimlet is pretty okay with this. Not in fear of any more quick swapping from PP Pig's side. So basically, if PP Pig is on Kokomi, it's going to take him an entire, like, another round to... another turn to switch on.
Yeah, unfortunately for Zekrimlet, though, PP Pig does have that Sumeru City Tenchikaku. Those have been building dice, essentially, for him for quite some time. And Zekrimlet doesn't have anything similar to keep up. So at this point, he's really at a disadvantage in terms of dice. You know, those 2 Gilded Dreams are going to be the only thing that's going to keep him in this game. But he's going to be very careful about that Ningguang burst, especially because there isn't any Hydro on her at the moment.
I mean, this is the goal of the Ningguang stall deck, right? You're basically trying to make the game go on for as long as possible to stall out your opponent. And they use up all of their resources because those cards are often limited use, right? The cards in Zekrimlet's hand, he can only play Lyre Song once. If he takes 2 copies of it, he can play twice. So basically, after Zekrimlet runs out of cards in his hand, it's going to be a lot easier for PP Pig to keep using the advantages he's slowly built up over the course of the game with the Sumeru Cities, Tenchikaku, all the equips on his characters, and basically whittle his opponent down and go for those bursts on Ningguang.
We're going to see a switcher. This makes sense. Ningguang doesn't have a Hydro or on her right now, so Zekrimlet's almost, it's going to be forced to swap off. But at the very least, we'll be able to apply Hydro with this hit. So it's really up to PP Pig. Does he want to use up the energy on the burst on Mona here? We'll probably not. We're probably just going to see a skill.
This is going to be a really crucial turn, I think, to determine if Zekrimlet is going to be taking this first match or not, because, you know, that quick swap onto Mona, he doesn't need any quick swaps after this because quick swap is naturally integrated into Mona's passive. He's going to be able to swap quickly again to Eula and freeze Ningguang. That's why he used it here. And he's only sitting at 4 dice, but he has more dice generation actually in his hand here, so we're going to have to see if he's actually able to...
Yeah, it's probably not going to be enough because I believe he's sitting at about... If that second Tamias goes up to 3, then he would have a lot of dice at his disposal. But as it stands right now, it's not quite enough. Oh, PP going to draw a bunch of cards.
Well...
Getting double high... Okay, so he's drawn both high resonance down. This is going to be really tough, I think, for Zekrimlet to come back from. PP just having an excess of healing at the moment. You know, as long as Ningguang doesn't drop below 6, you know, that's the crucial breakpoint for that Wolf's Gravestone, obviously giving you a +2 damage buff whenever your opponent drops below that critical number. But it's with so much healing, it's going to be really hard to get that damage bonus, and without it, I don't see Zekrimlet able to come back from this match.
I mean, Kokomi is essentially sitting at 12 health right now.
Yeah.
And for each Hydro Resonance card played, the active character gains 2 health, and then the inactive characters gain 1 health. So even if Zekrimlet has some heavy hits coming out here, yeah, it might not be enough.
Yeah, you can really see the dice advantage start to pile up. You know, we see 8 to 4 here, despite both sides using some amount of skills. You know, that's really how these stall decks eventually win the game. They don't need to rush out skills right away, but they're playing cards like Tenchikaku, Vanarana, Sumeru City. You know, PP Pig showing us all 3 ways that this deck can play the long game. But the longer the game goes on, the more skills he's able to use, and, you know, the more damage he's able to heal. And we're really seeing that in effect here. Zekrimlet kind of getting put in a bit of a stranglehold here from the stall deck. doing what the stall deck does best, but I believe this is one of his worst matchups, so it may be possible he's just planning on sacrificing this one and hoping to win the rest of it, because of course it is Conquest, so even if PB Pig does take this game, he needs to win on more of his other decks.
That timer is running down here for Z Kremlin. I mentioned a little bit earlier that, you know, these players are running down that timer, just thinking about everything they could possibly do, doing all the math in their head.
Yeah, it's a tough spot for Z Kremlin. Ooh, it's
tuning into a normal attack. I think Z Kremlin is trying to force PB Pig to go for a burst on Ningguang. I mean, with 8 dice, he doesn't really need to.
Well, the thing is, Z Kremlin's now threatening the Mona Burst, and so we're kind of seeing a trade here of whether or not PB Pig wants to risk Mona bursting again, and we see, of course, Eula having that Grimheart stack. So if PB Pig doesn't burst and take out Mona, then he's basically going to have to sacrifice Kokomi here. So it's a question of whether he wants to do that. I think you are fine doing that. You know, if your opponent is going to trade 3 dice just for a normal attack on Mona, I think the question is, does Z Kremlin actually have enough in his hand to finish off Ningguang after the fact? I don't think he does.
He doesn't. He wouldn't be finishing this turn. He would just be going for a freeze, I think.
And he already tuned his I haven't lost yet just now.
Oh, here we go. Yeah, forced to use that burst on the Mona. As you said, you know, with Mona's burst up, even though Z Kremlin is only sitting on 1 dice, PB Pig does know that Z Kremlin is running that magic core with Gilded Dreams, Liar Song, etc. So he was forced to snipe her just so she doesn't get that burst off, but this does enable Z Kremlin to end first, so he will have turn priority going into the next round.
Yeah, and we'll have to see. Unfortunately, actually, if PB Pig plays one of his Hydro dice, he actually has a window to equip that Sacrificial Fragment there, the weapon for Ningguang. I'm actually a little bit surprised. I guess the Hydro Resonance healing can come in any time, so PB Pig with a lot of options here.
I think PB Pig is kind of min-maxing the Hydro Res a bit because Kokomi is at full health, so using the Hydro Res on Ningguang now, I mean, it would be protecting Ningguang a bit more, but that 1 point of health that would go to Kokomi is not really being used.
Yeah, I think that's a fine play. You know, the Hydro Resonance, you're not in any rush to do it. I think PB Pig is still very safe. Is going to play that Hash Brown.
Yeah. I think this is fine.
Makes sense. You know, of course, you can only play 1 food on a character each round. So, you know, if PB Pig draws into another food, he wants, like a Lotus, he wants to be able to use both Lotus and Hash Brown on Ningguang.
Okay, so one thing to look out for right now, Z Kremlin does have Timaeus at 3 and 5 stacks respectively, and there are Hydro Auras on both Kokomi and Ningguang, and Z Kremlin's going first. So what's gonna happen is Eula is gonna be able to freeze both Kokomi and Ningguang. Now the question is, can he actually do enough damage to take out Ningguang in this round? Because this is it.
I mean, it's a lot to choose. It's 24 health to choose through, so it's gonna be a lot. So we'll have to see. I mean, we're gonna see probably the largest Eula burst that we've ever seen, because, you know, we're starting with Eula burst this round. Oh, that Ball Princess draw is really huge.
No, but it came a little bit too late.
It almost doesn't matter though. He can still replace 2 cards, so that's still 2 dice for Z Kremlin into the draw. So it doesn't really matter unless he draws a second one, which I don't think he runs. So Z Kremlin now sitting at 9, 10, 11, 12, probably at 12 effective dice. So we're gonna be able to see that Eula go.
The Boar Princess.
This might actually be enough. I mean, that Boar Princess draw was an additional skill, and an additional skill here does mean, you know, entire like 10 damage here.
And he's gonna be able to equip Gamblers for free on top of that Gilded Dream. So, but he's not. So PB Pig is gonna be forced to play both of those.
Yeah, he's gonna start needing. He's gonna start needing to heal. So PB Pig, I mean, this is what you need to do as a deck against stall deck. Try and load all of your damage in one shot. So Z Kremlin playing the slow game there, letting those Timaeuses tick up, very patiently waiting because he understands these kinds of matchups super well. So. Yeah, Z Kremlin, I believe we're going to see a potentially a heavy strike here.
Liar Song to take the Gilded Dreams back, play it again, is going to get another 2 dice here. This is the magic artifact engine we keep talking about. Going for that elemental skill. I think, you know, the Grimheart stack, she has it, right? It's going to give her another 2 damage, I believe, on her skill. So,
but Ningguang, importantly, is at 7. So, I mean, PB Pig's doing a good job keeping both characters alive. The problem with him, for him now, and this is why it was so essential that Barbara went down, is, you know, PB Pig doesn't have the option to swap between 3 characters. So he's forced now to swap onto Ningguang if he wants to not end his turn. And he needs to maintain turn priority so they can use that second Hydro Resonance. But really, he's really got nothing left in his hand to use at this moment.
Yeah, he has to use that Hydro Resonance, but the question is he going to swap to Ningguang to use it? It would have to be a slow swap, and that would be putting Ningguang in grave danger, right? Especially, you know, Shatter, Heavy Strike.
Shatter, Heavy Strike, Wolf's Gravestone, normal attack, I believe is 7.
I think that would be enough, yeah.
It's
So he has
7.
the Hydro Res here, and then all he can really do is swap back and forth. And so every time Eula uses a normal attack or a skill, if you look at her summon there from her Elemental Burst, it's going to do 3 points of damage. That is the indicator at the bottom left. Plus, however many stacks it has right now has 4. Every normal attack and skill is another 2 stacks.
The unfortunate thing is Zekrimlet, let's see, does he have enough? He actually doesn't have enough to trigger that Gambler, so this might actually be it, because I believe with only 5 dice, and not able to trigger the Gamblers there, Zekrimlet will not be able to take out Kokomi here. I believe it's 1 dice short. He is short 1 dice to make this happen.
And the Shatter on his summon is just enough to take out Kokomi now, I believe. Or is it...
Yeah, it would be enough. This is 9 damage coming onto Kokomi here. So, unfortunately, I don't think that's enough to do it. Zekrimlet is going to be forced to end here. There's no reason to hit Kokomi one more time. PvP, very astute play there, knowing not to swap to Ningguang. Is going to waste quite a few dice, but, you know, did find an opportunity to equip that Sacrificial Fragments. And next round, Ningguang's skill is going to do 5 damage, and that is going to take out Eula. So Zekrimlet forced to end here, so this is lights out.
That's why I was saying it was, like, really, really unfortunate timing the Board Princess. If he had it before he equipped that
he already would
Skill to Dreams.
He already used up those 2 dice anyway.
That's true.
So in the end, it didn't matter. Yeah, so he used up both
yeah.
stacks of Board Princess. So no matter what, he was 1 dice short. PP Pig, again, having all of that healing is really what brought him to the forefront. Be able to keep his characters alive through those breakpoints of Eula with the Wolf's Gravestone, you know, perfectly calculating. And then what you need to do with the stall deck, really manage the HP so that your opponent can't take you out. And yeah, this is going to be it. There is no Hydra Aura left on Ningguang. She is sitting pretty at effective 55 health.
Does Lotus actually protect Eula? No,
even if it does, I mean, look at how much dice PP Pig has. Zekrimlet is basically only having 1 more hit.
Heavy Strike normal.
Heavy Strike normal is... Oh, I guess... Wait.
No,
but there's Jade Screen.
Wait, but is...
Jade Screen should prevent 1 damage, so I believe Heavy Strike normal is...
Wait, no, but he doesn't have a charge attack. Wait, is this enough? Or is it 1 off? He doesn't have a charge attack.
I believe it's 1 off. Yeah, this isn't a charge attack, so there should be +1 damage.
It's 1 off! He was 1 dice off! He was 1 dice off!
Yeah, I mean, he was 1 dice off last round. He's still 1 dice off this round. Still very close there, actually, yeah.
Oh! PvP just barely, 1 HP win, barely clutching that one. Congratulations. Oh, look at our lovely cosplayers in the audience, by the way.
Ayaka, Chlorine, and Lynette. Lynette are making quite a splash here in Age of Entertainment. But yeah, that was very close there. I think Zekrimlet played very well, but PvP also managing, you know, the health on his characters perfectly, keeping them right above the amount needed to basically avoid that Gamblers, you know. Zekrimlet was sitting on that Gamblers for quite a lot of that game, and being short 1 die each time, that Gamblers would have made the difference.
So here we have our first raffle winners, by the way, before we go over that match a little bit. Congratulations if you see your name up here, Rika with an _ and Rutherford. You have won 1,000 Primo Gems. There are raffles that are going to be ongoing, so at the start of each match, not just the best of 5, but the actual match itself, if you enter the name of the player that you want to win and also your UID, you stand to win 1,000 Primo Gems, and we do have 2 winners. So every single game today will have a set of 2 winners. So congratulations again, Yeah,
and again, if you're watching on the Genshin Impact main channel or on YouTube, you do want to head over to the Astro Carnival Twitch channel to watch. That is where you'll be able to participate and also chat with fellow players about, I mean, stuff like the game that we just witnessed, like 1 HP. We've seen we tend to see a lot of 1 HP victories, but you know, it looks so close. But again, these players are at a high level. They've been calculating these things from the beginning of the game. But unfortunately for Zekrimlet, that played, you know, quick swap, he played into it knowing that there's a chance his opponent could have it. But I think if PvP didn't have the Leave It To Me at that point in the game, it would have been a victory for Zekrimlet.
I do agree that, you know, earlier on the game when he did swap to Wanderer, he was hoping that PvP did not have that Leave It To Me. And I think if he hadn't had it, he would have won. He would have had a significant advantage. So, yeah, here we have the next matchup, by the way. So this is a Conquest 4 match. PP Pig did win on that Niguang stall deck, so he's not able to play it again. We are going to be seeing Yelan OTK here with that Lisa pick, actually, up against Mew, the Mona Eula Wanderer deck from Z Kremlin yet again. I'm really excited to see that Lisa deck in action.
Yeah, I'm surprised Z Kremlin didn't choose a different deck here, knowing that his opponent could choose that Yelan OTK deck. Because I think his other two decks, or at least his aggressive deck, would match up better into it. The Mew matchup, I think, is a little bit even.
It might be because, like, even if it's a bad matchup, like, he has to win with that deck anyway, right? So...
True, and it's probably a worse matchup into kind of finally that is left over there. But, of course, I mean, PP Pig, I think this is one of the better matchups for him across the board. So hopefully he can win this game, get a win with this Yelan OTK deck, which we haven't seen do super well on camera.
We haven't seen it do super well on camera because this is a combo deck. It's kind of trying to get Yelan's burst off and go for normal attacks on, I mean, well, it's Electro Charge, normally Thunder Manifestation, but here we have Lisa for the first time, and also Signora for those freeze reactions. So do you want to talk a bit about what you expect from this deck here with Lisa instead of Thunder Manifestation?
Yeah, there's really not that much to expect. If anything, it's kind of a weaker version. You know, we see the players, because you can't overlap on characters, we see players kind of tactfully replacing certain characters with a different, so they can use something like someone powerful like Thunder Manifestation in a different deck in case this one does get banned. But Lisa here, for the most part, is just here as a Electro Catalyst, which is very similar to Thunder Manifestation. We're almost certainly just going to see normal attacks. But the two things critically you're missing, you are missing those 2 copies of the Thunder Manifestation
talent card, for the extra card draw, right? And also the ability to attack, you know, characters that are inactive. That's something Thunder Manifestation and Wanderer can both do that are kind of unique to their kits.
Yeah, kind of unique. It doesn't come up too often in the Yelan OTK deck, but we saw Flowing Rings there from the Yelan deck, kind of in replacement of that Manifestation talent. But you do also lose out on that extra damage from the passive, so I think that is definitely an objectively weaker version of the Yelan OTK, but obviously PP Pig making a tactical decision to weaken that deck slightly to strengthen a different deck somewhere else. But of course, that was the one deck that got banned, so he would much rather have Thunder Manifestation right now if he could, but that is not how this works.
And here we are, Z Kremlitz, Mew, Mona Eula, Wanderer. There's not much to comment on this list. If you're kind of unfamiliar with how deck building works, I mean, you're basically looking to build around the characters that you chose, right? So in this case, you have instructors for normally Wanderer because you get those elemental reactions. Every swirl counts as an elemental reaction, so you get to refund dice with them. Basically, the goal of this deck is kind of to go ham on Wanderer for a while and then finish on Eula, so...
Yeah, and we almost saw that last time. Again, you know, Z Kremlin choosing to play into that Leave It To Me just to try and get an edge in that matchup, not working out there. But we're almost certainly going to see a similar strategy here, definitely going to the Yelan OTK, although you do have the option in this matchup to prevent Yelan from going for the burst if you swap onto Eula, but that's going to be mainly dictated by that Wagner weapon banner. So depending on what Z Kremlin pulls from Wagner, that's really going to dictate what he chooses to do.
Yeah, I think that's so funny. The first time I heard you guys talking about that, I was just
it's 3 weapons. It's 3 weapons on the weapon banner.
3 weapons.
And yeah. You're going to lose your 75, 25, or 50, 50, or whatever it is. You can pull it off rate. Oh.
So, I think traditionally we've seen Mew favored in this matchup, right?
It's pretty close. I would say it really depends. I think the Yelan OTK deck has the advantage in that it can really power out its own game plan a lot quicker, and having access to that Signora freeze. So quick swap is going to be very important to look out from both sides, because if you can freeze Wanderer or Eula with that Yelan burst before Wanderer can really do a lot of damage, especially if Z Kremlin invests like a Catalyst plus an Instructors onto Wanderer, then that can really shut down all the damage from the Mew deck and then give the OTK deck time to power out. But if the Yelan deck misses on that first round kind of 3 energy, 3 skill opening from Yelan, then that will give Z Kremlin a window to kind of do his own damage on Wanderer there. So that round 1 is very crucial. Also very crucial, I believe, who goes first. Although it's probably the least You know, there's a lot of matchups where who goes first matters a lot. This is probably the one that matters the least.
Yeah, so I mean, Yulan OTK of course, meaning one turn kill. It is a combo deck. You're looking to do all the damage in basically 1 or 2 turns because the Yulan burst only lasts for 2 rounds, right?
2 rounds, yeah.
It's very similar to Xingqiu's burst, where you do have that Hydro application with every normal attack, but instead of lasting per normal attack, it's per round. So, and the round that you cast it in is included in those 2 rounds, right?
There's a Guoba.
Oh, there's a Guoba!
And a Eula.
Oh, wait, we didn't see those cosplayers before, right?
these are
Eula
new.
and Ayaka. I love the cosplayers we're seeing in the audience.
Yeah, I just wonder if it's having a live audience there. Sometimes you'll be able to hear them react on stream as well, so keep an ear out for that. With a lot of people cheering on our plays there, which is really awesome to see.
Very awesome to see. I mean, this is only our 2nd game for today. We do have 2 best of 5, so we can have between 3 or 5 matches in these sets. And you'll be seeing at the start of this next game, there will be a raffle that players can enter into. I will cue you guys on that very shortly, though.
Woba there, very happy. Making quite a splash in Genius Invocation. Of course, his Arcane Legend card, Every House of Stove, probably the most played Arcane Legend in this tournament.
Oh, that would be an interesting statistic to look at, like how often Arcane Legends are picked. I mean, I feel like Stove, we call it that for short. It's very reliable card, right?
It is, yeah. Basically, you know, for those of you watching at home, you know, Arcane cards can be really tricky to pick if you're new to Genius Invocation. If you don't know which Arcane card works best for your deck, highly encourage you to run that Every House of Stove, the Global Stove God card. Oh. Whoa.
Wait.
That's like...
Wait, it's like...
real life Ayaka.
Real life Ayaka, indeed. An Ayato.
Yeah.
It's like an Ayaka mask.
It is, it is.
I love the cosplays. There's so many more cosplays today.
It is, yeah. It's still early in the day, you know. We're gonna go pretty late here with the coverage, so there's gonna be a lot of games still left today and a lot of chances to win prizes. So we'll have to see.
I heard the music change, so I think we are about to get into our 2nd match here. PP Pig versus Z Crimlite, that Yulan OTK deck with Lisa instead of Thunder Manifestation up against Mew, that Mona Eula Wanderer deck. Who is going to win? Who is going to win?
I would really love to see Lisa win on camera. This is the first time we've seen Lisa in a competitive setting. You know, she has a very interesting kit, but not very powerful.
So, the bottom right graphic, it says raffle ongoing. So if you input the name of the player you're personally rooting for into the Astro Carnival Twitch chat, has to be Astro Carnival Twitch chat, and your UID, same message, you will be entered into a raffle to win 1,000 Primo Gems. We will have 2 winners at the end of this match, and this raffle ends pretty quickly into this match, so make sure you're doing that right now. There should be a lot of spam in chat.
Yeah, a lot of spam joining in for this window. But PP Pig there, we saw, you know, one of the crucial things from the Yulan attack, you want to draw either Minty Meat Rolls or Northern Smoked Chicken. We're going to throw away his entire hand just to dig for that card, but he does draw it.
Ooh.
So he is able to get that 3 attack opening and rolling 5 Hydro dice. That's actually brilliant.
That's a high roll.
Yeah.
That is a high roll.
Yeah, 5 Hydro is what you need to skill attack on Yulan, and that gives you the most amount of cards. So PP Pig off to a great start, but Z Crimlite's hand also good. The one thing missing though, he does not have a Wagner right now. He does have Timaeus and Dunya Paimon, but I think he's gonna try and hope to get Wagner off of that Dunya-zan.
I think all Z Crimlite can hope to do is actually just freeze Yulan here. But that would be kind of delaying his turn as well, right?
He drew a Chef Mao as well, so now he's going to be able to get a free roll on those Minty Meat rolls.
Yeah, so much card draw coming out of PP Pig right now. You know, of course, Yulan has those 3 breakthrough stacks. When she does a normal attack the next time, it will consume 2 of those breakthrough stacks, apply Hydro onto her normal attack, and also allow her to draw a card. And so this is why, you know, getting all those Hydro dice early on for Yulan OTK is so strong, because with this Yulan OTK deck, you're really trying to draw out your deck as fast as possible and look for that magic artifact engine, right? So.
Ooh, yeah, definitely. And okay, so Z Crimlite is not going to opt to play Wagner, instead going for Timaeus. Gamblers. I don't know if that's actually what you want. I think you really want a Gilded to start.
Instructors here for Z Crimlite, right?
Yeah, Gilded or Instructors both would be fine. Either way, that Timaeus would be able to generate 2 or 3 dice off of either of those artifacts. But I think Gamblers is the worst of these, because you're not... you know, Gamblers is great when your other characters are low, but they're not good at generating dice for you at the beginning. So I think PP Pig here already off to quite an advantage.
So Mew is a very high rolly deck to my understanding.
Yeah.
I think... Oh, by the way, the raffle has ended, so... I would stop your spam for now. Wait for the next match. We can go back to talking about the game a little bit. There will be another raffle once we get into our third match here in this first best of 5, so stay tuned for that. But we will announce the winners after the end of this match. But back to the game. So I do believe Mew is kind of high rolling of a deck, right? I've heard different players talking about it. It really depends on what cards and what dice you have in the first couple of rounds to really get Wanderer going strong.
Yeah.
And especially against Elon OTK, which is looking to ramp up as well. Like, having a slower ramp is not ideal.
Not ideal. I mean, having that Paimon there is going to be pretty good going to the next round. I don't think this is necessarily a bad start for Zcrimlet, but just PB Pig's start is better by a little bit, especially now drawing the second Chef Mao along with that Seed Dispensary. So we're going to see PB Pig going to be set up with a lot of die. We might actually see quite a lot of damage coming on this turn. Usually round 3 is when these decks really pop off. But yeah, preemptively equipping that Lotus, because of course Wanderer's attack is going to hit Lisa off field.
Yes, that Lotus is going onto Lisa because after using his skill, he's going to be going for those normal attacks and we'll be going for the next active character. So after Yelan, it's Lisa. So
that is one way the Mew deck can kind of come up on top in this matchup. So usually with the Yelan deck, once Yelan bursts, you're really looking to sacrifice her. The damage on her right now doesn't matter, and the more damage she soaks up, the better. But Wanderer being able to attack off field here is pretty nice because now they can't avoid damage on Lisa or Signora, which are the two you're trying to protect.
I think what I don't like here for Zcrimlet though is that, PP Pig has a lot of dice at his disposal right now.
Yeah.
And he's going to be able to swap onto... Oh, he's just staying on Yelan here.
Yeah,
I was going to say he could go to Lisa and do a whole lot of damage, and Zcrimlet doesn't have the dice to really swap away if he goes for another normal attack.
Yeah, I mean, this is one of the ways you can kind of force your opponent to take deal more damage on Wanderer. Obviously, doing this as well is going to deny that swallow reaction, because of course swapping to Lisa here would allow Zcrimlet to swallow on Signora. And in fact, PB Pig doesn't want to take any more damage on Signora, because as soon as she drops below 4, at the start of the next round, she will flip into that Crimson Witch of Embers, which will deny kind of that revive effect, which PB Pig really wants to hold on to for as long as the game goes. So really, I think if you're new to playing this Yelan deck, it's very tempting to swap off Yelan right away. But as you've noticed with a lot of these players, it's perfectly fine, especially when you have those breakthrough stacks, to just normal attack on Yelan, draw a card, get just damage out with that burst, even without using your other characters.
Zcrimlet deciding to tune one of those Hydro die, so he has 3 unique and play Lieben. So he's basically ramping for the next turn. He knows that going for normal here would not be swirling any Hydro onto Yelan or Signora, and it wouldn't do that much damage, honestly. He doesn't want to waste that win favored stack, so it's really up to PB Pig what he wants to do here.
Yeah, actually, so it looks like the line that Zcrimlet's going to look to take is if he can try and get Hydro again on Lisa and Signora, then Eula has a really good shot of being able to lock out both of those characters and then wait out the Yelan burst. And that would be actually a huge turning point, because if PB Pig isn't able to utilize more of those Yelan attacks, then that's going to really put the brakes on the damage he's able to do.
Yeah, so I mean, this is the difference between combo and stall, right? PB Pig was playing Ningguang stall before and was able to survive Eula's attacks, right? But in this case, Zcrimlet is playing that Mew deck again, and PB Pig might not be able to survive Eula, especially if Zcrimlet is able to get the Hydro Swirl, and I think he will be able to. He has that 1 stack of win favorite. He's going to be able to...
He's going to be able to attack Signora here, but the problem...
take the Hydro off
exactly.
of her.
So I like that swap there from PB Pig. If he had stayed on Yelan, then Zcrimlet would have had the option to skill on Wanderer one more time to spread Hydro onto all of the other 2 characters. But you have to navigate this turn quickly. One important thing, PB Pig has not yet drawn a Leave It to Me. So oh no, he has one now. Okay. That might be going to be pretty important. He's going to want to save that so he can freeze Eula this round with Signora's basic attack.
Zcrimlet is almost certainly going to be going for a sacrifice on Wanderer.
You have to,
He's going to have to go for that normal.
Yeah, Wanderer's going to go down to Electrocharge hit no matter what. So he's not going to be able to burst on Wanderer, which is actually a lot of damage he's going to be missing out on.
I wonder if you're Zcrimlet, when do you equip that in structures? Is that going to go on Eula, do you think?
I think it has to go on Eula at this point. You're not going to want to waste it on Wanderer unless you had something like a Ball Princess to generate die once Wanderer goes down. But he's in a bit of a tough situation. This is why, this matchup is fairly even, but PB Pig's hand was just really good this game. He has 2 Chef Maos now down on the table. It's going to be 2 extra dice per round. He has another Minty Meat Rolls in hand. The only thing he's missing really is a Gilded Dreams. If he draws a Gilded Dreams right now off of anything, it's going to be lights out for Z-Kremlin.
Yeah, so I mean, that new artifact engine, if we call it magic, it's the community calls it magic because it can produce dice from nothing. If you have 0 dice, if you can equip Gilded for free, you will suddenly have 2 dice. If you have 4 Princess and you're replacing an artifact with 0 cost Gilded, you get 3 dice. You are just generating dice from nothing. It's magic. You do need Yayoi for that. You need a Lyre Song and you need Gilded, so...
Yeah, we're almost certainly going to see, I believe, a Minty Meat Rolls go down on... Actually, no, he'll probably save it for... Yeah, he's going to save it for Signora because he's going to anticipate the freeze from Eula here. I think Z-Kremlin's forced to make this attack. So, in the Yelan OTK attack, we have Lisa and Signora both as options. Your Electro character is the one that's going to deal the most damage. Freeze being not a very damaging reaction, but Signora is going to be critical here to lock out Eula from any further attacks after she makes this first one.
And unfortunately, Z-Kremlin is forced to go to Eula here, right? Because Mona is so low, once he loses Mona, he loses a lot of defensive power. But, and you see his reaction there in the bottom left camera, PP Pig did have that Leave It To Me. So, I mean, this is probably going to be it. This game is going a whole lot faster. This is the power of combo.
Yeah, I think, you know, if PP Pig didn't have the Leave It To Me, Z-Kremlin would have been able to take out either Yelan or bring Signora down below or force her to revive, which prevents her from being able to actually freeze you, and so would have been able to skill again on Eula. So yeah, this is almost certainly over. I mean, the only thing that could go worse for Z-Kremlin right now is if PP Pig actually draws into a Lyre Song, Gilded Dreams with this.
So I was about to say he used the Lyre Song to unequip the 0 cost artifact that was on Yelan, the flowing rings, and equip it onto Signora so he could draw another card. I mean, and he actually got that Gilded Dreams. So
yeah, this is 100% over for Z-Kremlin. I mean, you could hear the crowd reaction when he drew that card. I mean, he didn't need it, I don't think, but this is almost certainly going to seal it for Z-Kremlin. Very unfortunate there. I mean, again, PP Pig just drew perfectly this round, and that was the correct decision. The Lyre Songs without any artifacts aren't doing anything. You might as well use one to redraw what you have in your hand. And
I think it's important to watch Z-Kremlin's camera now because as he plays that Gilded Dreams, unfortunately, Z-Kremlin knows it's over. Yeah. I'm just looking at PP Pig's heart rate here. We were talking earlier about how it was so low and now it's high. He knows he's about to win.
He knows he's about to win, yeah. I mean, one thing against PP Pig here, he didn't play the Yayoi there when he should have, so he is missing one die from this combo here. He is missing one die,
but he doesn't need it.
He doesn't need it. Z-Kremlin, really nothing he could do about that in that matchup. You know, I think he drew pretty well, but the PP Pig just had the perfect opener and drew the perfect cards, and it's going to be up to Z-Kremlin to reverse sweep it.
You hear the clapping in the background. Congratulations to PP Pig for taking the second match. This first best of 5. Whoever is losing in this best of 5, by the way, will be entirely knocked out. This is the lower elimination bracket.
Yeah. Z-Kremlin coming in with a pretty impressive record. You know, was undefeated in the group stage, but did go 1 game to 3 against LL Rise Falcon, who of course is going to be appearing later in the upper bracket here. But you could see the difference in reaction, I think, between the end of that game from PP Pig versus the second one. He was unfazed in game 2. I believe it is possible. We actually had one person yesterday who won 2 separate raffles legitimately. So even if you have won a raffle before, you know, still continue enter, still continue to watch. You might get another chance there. But I don't believe those were the winners for the previous round. If you are in the Astro Carnival chat, though, I believe they are announcing the winners separately in the chat. So you should be able to be notified. But here we go. Let's see.
Here we go. So 2 more winners for 1,000 Primo Gems, Palix22 and YTK_Bowser. Congratulations for winning 1,000 Primo Gems.
Yeah.
Of course, you know, we're going to have raffles ongoing at the beginning of every match, not just a best of 5, but every individual match. So as we get into our next match, make sure you're paying attention. We'll give you a cue and tell you how to enter.
Yeah, and so if you want, you know, if you enjoy Primo Gems, then you should definitely be rooting for Z-Kremlin to try and come back 2 more games, bring this into a 5-game set. I mean, he's had a really tough run. Again, I don't think there's anything he could have done in that last game. And once again, this Mew has not been doing well.
I mean, so we saw that statistic yesterday, right? It has a 33% win rate just in the group stage, and I don't think it's performed very well coming into the elimination stage either. So it is very high rolling. You have to do really well on it in order to get that early advantage. But I mean, here we have PP Pig playing his last deck finale, official Nahida Lini, and that one's performed way more consistently, I think, right?
Yeah, it's been the most picked and also the most banned. It's got a lot of stats going for it. It's the most picked, it's the most banned, it's also the most winning. So the combination of those 3 stats really tell you all you need to know about this deck. But obviously Z-Kremlin choosing to ban that double pyro, thinking it's a lot more scary. That one actually has a bit of I think is a bit of a sleeper. I think most people are looking at this finally deck and putting Manifestation with Signora. But, you know, being able to split him off and put him with double pyro is very powerful. We're not going to see that on camera, maybe later on today. But Z-Criminal's going to be having an uphill battle here because he is facing probably the strongest deck in the metagame. He is going to switch decks onto that double Anemo, which I believe may be the one deck he has that is favored into this matchup. So trying to maintain momentum.
Yeah, here we go. PP Pig bringing that finale deck, of course. Fi meaning Fischl, Na meaning Nahida, and Li meaning Linny. I see Nahida's talent here. It's been a while since I've seen that included, actually, so I believe it further buffs elemental reaction damage, if I'm remembering right.
It does. I believe what it does is
it lasts another
It
turn.
depends on what characters you have on your team. So with Pyro, I believe it makes the seeds convert to Dendro damage, and with Electro, it should make it. It was either +1 duration or +1 damage. It's been a while since I've seen that talent played. Myself, it's not very common, and we also see here another interesting thing. I believe it's the Emblem Severed Fate.
Wow, wait, I didn't catch that Emblem of Severed Fate. That is one that is not commonly used.
No, so that build very much powering out Nahida Burst, I believe, is really focusing to try and get her burst at high damage and snipe off key characters, which is actually going to match up incredibly well into double Anemo.
And here we have the double Anemo deck, so it's commonly called Danemo in the community because you have Dia and then double Anemo, so Danemo. It's kind of it's a stall deck, but it can be played aggressively too. I think it plays well into Finale.
It generally does. Yeah, I mean, though the version of Finale, I am going to be concerned a little bit for Z-Criminal there, that focuses so heavily on burst, that extra burst damage, because of course Emblem of Severed Fate adds +2 damage to your burst as well as generating extra energy, but you can actually use that in combination with Adeptus, so you could get in a situation where you get +5 damage on that Nahida burst. That will be very easily able to take out a character like Jean or Lynette, who has a lot of equipment on, and if you can take out that character who is well equipped, then it's going to be over for Danimo. So I'm going to be really looking out for those cards. Z-Criminal, of course, has access to these deck lists beforehand, so would have noticed those two very different cards from the standard build, so he's going to need to start playing around them.
I think Z-Criminal has an uphill battle here as well because he has to face this Finale deck with Mew, and I think that's a really bad matchup actually. In this Conquest format, you can't play the decks you've already won with, and so Z-Criminal hasn't yet won on that Mew. He's going to have to play that eventually, even if he does win this one, even if he wins the next one. So I wonder why he went with Danimo here. Maybe he's just looking to kind of whittle down his opponent's mental a bit by playing something that's more favorable.
Yeah, I think he's starting with the strongest deck in the matchup, and, you know, chat is going to be very happy about this because, you know, this is going to be the best chance of dragging it out one more game for another raffle. But yeah, it's going to be really tough here even after winning this game because finally, you know, it's very consistent, but it also has very powerful draws, and PP Pig's going to have 3 different games now in order to take advantage of the power of the deck.
And we're seeing these players setting up here. PP Pig seemingly a little anxious going into this next match. Of course, he knows if he wins here, he's not knocked out of the tournament. It's huge. Also, these cosplayers are amazing. I love the cosplays we're seeing in the audience so much. I love that we have a live audience here in the studio.
Yeah, having live audience definitely changes things. I mean, you know, you and I were both at Malaysia, obviously, at that Prince Cup, and it was kind of live, except it was in the middle of a mall, but this is very much a dedicated audience for TCG. They are here to watch these players fight. They are here to watch them win. And we'll have to see if Z-Criminal can reverse sweep the set.
And here we go, PP Pig playing Finale versus Z-Criminal on Danimo. Who is going to win this third match? This could be the final match of this first best of 5. You're going to have to find out.
Yeah, Z-Criminal really going to have to pull out everything to win the next 3 matches.
And of course, the raffle is now ongoing, so if you type the name of the player that you are anticipating is going to win, or maybe you're personally rooting for, along with your UID into the chat, you'll be entered into a raffle to win 1,000 Prima Gems. We will have 2 winners. They'll be announced at the end of this match.
Yeah. I mean, again, if you like raffles, you should very much be rooting for Z-Criminal here to take this into a Game 4 and maybe even a 5. We'll have to see the dice openings here. So Z-Criminal looking for those Pyro die for Dea. And does get there.
I noticed that Z-Criminal's heart rate has actually gone down quite a bit.
Ooh. There was a big cheer from the audience there. I wonder what that was about. Probably something to do with the dice rolls.
Something to do with the dice rolls. They're
pretty even.
They're
I mean,
pretty
there's
even
good
for
openings from
Z-Criminal.
both sides here.
It is good.
Yeah, PP Pig does have a pretty good opener with 2 Vorikashas and also that seed dispensary. So he's going to have get off to a pretty nice start.
Yeah, basically, PP Pig doesn't have to tune to cast Oz or go to Nahida or Linny. He kind of has a lot of freedom here.
Yeah.
He can play that Seed Dispensary and go for a free Voro Kasha equip as well. As for Z Crimlet, I mean, his dice are also really, really nice here. No one's having to tune in the first round. This is actually first, I think.
Yeah, and he's also, I was going to play Wagner and Liben there, trying to tank as much damage on Dea because she is the most expendable one in this matchup. She's mostly there for that summon utility and the shield that comes with it. So perfectly happy to bring Dea below 6 right now.
I do think that the weapon that Z Crimlet drew was Light of Foliar Incision. So that is the one that will refund an elemental dice every normal attack. Unfortunately, I don't think that's the one Z Crimlet wants. Also, the raffle for this match has ended. So if you weren't able to catch the beginning of the raffle, just wait for the start of next match. We'll be able to queue you, but we will be announcing those winners after the end of this match.
Yeah. So Z Crimlet, yeah, the Lo-Fi Light of Foliar Incision, that is probably the least desirable sword at this moment. He really would have liked to see Aquila for the extra healing or even Sacrificial Sword just for that dice advantage. Of course, with Ragnar, you do have to run 3 unique weapons. Lo-Fi is...
Oh! Wait, there's Aquila! Okay, you just drew it naturally. Great.
Yeah. You do need to run 3 weapons. Lo-Fi is the least desirable one. We've seen it do pretty well on camera as well. It does have its applications, but not in this specific matchup.
So, yeah, Z Crimlet opting. We drew
all
every weapon from the weapon banner.
That's actually not great for him because, you know, you really can't make use of all 3 weapons here. But at the very least, he did draw that Aquila, so he's going to go over to Lynette here, tank some damage. He does have that talent, so that's going to come in very clutch.
That is going to come in very clutch. So, I mean, Lynette is a new character in patch 4.3, and she's kind of the star of this deck in some ways, because with the talent, she's able to do an additional 2 damage, I believe, with her elemental skill on her second cast in 1 round. So, I mean, it takes a little bit of setup, and your opponent can play around it, especially if they know you have that talent card in your deck, but it is, like, it's troublesome regardless.
Yeah. Although in this case, the Aquila actually is going a little bit against Seacrim's favor here. Of course, if Lynette is above 9 health, her skill, 8 health, her skill isn't going to actually heal anymore. So Seacrim might lose out on 2 points of healing here, unfortunately. But still going to be forced into this play, but not going to be able to deny the Nahida burst.
I think fortunately for, and I was looking at the card PP Pig was drawing before I was saying this, fortunately PP Pig has not drawn Nahida's talent, so...
Yeah, Nahida's talent not going to come into play here. Would very much have, I think, turned the tide of this game. Does draw that emblem, but I don't think it's been super useful here. We'll have to see what PP Pig decides. Actually, wait. No, he can't use both. Can he? Adeptus?
Liar's Song?
No, I think it's not enough. 4, 6. Yeah, it's 1 short. He needs 1 more die. It's 7 to equip both emblem and Adeptus and burst. That
Are you sure?
Yeah.
Are you sure? Liar's Song?
Yeah, you can liar on one of the artifacts. It makes Gilded cost 1, so that brings it up to
Gilded.
6 dice. And that is not going to be quite enough.
But you can just equip... You can just equip Emblem right off the bat, right?
I mean, you can definitely equip Emblem to just deal a bunch of damage. We might still see that go down, or at least an Adeptus burst. I think PP Pig's weighing his options because he does have that extra die with Gilded. So if he's anticipating the heater going down, he might want to save that Gilded so he can skill again on another character rather than wasting that extra dice here. But ooh,
wait, a quick swap. This is interesting. Is he gonna go to Linny and summon?
It almost has to be linear. So it looks like he
Malkin?
does not want Nahida to go down and does not want to burst this round. That's very interesting. You know, I think he might be saving that burst. He has that second Leave It To Me. So I believe what his thinking is he drew both of his kind of high damage skills. So he's going to try and take out Lynette, who has a lot of invested on her right now, with that Aquila in a single round.
This is a whole lot of damage that's going to come out of PP Pig, considering Lynette also has Seeds of Skanda applied onto her. So every time an elemental reaction takes place, she's going to be losing an additional point of damage. And then, of course, those summons at the end of turn are going to be a whole lot of damage overload, doing additional 2 damage whenever it happens. So, ooh.
Ooh, Tandori. Tandori's skill is 8 damage. So
has Lynette already skilled? She skilled once, right?
She's already skilled. So Z Criminal has a line. The problem with that, though, he does have a Woven. Okay, so Z Criminal has the ability to take out Linny here. I don't know if that's worth it, but you might just need to do it anyway.
I think it might be worth it because, I mean, Official isn't the best finisher. Nahida isn't the best finisher.
Yeah, I think you're pretty happy to trade resources there because you have that Aquila. So as long as you can avoid being bursted down, he's going to do it.
Here we go. So Tandoori is going to do an additional 2 damage, I believe.
Yeah, 2 damage plus
and then
the Aquila.
plus another 2 damage plus Aquila Favonia plus her skill. So that is just enough to take out Linny. So Pig forced to go on to Nahida here.
Yeah, we probably will see a swap off of Nahida. You know, PP with that quick swap. He had the opportunity to burst there, but maybe got a little bit greedy trying to save up all of those artifacts.
Wait, why did PP Pig choose? Oh no, because the second cast of Lynette's skill automatically throws you backwards,
yes,
right?
it throws you back over to
So PP Pig
Nahida.
didn't even choose Nahida. That was something that just naturally happened with the second cast of Lynette's skill.
Okay, so PP Pig doing the right thing here is going to end on Nahida, hoping that Z-Kremlin doesn't have any more dice to swap off, but we know that Woven's going to become super crucial here. He needs to swap off of Lynette, and he's going to do it.
There we go. I'm just watching the players' cameras right now. No reaction, actually, from PP Pig. Also, their heart rates are pretty similar.
Yeah, I mean, I think for PP Pig, you have to know that your opponent is only making that play if they have a way to swap off Lynette, because they see the burst coming, they know you have Adeptus, it's just too risky to, not do that. But now Lynette, we're gonna start seeing the power of Lynette in this deck, her ability to sustain in a 1v1, or in this case, even 1v2 matchup.
Oh, that Tenacity of Millilith coming a little late for Z-Kremlin, I think, but maybe it could still come in handy if this goes on a second round.
Yeah. Honestly, in this matchup, because of how fast it goes, Vorikasha might end up being about as good as Tenacity. It's a lot cheaper to equip, it's easier to find that one window, and the healing really makes up for, the lack of shields here. So I think Z-Kremlin's fine not having Tenacity here. We might still see a window where he can equip it onto Jean or Lynette in the endgame. Again, upgrading, right? We might see Z-Kremlin upgrade that Vorikasha into a Tenacity, replace it at some point, but not at this moment. I mean, it's still very close.
With those 3 Hydro dice, who knows? Unfortunately for Z-Kremlin, you do have to have 3 Animal dice per Lynette skill, so doesn't really have it.
Doesn't really have it. I mean, we're probably going to see PP Pig swap off of Fischl here. So I think PP Pig is going to have to try and save. He has the Adeptus Burst for Nahida, which is going to be a total of 7 damage. That is enough to take out Lynette. And without a fast swap in Z-Kremlin's hand, he can't safely go to Lynette right now.
Here we go. Gilded Dreams coming on to Fischl. Of course, Yayoi will refund. How does it work? So it's for every artifact that's on an active character, right? You get a discount of 1, and then also she naturally gives a discount of 1.
Yeah, so when you play Yayoi with 1 artifact or equipped, you effectively count as a Woven, and then if you ever have 2 artifacts equipped and you play Gilded, because it's free, you essentially have generated 2 additional dice. So this is basically a neutral play there. You play Yayoi, and then you play Gilded for 1 and generate 2 additional dice. So basically dice fixing, because of course PP Pig does need extra Omni dice in order to burst on Nahida. So he's really debating whether he wants to burst here. I think he's thinking about the swap. Unfortunately, though, the swap isn't very good either, because when you're on Fischl, the only thing you can do is overload Z-Kremlin onto Lynette, which is exactly what he wants.
You do have enough to burst here. How much would Adeptus...
Adeptus burst is 7, plus the burning is 8, so it would be enough to bring Jean to 1. Also, it's going to be a burst.
Burst, but not Adeptus Burst, just going for Lotus to protect Nahida, because, I mean, of course, like I was saying earlier, Fischl is not the best finisher.
Yeah.
So you don't really want Nahida to fall here.
And of course, Adeptus Burst, you usually don't want to play it if it's not going to kill a character here. But this does give Z-Kremlin, the window to swap over to Lynette. That is what he's going to do.
What does PP Pig do in response? So, I mean, Jean and Lynette do not have any elemental auras on them. PP Pig can't really go for any elemental reactions at the moment.
I think PP Pig, he had to play that Lotus to play around a potential quick swap, I believe, from Lynette. Although that's actually not enough damage, because Lynette, of course, only gets that bonus damage on a second skill. So actually a bit interesting that he chose to play the Lotus there, because he knows that the Tandoori is no longer in play. So there's no way for Z-Kremlin to actually deal 5 damage with Lynette, but still gonna opt to do it.
Yeah, I wonder what his line of thinking was there. I mean, maybe he thought he'd be playing the Lotus anyway, so he was just playing it preemptively.
Yeah, maybe playing it preemptively. Definitely interesting to see.
There's a whole lot of equipping and re-equipping going on here, by the way. So, I mean, Liar Song is 0 cost event card that takes an artifact from your active character, well, any character that has an artifact, and then you can play it again or play any artifact for 2 costs less. So.
Well, the hash brown's going to come in very. So yeah, Z equivalent now with Chef Mao and plenty of food. You know, you really need that to sustain Lynette in addition to her burst. So I think he's in a really good spot right now. So he's going to have to decide, does he want to burst here and get, of course, Lynette's burst adds an extra shield for each round, or if he wants to just skill twice. Does he want to? I mean, I think you start with Dunyazad Mao. See what happens.
I think, you know, yeah, Dunyazad Mao would definitely. So if when you play Dunyazad and then you play Chef Mao or any companion card, you get to draw another companion card. So maybe whatever he draws from that would change his decision making just a little bit.
Yeah, Dunyazad Mao could draw you a second Chef Mao, in which case that hash brown starts looking very good. So I think that's what we're gonna see here.
Did Z Gremlin bring an egg in this deck? I don't remember.
I am not sure. I will have to look that real quick. I believe this deck tends not to run egg because basically once one of your characters go down, it's pretty bad anyway, even if you revive them, because equipment is really what you're looking for. And so not having that equipment almost makes it not worth it to revive your characters in that way.
So PvPig using his last quick swap here to go to official did draw an egg. I'm wondering if that's gonna come into come in at all next round. I don't know if it's gonna be clutch or not.
I mean, unfortunately,
hit or miss.
Yeah, unfortunately though, you know, egg and that tandoori chicken are both great, but PvPig hasn't drawn any Chef Maos as of this moment. And so without the Chef Maos, it's gonna be really expensive for him to play either of those cards and still have enough to take out Lynette. You know, the longer Lynette stays in play, that Aquila and that Vorakasha is going to start adding up. So now we're going to see the Mao play.
Yeah, here we go. Dunyazad into most likely Chef Mao. You know, so Lynette's next cast of her skill, she's already used it once. So the next time she casts it, it's going to deal an additional 2 damage. So I believe is that enough? It's not enough.
To take out, no. You're only doing 6 damage. Because of course Swole does not buff the primary target. So Fischl just out of range here, but I think that's fine. You might be looking to burst here just for that extra survivability. We'll probably see a Tune of Tenacity here. It's almost too late for them. I'm surprised he hasn't just played the Chef Mao.
You play Mao and Hash Brown, right? Does Lynette have the status that she would lose HP?
I don't think Z equivalent has skill just yet. Ooh, another Dunyazad. That's pretty much a dead card, so we're almost certainly going to see that tuned.
Maybe he's going to go for another skill here and then decide to hash afterwards so he doesn't have to deal with losing health.
It very much could be possible, although Lynette... So, okay, Lynette already does have the debuff on her.
She does. So I think you go for Burst here then.
Yeah, Burst might be fine. I think either one works. Either way, I think below 6 Lynette doesn't take the damage. So she should be safe. The one thing Zecrollet can't do, though, is hash Lynette, because then she'll just take 2 damage anyway, I would think. Although the summons at the end of round are actually going to do it anyway.
I guess if he's planning on having Lynette tank those summon damage, then hashing here makes sense.
That's his plan.
And then she's not going to take the 2 damage reduction because she's already going to be very low health from tanking those summons. So.
We saw similar plays, of course, from other players where, you know, if you calculate the summons and the C damage and the reaction damage correctly, assuming it's calculated it correctly, should bring Lynette low enough that she doesn't take that 2 extra damage. I mean, that 2 extra damage is going to be very crucial, right? Like, if Z-Crimlet miscalculates and takes too much damage on Lynette, it's going to be too much damage to overcome.
Oh, we see Z-Crimlet with his head in his hands here. He's really thinking everything through here. Decides to swap onto Jean End, but I saw his reaction again just now. I wonder if he realizes it was a mistake.
That might have been a mistake, because that swap onto Jean means that Lynette is no longer...
Lynette is gonna take the... Wait. Yes,
no. Lynette is still going to have to take that 2 extra damage at the end of the round. So now it's going to be at 5 with
So he shouldn't have hashed Lynette there. That was actually a mistake. We see PvPig celebrating here because he knows. He knows.
Yeah, I believe with that Tandoori and skill, that's enough. It's 3 plus 2. Yeah, it's 5. Yeah, Z-Crimlet needed to stay on Lynette there. Making a mistake at the last moment. Oh, that's really rough. He knows his loss there. I mean, these players, again, have calculated all these lines. Very well played there by Z-Crimlet, but... he's already put down his headset, and that's going to be the
Look at those dice
end.
on PvPig's side. Literally everything he needs. Going for the 5-cost skill of Tandoori to finish it off. I don't even think he needed to do that, did he?
No, he needed Tandoori because Lynette was at 5, so that Tandoori was required. But Z-Crimlet, knowing that his opponent probably does have Tandoori at that moment, PvPig Very well fought, but it's going to be able to take... And, you know, PP Pig took out Inzaghi in 3-0 and now is able to take out Z Crimlet in another convincing 3-0. So he's undefeated in the lower brackets so far. That's pretty... Yeah, that's pretty amazing. But one more competitor from, of course, the Southeast, Hong Kong, Macau, Taiwan Prince Cup has been eliminated. And one more dynamic cup participant goes forward into the next stage.
Yeah, I believe only Whip Kong is left from the Southeast Asia, Hong Kong, Macau, Taiwan Prince Cup tournament.
Yeah.
So here we have 2 more winners from our raffle, by the way. So congratulations to SOS13 and Bro Doggo 54. If you see your name up there, you've won 1,000 Primo Gems. Just again, congratulations. And we are hosting these raffles at the beginning of each match, not just the entire set between players, but each individual match. So if you miss this last one, make sure you're paying attention for a cue on the next one.
Yeah, unfortunately, Zcrim not able to stage a comeback and give you more opportunities to win Primo Gems. People are just proving too strong. Yeah, I mean, it'll be very exciting to see what, you know, how he's going to play. He will be appearing one more time, I believe, today as the winner in that lower bracket.
Yeah, so we're going to be going through a lot of our lower bracket finalists to figure out who's going to be advancing to the finals tomorrow. And then we're going to have one upper bracket match later on, and the winner of that is also going to be advancing. So we're just gonna have to see how that plays out. But yeah, I really feel like Z Crimlet had a chance to win there, and I don't know if it was nerves or something else, but it's just so unfortunate, you know. Also, there is a redemption code on the screen right now. You will get 3,000 lucky coins, and if you're new to TCG or if you're just coming back to it, this is a great opportunity to get some lucky coins without having to grind them out. You too could be a player on the big stage like this if you participate in tournaments and rise to the top. So just make note that the code is valid until 11:59 p.m. UTC plus 8 times. So just make sure you're converting it into your local time zone.
Yeah. It should be about 9 hours from now based on, you know, the schedule of the thing. Yeah, we're right now at about 3 o'clock our time, so it should be about 9 hours from now. But again, if you're watching this stream at a later date and or a later time, you know, it might have expired already. Just keep that in mind. But we'll be giving out one of these every day. We had a different code yesterday, of course, so we'll probably most likely have one again tomorrow. So keep an eye out and make sure you tune back in tomorrow.
Yeah,
for
the
those.
grand finals are coming tomorrow. Yeah, I mean, today is just about figuring out who's actually going to get there, right? So, unfortunately, this was Z Crimlet's last stop. We are in the lower elimination bracket, so these players all have only 1 life left. They've already been knocked out once before.
Yeah.
So, I mean, he's definitely had a really good showing in this tournament, especially during the group stage.
Yeah.
We were really impressed.
I mean, I think a lot of it comes down to kind of the dynamics of the elimination. Oh, sorry, the was it conquest format.
Yes.
You know, if you bring the wrong decks, if your opponent predicts at all what types of decks you're bringing, it can be really bad, because if you have any bad matchups, and I think we saw a couple there, you know, Z Crimlet got into a position where after, you know, PP Pig won with 1 or 2 decks, he had that finally deck which matched up very well
against everything basically Z Crimlet brought. And I mean, he was talking a little bit about this before. I think that he really tried to change his decks up. He could not bring that Diona Freestyle again because he got counterpicked. So here we have the post-match data for PP Pig in this best of 5. So the average rounds taken was 5, and I don't think it was because of PP Pig's side. You know, Z Crimlet did bring stall again, though he did bring that Ningguang stall deck as well.
Yeah. So most likely kind of dragged out by that one game. I think it went to about 7 or 8 rounds there. But that strongest single strike, we only see the winner stats here, but of course we saw Z Crimlet does take the strongest single strike for on camera, being 16 with that Eula with the help of Mona.
And here we have the average heart rate compared to the peak heart rate for both of these players. So I mean, I feel like it was very consistent across the board. Z Crimlet did have high spikes, but so did PP Pig at 161. Z Crimlet has always been a high heart rate player, but you know, PP Pig kind of goes back and forth depending on how calm or how energetic he is. If he's excited to win or anxious to lose, he has a lot of variation there. But
yeah, we saw it to be very low, I believe, during the group stages. You know, when he was in group stage, we saw like 70, 80 or something. But I think as he's getting closer, and he's getting closer and closer to that championship, he's getting more and more, you know, anticipating that win there. And again, I mean, he's probably had the most dominant performance out of all the competitors in the lower bracket, you know, despite having lost some rounds in the group stages. So
I would say so too.
Yeah, really excited to see how he does. I believe he will be the last match of today. We're going to figure out who is going to be playing against next in our next match shortly.
Yeah, so soon we will have Chikoa versus Voice, and of course Chikoa being the champion of the Prince Cup Japan, and Voice in qualifying through the Dynamic Cup. So gonna have to stay tuned for that. Chikoa did beat out Stranger yesterday, who was first place in the Korea Prince Cup. So
yeah, if you didn't get a chance to watch yesterday, we had 3 Prince Cup participants and PPP.
2 of them were knocked out.
Yeah, in their lower bracket there, on the verge of elimination there, and it looks like PP Pig is going to be the survivor at least of those 4 for now. We will see between Chico and Voice and who will be able to come up. I mean, Chico did a pretty good performance there. You know, again, it really comes down to a lot of these bans and things, and they do get a chance to change up their decks between every best of 5, and so they will be able to adapt their picks based on who they're facing.
Remind me, Chikoa was a player that brought a lot of stall, right?
Chico was the only one of the 2 players in the group stage that did bring that Ningguang double hydro, but along with Kurisa, I believe. But we've seen that pick be more popular as we go on. You know,
that's true. Yeah, I mean, PP Pig chose to bring it as well today and performs.
It was good. I mean, it's a very strong matchup into an aggressive metagame. You know. Ironically, haven't seen it kind of perform at peak. It's kind of gone into some very awkward matchups, but the double cleanse with Barbara and Kokomi are very powerful normally. And if you can utilize that, it's very easy to get ahead of even a powerful deck like Finally. Like, I think Finale,
yeah,
I guess.
I think it's really good into Finale, actually.
Yeah.
But, I mean, for now, we're going to be seeing some quick highlights and then have a short break. See you soon.
Boss, we have a lead on that no-good thief. They call him the Sea Shadow. This is his arrest warrant. Unfortunately, he's got a good nose. He's unpredictable too, which is how he's eluded us thus far.
Stop, you thief! Get back here! How's he so fast?
Going somewhere? Hey there! Coming at ya! This one's got your name on it!
Gotta cut my losses.
He's one step ahead. Thank you! So what if you flee by sea? Come on, lads, more speed!
Please, boss, put your umbrella away!
Ready to admit defeat? Let's get you to the guards.
Boss? We might need to get him to a doctor first.
It's dark in here. Wait here, Mr. Morris. I think the light switch should be somewhere over here.
Well, why did I have to get roped into this?
What was that? Who's there? Get me out! Get me out of here!
Did you really think you'd get away, Morris?
You've got the wrong guy. It wasn't me. I'm not the killer.
You know, Eliza died a far more heroic death than this. She fought your assassin to the end, to save the children she had hidden beneath the floorboards. That is Eliza's pendant. The one with a photo of you two inside. The one you gave her. Ring any bells?
It's a fake! It has to be! There's no way!
No way your assassin didn't destroy it, you mean? Did you ever love her, Morris? Or was killing her always the plan?
No, please. Listen to me. I told Eliza to keep us a secret. I paid her plenty for her silence. I never thought she'd keep the child. Everything was gonna come out, and I had no choice. She'd force my hand. No! I'm begging you. I have money. Just name your price, please.
You can keep your Mora, and you can go to hell. I'm Captain Shovraz of the Special Patrol. Morris, you're under arrest for Eliza's murder.
Huh?
Hmm? You're under arrest too, prop manager Veronique. Or perhaps I should call you the Second Musketeer.
The hour of my execution is almost here. For the sinner, the curtain call has come. I know I may not sound it, but faced with death, I find myself a little afraid. Perhaps this is one thing both gods and humans have in common. Farewell, Nervalette. I hope you've enjoyed the part you played these 500 years.
Judex Nuvelet, hereby declare, people of Fontaine, your sins are forgiven.
Have you ever heard of wushu dancing?
Liyue Harbor is always changing, so it is only fitting that Lantern Rite should change in turn.
Wushu dancing is famous in Chunyu Vale. Performers might be invited to promote the opening of a business or to spread good fortune during a holiday season.
Miss Farina is now one of my esteemed clients.
Is that so?
You're quite right, Miss Hutao.
How about we grab some dim sum from Shinya Kiosk? My treat. Congratulations! Up to it, Manzai!
A kite is always tied down no matter how far it flies or how high it soars.
O kite born of paper, flying true and sound, a lone traveler wanders, just awaiting to be found.
I always believed we would see each other again, that our days of separation would finally end.
Lantern Rite should be a day of reunion.
I don't know. I don't remember.
You chose a path without a future.
Spare my innocent child. I alone am the source of this sin.
One is fast on one's feet. Try to keep pace. Way to the Adeptus!
welcome back, travelers, to the Genshin Impact Genius Invocation TCG Asia Invitational. Once again, my name is Leah, aka Windflower Leah.
And this is Blep at Blep the Cat. And we saw really dominant performance just now in the previous best of fives, but we have one more to go.
We do have one more to go, and I do believe we're going to see a QR code on the screen. Yes, so if you see that QR code, your feedback is so valuable to us. It will help us, shape future streams, and also, you can say anything that's positive or negative. Just tell us what you think. Scan the QR code. Give us your feedback.
Yeah, I know the TCG community is very small right now, of course. So your feedback is very important. You can really get a chance to kind of improve these future events. If you have been loving the premium gem rewards, that's very important to let people know that is making a difference, because that is the way you'll be able to see more rewards to come. So definitely keep giving that feedback out. Let us know how we're doing and how we can improve the show to make it a better viewing experience.
And speaking of Primo Gem rewards, so just a reminder that there is a raffle ongoing at the start of every individual match. If you say the name of the player you're personally rooting for and also your UID in the chat, same message will be entered into a raffle to win 1,000 Primo Gems. There are 2 winners per match, so just make sure you're staying focused for our queue. I will be giving the queue.
Yeah, don't start spamming out right now.
Yeah, not right now. So.
But yeah, with another best of 5 ahead of us, that's potentially 10,000 more premium gems to give out.
And here we have the player data between the next 2 players coming up. This is the second best of 5 today, Chikoa and Voice. And of course, whoever loses this best of 5 is going to be eliminated from the tournament entirely. Of course, these players coming from the group stage in the lower bracket. So.
Well, Voice in here, of course, was in our upper bracket, but I believe was eliminated in a very close 3-2 against Kong, one of the players we will see later today in the upper bracket. But now knocked down to the lower.
Ooh, and here are the deck intros. So these are the decks these players have brought today.
Yeah, notably, so Chikoa actually bring a very similar lineup to what he brought in the previous best of 5, but Voicen opting to swap out that Mona Eula Sucrose, that Mew variant, for Double Anemo here. So probably adapting to what he thinks Chico is bringing, and we'll see the bans.
Is this in line with what you expected?
I believe so. The Yelan one is actually a little bit surprising. I would have thought it had a very good matchup for Voicen's decks into that Yelan OTK, but does not want to face it this time. Finally banned makes sense. It's the most picked and most banned deck of this tournament.
Oh, and here is that King Squire in Golden House. This is kind of a little bit unusual of a choice here, right?
Yeah, it's not something that you normally see from this deck. The King Squire is really there, I think, to help have lines in the opening where Linny can actually force for early kills with that extra King Squire damage. I think we saw Z Kremlin actually do this in the last game with his Linny list as well.
And here we go. We have this combo deck here with Chincho, Chongyun, and Hu Tao. We saw this perform very well the other day.
I did, yeah. It's kind of, I think, a very meta choice right now. Not a deck we've seen in quite a while, but, I was thinking about it yesterday, and with the power of kind of this Gilded Dreams, Liaison, this magic engine, Rainbow decks have gotten very better. And even before that existed, this Liyue Friends deck, as I like to call it, has been very strong.
Yeah, the Liyue trio, right? So, I mean, we saw it perform very, very well, as opposed to, I feel like Yelan OTK, especially in the group stage, it has not performed super well. But I think we're about to get into our first match, so let's get into it. And we're back again. You see Chico here getting all set up.
Yeah, one of the more expressive players in the tournament. If this is your first time watching Chico in action, definitely pay attention to his player cam. He makes it very obvious how he feels about the cards he's drawing. Voicing too, we've seen him strike a lot of cool poses on stage, very much enjoying his moment here.
So Voicend is known as a very calm player. Oh, he's yawning just as I'm saying he's calm. Big yawn as he gets into this game.
The audacity.
I mean, so we've seen these players' heart rates spike as they're close to winning, but I think normally Voicend goes into these matches pretty low heart rate. Chikoa Very expressive player. I think his heart rate is actually pretty average
Yeah.
in comparison
Ooh.
with the other players. And here we see the audience here, you know, all the amazing cosplayers here today. Aw, the Ayaka and Eula little making a
Yeah.
heart together. I love that so much.
No Ayaka Eula decks here though at the tournament. Though Eula is really making quite the performance.
I've seen Eula.
Yeah, no Ayaka though, unfortunately. I know some players actually like Ayaka in that Eula and OTK over
true.
Signora, but we have not seen that particular combination yet.
Maybe it's going to be safe for the finals. Maybe
Yeah,
we'll see
yeah.
it later. It's hard to say.
Yeah, we'll see. I'm very excited to see, you know, the best of 5 has already changed the dynamics of these decks and bans quite a lot. Best of 7 makes it even more difficult to kind of plan and strategize around that.
Oh, and here we have some more cosplayers. Oh, another... we denied the heart for Lynette. Chlorine and Lynette.
Yeah, too mean, I suppose. But maybe we'll see them on the camera a little bit later.
Just
But yeah,
a little playful.
a little playful. I mean, everyone's having fun here. Like, at the end of the day, the audience is here to have fun, watch these matches. And the players, I'm sure, are having a lot of fun despite it being a very stressful situation when
Yeah.
you're sitting in the seats.
So, I mean, if you're just joining us through Genshin official stream, oh, cool, but amazing. We've had this go over here yesterday as well, just making chaos in the audience. But, I mean, these players here have already played in live events throughout the past year.
Yeah.
We keep saying on these streams that this tournament is kind of like the culmination of like all the Pro TCG gameplay that happened in the past year. You know, we
Yeah.
have participants from the Dynamic Cup, from the Prince Cup Japan, from the Prince Cup Korea, and also from the Prince Cup Southeast Asia, Hong Kong, Macau, Taiwan. So
Yeah,
see
it's
who the
been-
best of the best.
Yeah, I mean, it's a pretty great way to start the year, but it is really just a cap of everything that's happened in the last year. So I'm really excited to see what TCG has in store for us going forward. But for now,
Here we
ooh.
go. Just jumping right into
Yeah.
it, huh? So, by the way, so if you see the graphic at the bottom right of the screen, there is a raffle ongoing for those 1,000 Prima Gems. If you enter the name of the player you're personally rooting for along with your own UID, same message, you'll be entered into a raffle. There will be 2 winners, and we'll announce them at the end of this match.
Very interesting that we have both sides with their Golden House decks facing off against each other. I'm actually not too sure who's favored here. I believe... I mean, I think the Finally deck still has all the tools that it needs. It's still very aggressive, but, you know, that Huta Burst is going to be pretty key in kind of keeping her healthy and alive and be able to finish off the game. So I have to watch out for that as well.
Looks like Chikwa is starting on Official, which is a pretty standard start for the Finale deck, and Voisin is starting on Xingqiu, most likely going for his Burst, right?
Yeah, going for the Burst, and more importantly, the Seal. Actually, I believe, now that I think about it, this might have been the exact same matchup that Voice and won, because I believe I was thinking about this earlier, but one of the advantages of this matchup is Xingqiu, of course, has that self-Hydro application, and is going to, if Chico is starting first, is going to be able to deny that official initial Electro application, which is going to be quite important.
Official initial.
That was quite
Was that
difficult to say.
intentional?
No. Ooh, but Chikua's dice rolls.
Chiko's dice roll's not the best.
No.
Voisin does have those Hydro though, and we know he's going to be going for the Xingqiu Burst, so he sets up that combo. I feel like Voisin's in a pretty good position here.
Yeah. You can certainly see a normal attack. You don't want to self-apply Hydro into the Oz, so starting with that. It's very possible Chico could just go for a normal attack here, because he doesn't have the dice, and if he officials, then Xingqiu is just going to skill. So he could try and play the slow, maybe take advantage of that double Sealy opening. It's difficult. You really want to get those reactions started, but unless you're going to commit to tuning 2 here to play Oz, it's going to be tricky. I think you can do it because the Sealies will let you recover after that.
You could Seed Dispensary just play one of them.
Yeah, we're either going to see Seed Dispensary play a Sealy and then tune 2, or we're just going to see a normal attack from Fischl. So Chico already has a very difficult decision in the very first action in the first match.
I'm not sure if I remember whether or not Chico runs 2 copies of Yayoi in this deck. I would
Almost
expect
certainly.
so.
Yeah.
So, I mean, you might be safe tuning one of the Sealies in Yayoi, especially with, you know, like you were saying, the additional card draw between Sealy and Guoba, so...
Yeah, I mean, it's really tough, right? Because you want to keep all of those cards. They're all very good, but your first round has not graded for you. You know, if he had rolled that 3 Electro, it would have been very easily just slamming those Sealies. Ooh, he's going to tune the Dispensary. And 1 Sealy. Okay, so really prioritizing that Yayoi.
Gonna play one of the Sealies here and go for that visual skill. I mean, personally, I think this is fine because with this deck, you're trying to get it out damage as fast as possible, right? So, kind of forced to tune into official skill.
Yeah, so it's going to work out pretty well for Voice in here. You know, definitely playing around that possibility. one of the things that the Lini deck, you know, you can really predict what it's going to do, whereas this Liyue trio deck down the bottom, you know, players haven't played with it as much. Ooh.
So not going for the skill that would have cleansed the Electro aura off of Xingqiu. It's very interesting. Oh, I guess it's to play.
So what he's trying to do here is even if he cleanses here, I believe the next Electro hit would have been triggered Quicken anyway. And this way, after Oz attacks, he will be able to cleanse it with the burst instead and leave no aura on Xingqiu. So he's prioritizing the second cleanse rather than the first in this case.
That makes sense. And also, I think it was to play Timaeus, right? Because it's
he had enough to play both. He had enough to play both. He had 2 Dendro, so he would have been able to play Timaeus anyway. But yeah, but Voice specifically choosing this line to cleanse on the burst instead of the skill, which is, again, yeah, a little surprising.
Also, the raffle for the 1000 Primo Gem reward has ended for now. If you missed it, make sure you enter the next match. It will have to be through the Astro Carnival Twitch channel chat and not the Genshin official or wherever you happen to be watching from, wherever it's being restreamed. So just make sure you're waiting for our queue on that one. We will be announcing the winners at the end of this match.
Okay, so now that I've had more time to think about it, I believe what this is going to play around. So even though this does eat that initial Quicken, it does mean that Quicken from Nahida is going to run out before her burst. So Nahida's burst is not going to be buffed by Quicken. So I believe that's what Voice is planning around. And it's a very intentional decision because he is missing that 2 damage mitigation from Xingqiu's skill. So we might see that come into play later. I would have thought that'd be more important than denying 1 extra damage from Quicken here, but we'll have to see.
So actually, is this going to be enough to take out Xingqiu as well with I mean, even though it's not going to proc a Quicken reaction, if Chihuahua goes for an elemental skill here, it should be enough, right?
Yeah, Xingqiu's still going to go down, but it will use up all of his Quicken stacks, and it will mean that there's no other Quicken really coming because, you know, Oz is going to have to wait till end of turn. I think Voicen's going to have a chance to freeze Nahida from here, so I think he's planning. Oh, was he planning on letting Xingqiu go down here? I think he was. So he might have intentionally not used his skill in order for Xingqiu to be taking enough damage here to get a free swap onto Chongyun.
That's what I was thinking too, because I mean, after Xingqiu uses his burst, he doesn't really need to stick around, right? Especially in a combo deck like this, you're kind of looking to close the game out quickly. So I mean, Xingqiu falling here is fine for Voice End.
Yeah, yeah. In fact, I think it's, again, very intentional. He doesn't want Xingqiu to go down here. Chikua's kind of been in a rough situation here. He does have Gamblers, though, on Chikua's side, so that is at least going to give him a very good round this round. And Voice End, even though, you know, is forcing Chikua to play into his strategy, maybe he's going to get a little bit punished by that Gamblers draw.
Also, I noticed that Chikuwa played Opera Epiclase, another new card in patch 4.3. It essentially acts as a dice fixer when you first play it, unless you have Seed Dispenser, you can play it for free. But we'll offer some ramp unless Voice End's equips cost more than his.
Yeah, I mean, that's going to be happening pretty soon. We see that Gilded in Voice Ends, even though it costs 0 right now, when it comes down, it counts as 3 cost. And so Voice End's going to be able to deny... Oh, okay, never mind. I say
Just
that.
as you say that, Chikuwa draws for Kasha and Gilded.
Yeah.
Though I do think Chikuwa was playing it specifically as a dice fixer here. Here we go, Chongyun's skill coming out here to freeze Nahida, denying her that burst, and also getting the Frost Field out.
Yeah, I mean, that Frost Field is very essential. It's a very interesting deck at the bottom here, because you kind of have both Frost Field and the Hu Tao Infusion. Of course, the Hu Tao Infusion does take priority, but you have your ability to either play Freeze or Melt or Vaporize, depending on what the matchup calls for.
Swap onto Fischl for Chikuwa.
Looks like he's trying to bait out the freeze here. He wants to end skill on Lini, I believe, and so putting out Fischl here, hoping to have Voice End attack into it. We might not even just see Voice End swap, though. It is a possibility.
That is Heart of Karina's Brilliance going on to Hu Tao, so that will enable Voice End to draw a card if he's hit by Chikuwa.
Yeah, so waiting on Chikuwa, but Chikuwa might just go to Lini here, but then that is going to play into Voice End now, who will be able to freeze Lini. So yeah, Chikuwa here in a really rough position, because either move is kind of bad for him right now.
I mean, so this deck at the bottom is really old, right? But
it's
performed so well. Like, it performed well yesterday, and it's looking really strong to me, at least today.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's the power of bringing you know, an unusual deck because, you know, we've seen finally so much. These players have played against it so much. They know exactly what the lines are and the possibilities are from finally. And in a deck that you're not as familiar with, you can really leverage kind of these unique plays. And you can see here, Chico is forced to go onto Nahida.
What does Hu Tao do in response? It looks like it's just going to be another swap on the Chongyun, so these players are swap stalling.
Yeah, so I think Chico was putting Nahida out kind of as bait again. Wants to go to Linny this round, but Voicen is not playing into, you know, Chico at all. And now Chico is going to be forced to end with 3 die with no way to use it.
Yeah, because, I mean, if he swaps on the official or Linny, he's not going to have enough dice to perform any actions, right? Because it's going to be 3 or more. So, I mean, what does Voicen do in response, though?
I believe he's just going to equip Lithic Spear, if I am not mistaken. You know, he's the one... Yeah. Lithic Spear is very good in this deck, of course. It buffs damage by 1. More importantly, provides a shield for each Liyue character, which we see 3 here.
So this is actually perfect for Voicen, right? Because he can go for that Golden House.
Oh, he's going to go to Timaeus.
Oh, interesting. I was thinking, you know, Golden House, Lithic Spear onto Hu Tao, get the shield points.
I think Timaeus also makes sense because Timaeus is ramping, right? Like, it builds up stacks, and so Golden House Lithic Spear you can play next round perfectly fine, and you can really just do it with that Gilded as well. So this makes sense. It's really the same play, but this is a slightly better, I think, for Voicen overall.
Yeah, so I mean that Timaeus with 3 stacks is going to be able to equip Gilded Dreams for free next round.
Yeah, this is looking really good for Voicen here.
It does.
Drawing that Unseen Razor, which we haven't seen much of on camera. We've seen a lot of Liar Song, but Unseen Razor, very similar card, but for weapons.
I haven't seen any of Razor in this tournament.
I thought you were casting this game yesterday.
No, Razor.
Oh,
like
Razor.
The character Razor.
Yeah.
Where is the Unseen Razor? Not in this tournament.
No, he is kind of pushed out of the meta right now.
It would be interesting to see Candace Razor combo, though.
Yeah, Candace Razor is a very solid combo, which we have not seen a lot of. But combo has not been doing so well, again, with so many aggressive decks. And we can see here as well, you know, even the deck below is aggressive, but has freeze, and so can really lock out characters. And Voicen playing it very expertly there. Obviously understanding this deck quite well.
Here we go. The Northern Smoked Chicken on Chongyun is going to make that normal attack only cost 2 dice. And of course, the freeze coming in clutch between Chongyun's Frost Field and also Xingqiu's Burst, which is still up for 2 more normal attacks.
Yeah, and this is really bad for Chikua because he doesn't have a quick swap right now. And there's no way for him to actually play around this freeze. And so Voicen's going to be able to deny a lot of dice on the opposing side. I think Chikua is kind of forced to go to Nahida here and sacrifice her in order to at least get 1 skill out on Linny.
Yeah, I mean, I think the strength of the deck at the bottom, you know, you have that Xingqiu Chongyun core for the freeze, but then Hu Tao can also come in and do a whole lot of damage. So, but Voicen doesn't need to do that, right? Voicen doesn't have to go to Hu Tao and use her skill in normal attacks with Pyro Infusion. He can just sit on Chongyun and freeze to control.
It's an extremely flexible deck. You know, that Xingqiu Burst can be used in a multitude of ways. You also have, again, Chongyun we haven't seen a lot of. We used to see a lot of him in the previous version with, you know, Shenhe, Superconduct, but not making much of an appearance, but obviously still a great character. Yeah, you can see Chikua tanking for a long time.
Here comes a Lotus onto Linny. This is most certainly going to be a slow swap. Cannot really do a quick swap to begin with.
That's actually a little surprising because if you go to Linny here, Nahida is still going to go down. Okay, so maybe he's going to switch back to Fischl after this.
That makes sense. And play Boar Princess, maybe?
Maybe play Boar Princess. Maybe try and sacrifice Fischl. But my fear is that, you know, if Chikua goes to Fischl, we might just see Voicen slow swap onto Hu Tao. The power of kind of this Frost Field is it doesn't matter who is attacking. Both Chongyun and Hu Tao can both freeze.
Although Chongyun's Frost Field will be up at the end of this turn, so he's going to have to refresh it some way. Also, Chongyun does have his burst up. That is a lot of damage that could potentially come out of Voicen. I'm almost wondering if we're going to see a Gambler's Equip.
Ooh.
Ooh.
Wait, is it going to be burst? No. Yeah, it's going to be a swap onto Hu Tao almost certainly, right? Oh, he's just going to kill.
Yeah, so he did Boar Princess, replace the artifact on Hu Tao with Gilded for a lot of dice, and then replace the artifact for free on Chongyun. With all those Timaeus stacks are gone, by the way. Got the free Gambler's Equip, and took out Fischl, and now is at 6 dice, can do 2 actions. This is not looking good.
No, this is not looking good. Oh, that was just a skill. Yeah, just a skill there. Saving that Shinchu stack for one more round, refreshing the skill there.
This is it.
I believe this might be it. I mean, the power of freeze here is really being shown. At the very least, there looks like to be an Adeptus Burst here probably coming out. I mean, Chico's not going to be able to use his dice for anything else after this round, so he might as well spend it on an Adeptus Burst.
I'm a little...
That will take
Will that
Chongyun
actually
out, I
take
believe.
Chongyun out?
With the seeds, I believe that's just enough. Quicken should be 8 plus the seeds is 9 damage.
Yeah, you're right. So 8 and then -1 from Seed of Skanda. That's enough to take Chongyun out.
But I think Voicen was planning around this anyway, so now he's going to go into Hu Tao. He has one more freestyle left. He probably wants to save that into the next round, though. So we'll have to see. We might see a Hu Tao skill, although I believe Hu Tao skills will override the layered field from Chongyun. This is a very interesting match to watch already.
It is a very interesting match, and of course, you know, Voicend only having one more of that Shincho burst up, which means one more normal attack to apply Hydro.
Yeah.
But 2 rounds of Cryo. 2 rounds.
Yeah, we'll have to see. I believe, though, if it comes down to Linny versus Hu Tao should have the advantage in that matchup. She has a lot more burst potential, although we do see Lotus and Tandoori in Chiku's hand, so that could be used to turn the tides pretty quickly. Oh, that Opera still not triggering for Chiku. I mean, as soon as Voicen equips Lithic Spear, it's going to be too late.
I really feel like the Opera was not played for later rounds, but was rather played as a dice fixer, because he needed those dice to go for Nahida's skill at the time, right? But, I mean, I feel like we're seeing why Opera is maybe not the best pick in finale.
Yeah, especially, you know, as more players are using Opera, the harder it is for... Someone's Opera is going to not trigger in some point in game. I mean, you definitely can use it to play immediately as a dice fixer, but then you might as well have tuned the card, right? Like, it's not very powerful if you're going to do that. So you really need those extra triggers to make it worth running, and not getting them is pretty big.
Voicen definitely running his timer out here, by the way. He played Golden House just to extend that timer just a little bit. I mean, he's probably anticipating equipping that Lithic Spear with a discount of 2 at some point. Yeah, okay, so he plays Sealy, goes for a normal attack here. This will take out Nahida.
Interestingly, did not equip the... Wait, does Hu Tao already have a Gamblers? No, he kept Gilded.
No, I think he's going to equip Lithic Spear and...
Well, no, but Voicen had the opportunity to re-equip Gamblers over the Gilded Dreams in order to get 2 more dice and another action this round, but foregoing that and instead choosing to draw that card off of Gilded Dreams. So really looking for something.
Yeah, here we go. Lithic Spear should give 3 shield points for Hu Tao for every Leeway character in the deck.
Yeah, I don't actually see how Linny can 1v1 this, because we see the Unseen Razor in Voicen's hand. That's going to let him return Lithic Spear back to his hand and play another 3 shield. So Hu Tao's actually sitting at 16 HP right now.
That's a lot of HP.
Yeah.
That is definitely a lot of HP. Though the dice rolls are not looking so hot for Voicen there. And Chico got some pretty good dice, I think.
Yeah, very good there.
5 usable.
Yeah, that Tandoori is going to be very important for Chico at the time. If he can find a window to equip that before Hu Tao can burst, but at 1 energy already, it's looking like Voicen can set up for Hu Tao burst next round. That's going to heal her back up along with those Lithic Spear shields.
Yeah, I think you're right. Like, that Voicen really just needs to kind of survive this round, so to speak, and then go for a really big melt attack next round.
And I think Voicen's going to want to... So if Voicen normal attacks here, he can apply Cryo to Linny and then go for the infusion on Hu Tao. He needs to set up that order in order to have a reaction.
I mean, I think it kind of works in Voicen's favor with the dice he has.
Definitely.
At least he has, you know, 2 Cryo or 2 Electro to re-equip Lithic Spear if he wishes.
Yeah, it's good that he did draw that Sealy, because he's going to have to tune at least 2 cards this round. But, I think I was hoping to get a Pyro off of that Chef Mount. Not going to happen. But that Sealy proccing afterwards is going to replace at least 2 cards here. So still going to work out pretty good for Voicend.
Yeah, I feel like there's not a whole lot that Linny can do here, especially without any elemental reactions. You know, unfortunately, Nahida's burst is still up, which would buff elemental reactions, but there's none happening here, right?
Yeah. Honestly, this Liyue Friends like trio deck is actually, now I think about it, so strong. You know, Golden House hasn't been played a lot, but with everyone trying to run Gilded Dreams, it's another target that is very good for Golden House. Look at that free Lithic Spear equip.
Free Lithic Spear equip.
Wow.
Another 3 shield points refreshed. Chikua is not going to be able to respond to that, I think.
Yeah, he's just going to go for another normal attack.
Oh!
Again?
Another one.
Oh my god, and he has he tuned the other golden house, so he will not be able to play it for free here.
No
but
way, he's just tuning
it's
that.
just over.
Yeah, he's just gonna go for a burst here, right? This is it?
Yeah.
Hu Tao's elemental burst is coming out. This is definitely gonna be enough damage to take out Linny, and Linny falls -7. Voice taking the first.
Did you see that?
Wait, did he do that?
Yeah, he did the Hu Tao pose. Wow, voice and full of class. Chikua. I mean, that game didn't look even close. Actually, I think that Liyue deck could be a sleeper. I mean, people have been really hyped up on the new characters. You know, we've seen Linny, Signora, Thunder Manifestation, sometimes in a deck together. But going back to those old characters, like, look how strong they were in that matchup.
They were really strong. And no, I feel like we talked a bit about this in previous streams this tournament, but like these players know how to play these meta decks and know how to play against them. Before I finish that thought though, we do have our raffle winner. So Isa Isabela, congratulations for winning 1,000 Primo Gems. Also not a nail. There will be another raffle at the beginning of the next match. So please stay tuned for that. We will give you a cue on how to enter. But yeah, congratulations once again. That's 1,000 Primo Gems for both of these winners. But yeah, so these players, they know how to play these decks, they know how to play against them, and they've been practicing with this specific like combination of decks that we keep seeing consistently, right? There's not a whole lot of variation. So I really feel like, you know, there hasn't been a lot of exploring in general for these players to see what is still good in the older cards. And so this is an example, you know, shining through here, this Liyue trio of friends.
I know Stutfa is going to be very happy to see Hu Tao again, but very, very sad not to have casted that match. But you know, we've seen her twice on camera and winning. But yeah, I mean, one of the things I want to stress though, the players only had like a couple of weeks to play with these new cards. And so it's really stressed, you know, put a lot of pressure on them to figure out what the best decks are.
Here we have the next matchup. So of course this is a conquest format. So Voicend won with that Liyue Friends trio deck and cannot play it again. He's going with Fire Station, the double Pyro Thunder Manifestation. I'm so excited to see this.
Yeah,
and
it's been banned a lot.
Going with that very kind of similar deck in some ways, the Bennett Kaching Ajdaha deck.
Yeah, it plays, the two decks are going to play very similarly, which is going to be very interesting in the mirror. Actually, I believe Chico picked this deck thinking that Voicend might go to double Nemo, because I believe this deck specifically has a great matchup against the double Nemo deck, but not so good against an equivalent one. It's really going to come down to who can utilize that Bennett burst better, and whether or not I think Voicend can snipe a key character with the Pyro Resonance that he has access to, that Chikua does not. But yeah, Voicend's been bringing this deck quite... Well, we'll talk about that later, but Chikua's deck here, I believe he brought this yesterday as well, so we've already had a chance to see it in action.
Yeah, so I mean, you were explaining this a bit to me the other day. This Bennett Kaching is basically like our old Pyro Kaching deck. He used to play Kaching with 2 Pyro characters, Bennett and Klee. And now we have Ajdaha for both his talent, which you see there, and also the magic for Gilded Dreams. You need Rainbow deck for both of those things.
Yeah, definitely the best dice generation deck out there. Although, interestingly, I was looking at the deck lists from yesterday. Chikua in between has cut one Ajdaha talent for another card. I'm not sure which one it is, but already the players are kind of fine-tuning their decks as the tournament goes on, which is great to see.
He has double Storm Terror and double I Haven't Lost Yet. That's very interesting choices. Here's Voice and Fire Station, as we like to call it. So Station B, Manifestation, and then Fire being the double Pyro you see there. So normally, at least in the past, this deck would run Kuching, but here we have Thunder Manifestation.
Yeah, and definitely switching it up here a little bit, choosing not to put a Manifestation with Signora.
I see a spicy card.
Yeah.
Catherine.
We've been seeing a lot, Catherine. Like,
we have been seeing Catherine.
You know, normally I would really encourage newer players not to play Catherine, but the reason so there's a very good reason why we're seeing Catherine a lot, and it's twofold. One is that the games are very fast, right? So turn priority, especially going first, is very important, and so a way to break up that symmetry with a fast swap is very important because priority is so key. Second is we've been seeing a lot of Seed Dispensary, and Seed Dispensary, of course, discounts one cost by 1. So if you can actually play Catherine for free, it's actually pretty good, especially in these aggressive decks that always want quick swaps anyway.
It's basically a free Mona passive
for
any of your characters, not just Mona, right? So I think it can actually be used pretty well.
I think it can. I mean, we haven't seen it do great on camera just yet. I think though the decks that Catherine is being included in right now do make sense. You know, we're not seeing it out of the slower decks, but these aggressive decks that love turn priority really want to take advantage of Catherine.
I know you weren't a Catherine believer before, but
I wasn't.
maybe you are now.
Look, for the
So many
average,
players are thinking
okay,
it.
for the average player at home, I still recommend you avoid playing Catherine, but there are exceptions to every rule. And at the Asia Invitational, at the highest level of competition, yes, Catherine can be good. I will admit that here.
Here's our audience members. I love these light sticks they have.
I know.
Can I have one?
We might be able to pick one. So we saw a lot of signs yesterday, and I believe at first I thought they were giving them out, but I believe those were custom made signs by the players, because some of them did refer to magic, which actually did originate here, I believe, in this in the kind of the scene here. Kind of copied that naming convention over here on the English side.
Here we go. I hear the music changing, so I think that means we're about to get into the second match of this second best of 5 here. Here we go. Chikoa versus Voice End. That Fire Station versus
Fire Station versus
Aztaha Magic. How do
I
you
don't
call
know.
the deck?
These deck names are getting so difficult.
By the way, so there is a raffle ongoing. If you put the name of the player that you want to win in chat along with your own UID, you'll be entered into a raffle to win 1,000 Prima Gems. There will be 2 winners. We will announce who they are at the end of this match.
Yeah, this is I think the first time we've seen this deck on camera, because again, Voice End has consistently brought this in each stage, but every matchup it's been banned by the opposing side, I believe. I believe that's correct.
Yeah, I haven't actually seen it played.
Yeah.
Like, especially Voice End brought it twice.
I mean, Voice End's one of the only players to have brought it, I believe. I think there was one other player yesterday that did.
Wait.
Ooh.
Wait, Voice End put back Bennett talent.
Yeah. Very interesting. I mean, this might be a matchup where it's not, you can't safely go for that Bennett burst, because your opponent has the opportunity to kind of overload you off of Bennett and force you off of that burst potential.
Oh, that's true. You know what? Chikoa is going first. These players know who's going to go first because they can see the little indicator.
Yeah.
By the way, I just want to point out for the audience, so there are heart rate monitors beneath the players' names. So along with watching along with like their reactions and stuff in the player cams, you can see their heart rate spiking at really intense moments or even going down when they're very calm. So if you guys want to keep track of that with me, that's where it is.
Yeah, and Chico's going to be in a tough spot as well, because one of the powers of this Bennett manifestation deck is if you have, so the manifestation skill plus the passive damage plus a pyro resonance and overload is 9 damage. So there's a huge potential for first turn kill here out from Voice End, and so whatever character Chikua uses a skill on first is immediately vulnerable to that.
Looks like Voice End is starting with Klee here. I think this makes sense, right?
Yeah, we don't see a Pyro Resonance card, but Chikua's dice has kind of forsaken him a little bit here.
Just a little bit. Maybe he plays Storm Terrier and gets
he has to.
talent.
Yeah, oh, that's true, yeah. Although, to do that, you do have to swap over to Aztaha, which might be a fine opening.
Like, one thing, like, basically these two decks kind of have the same core, right? Except Chikoa has traded the second Pyro character for Aztaha to get that magic engine. But Voice End does have the opportunity to Pyro Res if he ever draws it. So it's definitely the damage dealer.
Yeah, it is interesting. Looking at Chikua's hand, I believe he actually kept a lot of the cards in his opener. Just even though I thought, leave it to me, you know, I haven't lost yet, and that Lotus probably would have been better put back to draw something like a Gilded to kind of get him out of these potential situations where the dice rolls are bad. But
maybe he's anticipating being sniped off at some point by a Thunder Manifestation going for a burst in response.
Yeah, I mean, that's where this kind of swap first strategy can come in pretty handy. You know, if you don't use a skill on any of your characters, it actually delays the Thunder Manifestation probe and that bonus damage as well. But it's not something you want to do going first.
Yeah, we see Voice End playing Opera Epiclase here, basically as a dice fixer, so was able to get Klee's skill off without tuning anything, and Chikoa's kind of forced to go for normal attack and response, not having great dice.
Yeah.
Well, there's the Woven, just so it's a charge attack. If you have even dice, you get a charge attack, so...
That Woven will actually let Voice End get that first turn kill now on Thunder Manifestation, because it is going to be 5 damage.
Because that normal attack with the lightning rod Kuching, right? So even though Chikoa swaps to Bennett, that Thunder Manifestation skill is actually going to snipe Kuching because there is a target locked on her.
Yeah, Chikoa does have the option now, though, of Lotus into Storm Terror's lair. I mean, with the dice he has, that might actually be better than doing anything else right now. Yeah.
Oh, and that's exactly what he does. Lotus going on to Kaching, and Stormtear's Lair coming out. Does get Aisha's talent.
Ooh.
Free dice.
Yeah,
Later.
that's probably better than any of the Bennett talents that he could have drawn.
Yeah, probably. Probably. I think you want the extra dice. In Voicen's position, I think he still goes for the skill, right? Yeah. Here we go. It's going to leave Kaching at 2 health because it has to eat through that Lotus, but she is not really going to be able to do much at that HP.
Yeah, it's going to be really tough for Kaching to take the stage again, but, you know, Voicen did have to use a Woven for that, so that's one less card she has to worry about.
Also, our raffle for this game has ended. If you see the graphic at the bottom right of the screen, we will have another raffle at the start of next match, because we will certainly be going into match 3 here, but we will be announcing the winners of the raffle at the end here of this match.
Yeah, well, it's going to be very tenuous here for Chikua here, you know, not having that Bennett, but, you know, if Chikua can build up to Bennett Burst safely, and that's very hard to do against this double Pyro deck, that could be one way Kaching kind of can heal back up, but he might have to just rely on Bennett and Ashtaha to kind of get him out of what was a really bad round 1, and not for any fault of his own, just the dice did not cooperate.
So yeah, Chikua going for a skill here on Bennett. This is gonna move the Lightning Rod over to Bennett.
Yeah.
So Kaching is safe now. Oh, that Tandoori!
That could be pretty big. Tandoori is another way you can kind of get above that 9 damage with Pyro Resonance here. And it's gonna be very strong here. We'll probably, with all that Electro dice, we'll probably see Manifestation, Skill, and maybe even Burst this round just to make the most of the dice that he has. I think Voicen's also thinking about going over to Klee at some point to build up to a Burst, because I think a Klee Burst might end this game pretty quickly.
Yeah, Klee Burst would definitely... I mean, it would put Kaching at threat, right? And it would put anyone at threat of an overload reaction. If you're Voicen tier... What do you think you do? You have so many Electro dice to strategize. I don't know what he would even look for if he draws more cards, but he did play that Stove at the start of the turn, probably looking for something.
I mean, I think looking for like Pyro Resonance, maybe a second Woven, you know, there's a lot of cards. You know, we've seen a lot of players very aggressively play Stove here, and that's because, again, how quick these matchups go. Those extra 2 cards not only are just 2 extra cards you have to tune, but you see more options, and you can plan your turn better. So yeah, we're going to start with the Strategize.
And there's a Sack Sword that's good for Bennett.
Yeah, probably not the card he wants right now. Sack Sword's a very good opener on Bennett. You can start on Bennett and then skill twice with a Sack Sword equipped there as your starting action. But, you know, one of the things about this kind of pseudo Pyro Kaching deck is you can kind of start with Klee or with Bennett based on your draws. And based on what Voicen drew, he went with Klee, and so we're probably not going to see Bennett come in, especially since they put away that talent at the very beginning.
Borakash's Glow coming onto Thunder Manifestation. That will allow Voicen to draw a card if Thunder Manifestation gets hit. And also, it'll heal him 1 at the end of turn.
Yeah. Very interesting to use that in an aggressive deck, I actually think. It kind of just goes to show the power of that individual card that you're including in a deck that actually wants to deal a lot of damage.
I guess, you know, card draw's pretty good. Maybe.
Card draw's always good.
Oh, 2 Opera, because I don't think that's what Chico wants here. I mean, actually...
He can.
No, he
with
can't.
Gamblers. With Gamblers,
he could.
Yeah. But then that does give Voicen the opportunity just to deny 2 dice by equipping a Sacrificial Sword. And I don't think Ace has talent counts as an equipment. I believe it just uses a skill.
Yeah, I think it just uses his
it has
skill.
No lingering effects. So, yeah, interesting. Better talent. I mean, this is a great Opera deck because better talent costing 4 does actually mean, in general, if you have that card, you will be ahead of your opponents in the equipment count. But neither side here having better talent.
Well, everyone's trying to run Opera Epiclase right now, so I feel like it's hard to say whether it's good to include it or not, because if you were playing this deck up against like Dynamo, for example, or something, you would definitely be losing the Opera Epiclase battle.
Okay.
Swap on to Ashtaha.
Yeah, I think Chico is deciding whether to normal attack there on Bennett to try and build towards that burst, or just go on to Ashtaha here, use the talent, and probably skill.
Wait, how do you think Voicen responds here? I mean, Thunder Manifestation's burst is up. Klee is 1 energy point away from her own burst. He does have a lot of things at his disposal. What do you think you would do here?
Yeah, I think you'll just... I mean, the burst is very efficient damage-wise, and you're getting to apply Electro onto another character, and also before Ashtaha can absorb. I think that's pretty critical here. That slow swap does mean that Chikua after equipping the talent, is not going to be able to generate another die at the end of this round. Because, of course, that Manifestation Burst goes onto the lockdown character, which is Bennett in this case. So he'll be the one taking 3 electro damage at the end of the round.
Yeah, Chikawa can't really afford to let Bennett take any additional damage here, right? And I feel like...
Ooh.
I feel like without drawing all the magic stuff...
Okay.
He did what you said he would do. He played double Opera and then Gamblers just to get the dice fixed here. He could even play Ishtaha Talent.
He could, but that is going to get 3 more dice. So yeah, I think we're going to see that follow-up here.
Ooh, and Voicen's not playing around that.
Yeah, he is not. He's choosing to equip that talent there, even though there's a good chance that Manifestation will go down. Oh! Again, you see how expressive Chico is with that fist pump.
Yeah. And here we go. Ishtaha's Talent, generating 1 dice for each character. Gonna have to tune 2 cards here just to go for a skill, but it will be enough.
Yeah, and notably, you know, denying that equipment as well does mean Voicen's Opera is not going to trigger unless he commits that Sacrificial Sword onto Bennett. I mean, he might still do that because he drew it and it's going to deny his opponent 2 Operas. I mean, I think I like that play. You know, you kind of just trade. You'll get 1 dice back and you'll deny 2 from your opponent. That is actually a pretty worthwhile trade. But he does think if his opponent does have a Gilded in his hand, they can immediately recover kind of the equipment advantage and negate the benefits of that play. Yeah.
Yeah, so Thunder Manifestation does fall to Aisha's skill. The Gambler's refresh coming in for Chikawa. Probably, I don't even know if he wants to swap off here. He does not. So Bennett does eat the 3 electro damage from Thunder Manifestation's summon, but yeah, the Catherine draw. But that's it.
That's it?
That's it for Thunder Manifestation. There are 2 electro auras on Chikawa's side that he's going to have to play around a little bit because those overload reactions are going to deal a whole lot. But
yeah, and that's kind of what we used to see from the Pyro Kaching deck. You know, there's a lot of lines of deck can play. You can either apply Pyro across all the characters and sweep with Kaching, or in this case, Manifestation. Or what we saw today is Manifestation kind of coming in, applying Electro, and now it's up to Klee and Bennett to finish the game with those auras.
I'm feeling good. Do you think Aisha has a good finisher?
I mean, that's what he's kind of in the deck for. Aisha generally is the anchor. In this case, because Kaching's took so much damage early on, that's why Chico's been forced to stay on Aisha here. But he's an excellent anchor. One of the main ways that he can really shine is, you know, normally in a round you roll 8 dice, which is only enough for 2 skills. But because Aisha refunds you dice when he absorbs elements, he can very easily generate that 1 additional dice needed to perform 3 actions in a single round by himself.
I'm looking at the current state of the game right now, by the way. So Voicent is sitting on a 10 Jory, but he has to be careful to play around even if he overloads Aisha off, he has to play around that quick swap burst. Does equip Sack Sword onto Bennett.
Yeah, so that's going to deny Chikua 2 dice and unlock Voicent's own Opera. So Chikua now, it's going to be pretty tough. He really needed those 2 extra die, I think, this round. So very heads-up play there by Voicent, and now threatening Klee Burst as well.
He does have Gamblers on Aishtaha. How much would Aishtaha's burst do? It's not enough, right?
It's
only
not
has
enough.
1 stack of absorption.
Yeah, so the unfortunate thing is Aishtaha absorbed, I believe, Pyro the turn before. He cannot absorb the same element twice and generate dice twice. And so unless he absorbs a different element, his burst only does 5 right now.
And Thunder Manifestation is gone. There's no electro absorption, at least for now.
In this match, this is probably the worst matchup for Aishtaha because he can absorb, of course, either by crystallizing or receiving damage. But in this entire game, there's only 2 elements. It's Pyro and Electro. That's it.
Ooh, Chikawa going for the skill here. This does leave Kaching vulnerable, and I feel like Klee could easily go for an elemental burst here. What do you think?
Yeah, I think that's Chikua's plan. I mean, Kaching was never going to do anything. You know, just apply that Electro now, and to threaten a crystallize later with Aishtaha is probably his best bet right now. But we might see a Lotus going to Klee here after the burst as well, just to deny that possibility. Yeah, denying those 2 Opera was actually a very important play here by Voicent, even though Bennett is not yet able to use that Sacrificial Sword.
The spicy card is getting tuned, unfortunate. So Klee's Burst is going to come out here. This will be enough to take out Kaching. And of course, that Pyro passive is going to be stuck on Chikua's active character, so whenever he makes an action, he's going to take 2 pyro damage twice.
Yeah, and I don't think Chikua has enough to kind of finish the game as it stands. Yeah, I mean, he's going to burst on Aishtaha almost certainly to take out Klee.
Oh, but that's going to leave Aisha at 2 health.
Yeah.
No, the Crystallized Shield. 3
Crystallized, yeah, 3. But, you know, that Sack Sword is going to come in now, because now Bennett can really finish off these 2 characters really easily.
Ooh. I haven't lost yet for that energy point, and then, of course, using that dice he got to equip Lotus onto Bennett, protecting him for the rest of this turn.
Yeah, with 2 Lotuses in hand, that play makes a lot of sense for Voicen. You know, you can't, of course, eat 2 Lotuses in the same turn. So he's going to have another one into next turn, and I think that's going to do it for Chikua, unless he can draw maybe a Gilded to finally get those Dice of Opera. But, I mean, if he had those Operas this turn, it would have been so huge. He would be at 6 dice right now and not 4, and that would be the difference of 2 more skills.
Yeah, I mean, so equipping that Sack Sword on Bennett is really expensive normally, but at the expense of Chikua not getting those 2 dice, it kind of like pays itself back, right?
Yeah.
And then with each skill that Bennett does, he's going to actually get back another pyro dice going forward, so it's just net positive.
Yeah, it's net positive here, and unfortunately, Aishtaha is going to apply pyro here, but that's the worst element that it could be because, you know, you can't have any reactions with Bennett, and I think Voicen is going to pretty easily take this matchup.
I think so. I mean, Klee's Burst is gone here, so the threat of that isn't there anymore, but with the Electro Aura on Bennett especially, I mean, even just like a normal attack or skill from Voicen's Bennett would be enough to take out Chikua's Bennett, but that Overload reaction is going to guarantee a kill on the Bennett.
Yeah, and I think Chikua's there swapping off for Aishtaha. He's hoping to draw, I think, a Lotus just to prevent another kill on Aishtaha and hope to drag this game out a little bit more. But I think with Voicen's own Lotus and Chikua not drawing it, it's going to be lights out.
I do think even with the Lotus on Aishtaha, I guess he could crystallize for another shield point.
Yeah, you're hoping to just try and survive this round and make it to the next one. But, you know, if Voicen plays his own Lotus, and I think he will now just to lead off, right, just to prevent as much damage from the burst. As soon as Chikua sees that, he's going to know that there's no chance of winning this game after all. And those 2 Operas just sitting there, and the Storm Terror's Lair only being used once.
Terror's Lair.
Oh, it's really unfortunate. You know, I think Chikua picked this deck really expecting Voicen to go into double Anemo. But Voicen picked a different deck, and this one actually has a much better matchup into Bennett here. And, you know, choosing when to bring out each deck is so pivotal in this Conquest format because you just need to win 1 game with each of your decks. And if you can pick the right matchup to win that game with, it can really turn the tides of a best-of-5 series.
Oh man, Voicen playing his own Opera Epic list just to rub it in a little bit, you know? And that Overload from Bennett is going to be enough to take Bennett more than enough.
Yeah.
Twice his health. Aishtaha is here, Pyro Aura on him. Burst up, only 1 HP though.
Yeah, only 1 HP. I think, yeah, Voicen was just hoping, I think he needed to avoid like an Adept, even an Adeptus would have been enough.
And an elemental skill, you see Voicen stretching there. This is enough to take out Aishtaha. Voicen is taking the 2nd game in this best of 5 between Chikua and Voicen. Congratulations.
Yeah, and Chikua there, you know, you could kind of just wondering what happened with the game. We saw the power of kind of just, I mean, the reason you run Manifestation in this deck over Kaching is that Lightning Rod is just so powerful at threatening specific characters. And, I mean, a lot of that also was Chikua's really bad dice rolls round 1, right? Like, he would have wanted to open a little bit stronger with maybe Bennett build up towards Burst, but instead he was forced to go to Kaching and take a lot of damage.
Yes, and so here we have the 2 winners from our raffle, by the way. Congratulations to Lawan Dermilo and Memo_Chan_. You have won 1,000 Primo Gems each. Congratulations again. And if you are joining us for the first time here, there are raffles ongoing. You have to enter them on the Astro Carnival Twitch channel. We will queue you when they're ready. They will start at the next match. So each match, we have a raffle for 1,000 Primo Gems, 2 winners.
1,000. We didn't say that incorrectly. It is 1,000.
Yeah, it is 1,000.
That's a lot.
So.
Yeah. I mean, that was a pretty quick series. I mean, both of them very aggressive decks. They look very similar, but, you know, I guess this is why so many players were banning this deck from Voicen.
I think so. I mean, they know that this deck is very brutal with the overload on Thunder Manifestation. You can easily go for a first turn kill, even if you swap off, you know, the benefits of Thunder Manifestation being able to target whatever character has Lightning Rod attached onto them, even if they're not the active character, is just unbeatable in some way. So here we have the next matchup here. Chikawa once again going with the Bennett Ace Taha Kaching deck. And of course, this is Conquest format, so Voice End is one on both of those decks to the side there. Is forced to go on to Danamo, the Dia double Animo deck in the middle.
Yeah, and Chikawa picking the same deck is no surprise. Again, I think he did pick this anticipating his opponent doing on this, but he's going to have a pretty hard... I mean, we saw how difficult it is to really fight 3 games against the same deck here, and I don't think any of those matchups, except for this one, are particularly favorable. But yeah, if you're in the chat and you want to win more prizes, you really want to be rooting for Chikawa here to take this into a game for 4 more prizes.
Yeah, we've had a 3-0 already.
We did,
in our first best of 5. Our time casting here might be over in this next game if Voice End wins again, right?
Yeah,
so
that's true.
Wow.
I mean, I really, you know, Voice End probably has brought the most unique collection of decks so far, and, you know, it's really proving to be a good strategy to mix things up.
Yeah, and so, I mean, you commented on this during the last match when we saw Chikawa playing this deck, but, you know, the double Opera Epiclase and the double Storm Terror's Lair, I'm still not feeling it. Also, the double I haven't lost yet. I feel like those are valuable deck slots that could go to something else, potentially.
Yeah, well, when you're a really aggressive deck, you do lose your characters as well, almost just as quickly. You know, Bennett doesn't take a lot of damage building towards his burst, and so when he goes down, I haven't lost yet is a great card. But yeah, the double Opera is going to be very tricky, actually, into the double Anemo deck, because it is one that has, it does run Wagner, and so it is able to equip a lot of weapons and artifacts quickly. But in this matchup, Bennett Talent is going to be very good. So if Chikawa can find that Bennett Talent, that's one way that almost guarantees Opera.
Here we go, Voice End's Danamo deck, the Dia double Animo. Of course, Lynette is the star of the show here, also new character in patch 4.3. And I mean, this is very standard list, right? We have the same 3 weapons we usually see. We have Lynette's Talent for the extra damage. Anything else you want to add about this?
Not really. I mean, we have Wagner here again. This is a much easier weapon banner to roll on. Like, this is a situation where you have like the 2 on rates weapons you want, so you're okay getting either of them. And then there's one off rate weapon where you're like, well, I could use it. And that's the Light of Follow Incision Lo-Fi. Much easier to roll on this banner than the Mew banner, which is not recommended.
So yeah, the weapon banner is Wagner.
Yeah.
He draws one of your weapons from your deck, right? And you have to bring 3 individual weapons, like unique weapons, and so you're often including one you don't exactly want to draw here, but if you draw a Kilo Favonia or Sack Sword, that's normally good, right?
Yeah.
So that your odds are in your favor.
I think so. And in this matchup, I actually don't know which sword you want. But yeah, if you're pretty new to TCG and you want to play a deck that has a weapon banner and kind of get that feel of gacha, then you can play Lynette, double Anemo. Yeah.
And look, here we have the stage again. Chikawa getting set up. I hope, you know, it's really brutal losing the first 2 games. They've made it so far into this tournament. They've already won significant prizes too. You know, they've made a name for themselves. Chikawa is the champion of the Prince Cup Japan tournament, I should add. So if you didn't catch those tournaments last year, I believe the VODs are still up somewhere.
I believe on the Astro Carnival YouTube page should be live there.
And Voice End did qualify through the Dynamic Cup. You know, both of these are very seasoned veteran players proving themselves here on an international global stage.
Yeah, and you can see Chikawa, they're really kind of thinking through. I mean, he's on his definitely like his last life here. You know, losing one more game in any of the next 3 games is going to be the end of his tournament run here at the Asia Invitational.
He's normally so expressive, but we just see him there, eyes closed, just resting before he gets into this game. You know, these players have to preserve their mental to the best of their ability. The best of 5 especially. Oh, here's the audience. Cosplay.
Yeah.
Holding up signs and things.
There might be a Voice End sign here. Obviously, a lot of fans for our Dynamic Cup players here in the audience. Yeah,
I always love these graphics.
Yeah, these graphics are very good. I mean, you know, I really think, again, you know, we saw that feedback QR code. We'll be seeing it again later. You know, it's that kind of feedback and these improvements that really go a long way to making these tournaments really fun to watch.
Definitely. And here we go, Chikawa versus Voice End, playing a very do you say, combo aggro, somewhere in the middle?
It's
deck
it's definitely between
Skull?
combo aggro. Yeah, that's what I'd classify that deck as. You have that Bennett line to combo.
And here we have our raffle is now ongoing. So if you enter the name of the player you want to win in the chat along with your UID, you have to enter both of those, same message. You'll be entered into a raffle to win 1,000 Prima Gems. There will be 2 winners, and we'll announce them at the end of this match. So yeah,
Yeah.
go for it.
Good luck.
Good luck. Have fun.
Yeah, I'm sure once we're done here with this set, we'll be joining you guys right alongside in chat as Rin and Stadfa take over, and we'll be joining in those raffles too,
Yeah,
because
I
I want
mean,
to see my name on.
I don't necessarily want the primos. I just want my name to appear on the screen so that Rin and stuff I have to read it.
Yeah. And we've already agreed to mangle everyone's usernames horribly, so look forward to that chat.
If it happens.
If it happens.
If it happens.
It's I mean, there's a lot of people watching, and thank you for tuning in as well. I know we have a long day ahead of us, you know. And so far the matches have been pretty quick, but Chikua does draw that talent.
Yes, Chikwa with the Bennett talent. That's exactly what we were saying earlier, right? So, and he's starting on Bennett, most certainly going to be going for Bennett Burst here. Normal attack coming out.
Yeah, normal attack, just building that energy. It'll be interesting to see if he plays... he might just be looking for another normal attack here. You know, the Pyro application on Dea is not at all important, right? Like, you don't care about Dea in this matchup. The damage on her almost doesn't matter. In fact, it's kind of in your best interest not to do a lot of damage to Dea because, of course, once she's brought below 6 HP, her skill will no longer deduct health from her.
Right, and it still offers the damage reduction, I believe, right? So we're most certainly going to see a skill coming out of Dea on Voicen's side.
Yeah, he has the dice.
Yeah, having the dice for it. Everything else is rainbow, though.
Yeah. I think it'll work out. Oh, no, he doesn't have Dunyazan to discount that Paimon. So I think Voicen's thinking of tuning 1 so he can play that Paimon. Ooh. Wait.
Wait, was that a
That's
normal
very unusual.
attack?
Yeah, it was a normal attack.
Interesting.
Yeah,
I have to wonder.
Very curious to see what the fault. So, if he's normal attacking here, it's almost certainly we're gonna see Paimon and Wagner.
That's what I was thinking as well. Yeah.
As the follow-ups. We'll have to see if that happens. But still, it's a very passive approach to a deck that I feel like is gonna start piling on the damage very quickly. So, yeah, definitely surprising.
You see a tune into Bennett's skill here on Dea. Kind of putting her under threat. We do see this Paimon Wagner finish as we predicted. Ooh, drawing the Kill Favonia. That's going to be really good against Chikoa's deck, I believe.
Yeah, I think that's what you want to see here. Although I actually have to wonder if Sacrificial Sword would have been better. That really will let you force, you know, your with Jean force characters off of whoever is active.
That's true, right? So, Hoven, Also, by the way, our raffle for this match has ended. We will be announcing the winners of the 2 Prima Gem rewards, 1,000 Primos at the end of this match. And if you are just catching the stream now, you can enter the next raffle at the start of the next match, whether we're casting or not, depending on, you know, if this ends. But be on Astro Carnival's Twitch.
Oh, Chikwa needing to reroll everything. He needs Pyro Die.
Oh, that's not great.
You can see the audience there. Some of them are cheering for him. Some of them are cheering for him rolling badly, unfortunately. But Voicen's die are almost perfect. Yeah, this is gonna be really hard. He needs to tune 4 to Bennett Burst.
Voicen's dice are so good for Omni 3 Animal.
So Chikwa's almost certainly going to play that stove. He's going to want to dig for a Gilded. And that's the other thing that's also painful. He didn't draw a Gilded off of Tamiya's, because that would have been one way to save him from tuning a lot of cards this round.
Here we go, by the way. So Voicen using Dea's skill. Her burst is up, but I'm not sure that we're going to see it.
We're probably not going to see it.
It's not really something we see frequently in this deck.
Yeah, and particularly because if Dea bursts there, it's very easy for Bennett to just take her out and prevent the... It is a follow-up attack, so she needs 2 full turns to perform that burst. So he's not going to have enough time to do it all if Bennett bursts here.
What do you think about Chikwa quick swapping Nikuching and actually just taking out Dea? Is that a good idea or is it a bad idea?
It's a bad idea. It's a bad idea.
You were judging me for my puns earlier, and here you are making puns. Can
that was
you
a good one, though.
him?
Yeah, but I make the good ones.
What do you mean you make the good ones?
So Chikwa's in a very tough spot. I believe... right back into it. With the hand has been... I mean, tuning 4 here... He might even just want to ghost... Yeah, I'm saying that he might even want to ghost the Ace to her here. Oh, it is going to be Kaching. Oh,
Gamblers?
He wants the dice from gamblers to help Bennett bursts. Okay.
Here we go. Skill coming out. I mean, this is going to negate that damage reduction from Dia, right?
Yeah,
That's
it is true.
part of the core of this deck,
Yeah.
having that damage reduction, which will not be offered anymore because she is unfortunately eliminated.
I wonder if Voicen's going to look at that and wonder if Chiku's dice are just very bad. In fact, we might actually see the Bennett burst go next round instead of this one, because now that Chiku is on Kaching, it's actually in his best interest to just apply the Electro while he still can. He can tune that Stiletto just to use it again and have another Kaching skill. Very powerful there to allow Kaching to essentially only use 2 Electro die per skill.
Voicen using his own stove, I believe, drawing light of foliar incision, which is not the one he wants, I'm sure, and also a quick swap, that animal resonance free quick swap.
Yeah, so what Voicen, so one of the ways that Bennett burst can really take over the game is if you ever let the opponent get value not only on the damage but the healing as well, it quickly spirals out of control. So one of the ways you can kind of combat that is try and hold back your damage as much as you can until Bennett burst runs out, and then put all your damage down there. But with Bennett burst being delayed right now, Voicen's going to go for a little bit more aggressive route.
I guess this is fine, you know, using a light of foliar incision to just get a dice back, and essentially with Wagner at 3 stacks, it's a free equip, right, for Voicen, so it's net positive.
Yeah, I do like that. Interestingly enough, though, against this specific deck, it's going to be very hard for Asia to absorb any elements at all, because the opposing damage is all Animo at this moment.
I mean, you can also absorb things if you crystallize with, with your shield, right? So, I mean, Chico could be going for the Electro application on Kuching and maybe swap to Aishaha.
Yeah, you probably want to save those Electro Auras, though, for Bennett. And yeah, it looks like we are going to see a tune into another Stiletto. That does make the most sense. We might actually see building up to a Kaching burst here.
Definitely could be. And Voicen does not have its talent yet or anything like this. Of course, Lynette's talent, if you're unfamiliar, because Lynette is a very new character in patch 4.3. On the second cast of her skill in the same round, it gives her an additional 2 points of damage on her skill, I believe. And also swaps back to the previous character that you were on, or the one in line.
Yeah.
So.
I mean, so far Voicen's only used 2 normal attacks, so you know there's no threat of that one. But with a third normal, and we do see that Woven in hand, so Voicen could have threatened lethal on Kaching here.
Chico is swapping to Bennett. What do you think is going through his mind as he does that?
I mean, I think it's just setting up for Bennett burst next turn, because again, now that Kaching's pretty low, and with that Stiletto in hand, so this is one of the reasons people run Pyro Kaching, Bennett Kaching specifically. You know, you can set out Bennett burst and then use that Stiletto to quickly go onto Kaching, deal extra damage, heal for 2, and it becomes a very powerful combo. So almost certainly setting up. He's gonna have to waste 2 dice though, unfortunately. Yeah,
because those 2 Geo dice aren't really going to be used for any actions. Most actions cost 3 or more, and they're not even the right element in this case. So Chico most certainly going to be ending his turn.
Well, the voice end very.
Well, I think the question is he going to use the wolf in his hand for voice end?
Oh, he is. Oh.
Wait. Whoa, never mind.
Oh, okay.
I was like, is he going to tune and force Bennett off?
No, not this round. So he's still setting up for next round. Now, so the Anima Resonance let him maintain turn priority. So Jean is going to get to go first next round. So he did that to wait for that Pyro on Dea to go onto a character so he can swell. So he did have the option of skilling on Jean first, but that would have given his opponent a potential to have turn priority.
Oh, and here Chico is forced to swap onto Aishaha in response because he really wants to get the Bennett burst off, right? And that Pyro is going to go into Aishaha, allowing Jean to swirl, as you said, beginning of next turn.
But Voicen did have to spend 3 die there to equip that Aquila. But now that he has 2 equipments on, it's going to be very difficult for Chico in the next round.
I saw a quick swap. Chico drew a quick swap, so he could go for a quick swap burst, but his dice are not good again.
I mean, he does 2 Omni. That's at least a good start.
Okay, Voicen's dice are also not good.
No. Probably, I mean, that's kind of the window I think Chikua needs. If he can re-roll into a Mount Pyro, he's thinking through his actions carefully. I mean, players are using all the time they need to think through their coming turn, including the die roll, because the die roll gives you precious seconds, even if you know exactly which die you're going to re-roll.
Players thinking very hard about not only the dice they need to keep and roll, but I mean what they're going to be doing after the dice rolls, right? Every second counts for these timers.
And we're almost certainly going to see that Bennett burst go down though. Like, it's now or never. You know, your characters are low, so you have the potential to get a lot of healing. The scary thing is though, your opponent has 3 weapons equipped, and even though Lo-Fi is perhaps the least desirable weapon, the ability to refund dice is a lot of damage coming out just from those normal attacks.
Yeah, and I mean, I want to check in with the players' heart rates again. It's been a while, but Voicend is very calm. I mean, both Chico and Voicend are calm at this point, but Voicend's under 100 right now. Very confident in his actions. Does go for that Gene skill onto Aisha.
Actually, Voicend equipping that tenacity, it's a lot of resources to sink this late into the game. I actually don't know how much I like that.
Well, so, I mean, if Jean gets hit right now, she is going to get another Anemo dice back. So I think Voicend is accounting for that. And he is playing a stallier deck. He does have a Woven in hand as well.
Yeah, he does. So although Chico does have the option, if he slow swaps onto Bennett here, it could actually turn out very well for him because Voicend will need to tune his entire hand. Of course, we can see that very easily. Chico does not know that Voicend does not have the dice to skill again on Jean. The safest play would be to quick swap to Bennett, but I believe if he had all the information, he would actually want to slow swap here. We'll have to see what he does. It's almost certainly correct to go to Bennett in one way or another.
You were talking earlier about, getting a little taste of gacha by playing Wagner, but there's also the Chef Mao food.
True.
He could play the 1-cost food in his hand, and then Chef Mao might give him an Anemo die. Maybe.
It is a Lotus though, so you don't want to play it preemptively. Okay, we are going to see the Leave It To Me.
So yeah, Leave It To Me comes out. Quick swap onto Bennett. This is most certainly going to be a Bennett burst.
Yeah, there's really nothing else you want to do here.
Just waiting to go up, making sure that this is exactly what he wants to do, because sometimes we've seen the players going a little too fast, making mistakes, right? So
the one thing I would have liked about the slow swap play is that it would have brought Bennett low, below 7, and so that burst here would have healed for an extra 2, but Bennett being at 7 means you won't get the extra 2 points of healing, and every point of healing will matter.
Yeah, I think, you were saying this earlier, but I think he was afraid of getting swirled off of Bennett in that case, but...
Yeah. I think that's fine, though. If you get swirled off of Bennett, you can just swap one more time. Your opponent will run themselves out of dice, and then the tenacity won't actually refresh at the right timing.
So, I mean, with Bennett's burst down, that did hit Jean, and Jean, from her tenacity, the middle of the equip, actually got an Anemo dice back. So with the Woven in Voicend's hand, he's essentially at 2 more actions. How do you think he's going to use them?
I mean, he actually doesn't want to push... this is a situation where, you don't want to play into Bennett's burst here, right? Any damage you do on Bennett is just going to get healed back up, even with an Aquila. So a skill here is not great, particularly because he would have to use a Woven and also tune. So he might actually just go for a normal attack here. Try and keep the opponent on Bennett, because you don't want to push them onto the other 2 characters which are higher value.
Although, Chico does have Stiletto in his hand, and Voicend should know that. I mean, Stiletto's the first card you normally go to tune, right? But Chico has the perfect dice to play it if he wants.
Yeah, we might see him go onto Lynette and burst.
Here we go. Slow swap onto Lynette.
Yeah, I think a Lynette burst here makes sense. We might even see a normal attack into a burst. He actually does have enough dice to do that, just to get out more damage.
Yeah, so in swapping to Lynette, he lost that second action I was talking about, but if he goes for a normal attack...
Oh, okay.
Ooh,
wow.
Okay.
We've not seen Bennett in a while, but that is the power of his burst there. Unfortunately, though, that kind of works out, I think, in Voicend's favor, because not only do we get that healing off of the Aquila on Jean, but Chico didn't get any value of healing on the Bennett, so that's why, yeah, the swap to Lynette was actually very good.
We're swapping back onto Lynette yet again. Chico is not able to respond here, has no dice left. Just gonna be forced to end his turn.
I think that's fine.
Yeah, that's fine.
Ooh, okay, yeah, so it's gonna be the burst.
That's the second Woven.
Yeah. But actually, Voicend play here is exactly what you're going to do against Bennett. You bring your opponent, you don't let them get value from healing, and you force them to use their damage, but not get the heal benefit. And without healing, Bennett's burst is actually not quite as effective as you might think.
I'm looking at Chico's characters. They are all so low right now. Bennett at 2, Aisha at 3, Cushing at 1. Of course, with 1 Stiletto from Cushing, she would have her burst ready to go.
Yeah, those dice aren't good, and Chico can't safely go into Kaching here because Lynette is going to have enough damage to take out Kaching even through a heal. That swell from Lynette's burst, they are very critical there in order to make that happen. So I think otherwise Kaching would have been at 4 would have still been enough anyway. So I guess it would have been the same either way. Because of course, if Chico does go to Kaching here, the overload will push Voice End onto Lynette.
Also, look at these players' heart rates. So, I mean, underneath Chico, he's at 144. Voicen's even above 100, nearly at 120 right now.
That's high for him.
Yeah, both these players have spiked.
I mean, this is a very tense point in the game, right? Like, a lot is riding on this turn, because once Bennett Burst runs out, Voicen can start taking over. Oh,
And
there's a Gilded.
This is the last turn Bennett's Burst is going to be up for as well.
Yeah, we see a Gilded actually. That draw is pretty huge. The Tamias has been building up stacks for a long time. So, you know, the one way you take advantage of Bennett Burst is you have a lot of dice on one turn to use. So the more dice you have, you know, the more you can make use of the healing and the damage. So an extra 2 dice is an additional action. That's 2 more damage, 2 more healing.
Yeah, and being able to equip Gilded for free is huge too. You know, you don't have to pay for those extra dice.
Yeah, I mean, that's why you run Tamias in these decks. It's to, you know, build up stacks over time. It's kind of a way to ramp without actually ramping and also getting artifacts out of your deck.
How much HP is Jean effectively sitting at right now? 2 shield points.
Well, one of those shield points.
One of the things from Dia does not factor anymore, but Lynette's Burst does. So
it's 13.
13. Tandori. This is what I was wondering. If Chico will go for Tandori's skill.
Tandori makes sense because I think you're expecting your opponent to take out Kaching. We might not even see Chikua go for a Bennett skill first, because I believe that brings Jean low enough that she will go down to the Stiletto.
That's what I was thinking too. So, you know, Chikua equipping that Gilded onto Bennett will give 1 Pyro and 1 Omni. So basically it's the perfect dice to go for Bennett's skill first, which is what we see here, and then probably Kaching's skill after.
Yeah, but I think Poison does have that Lotus has been saving this whole time. Is that enough to prevent the damage? Stiletto, let's see, it's 3 + 2 + 2 + 2. So that's a lot. That's 9? Wait, that could be 1 off. I think the Lotus here will be enough. If Chiku, so if Voicen can protect Jean or his characters from going down and letting Kaching use that Gamblers, I think he's not going to have enough dice to finish the game.
That's true.
Oh, although the H-Shot talent.
You can go H-Shot, yeah. You can play H-Shot talent.
Wait, does that count as a skillful? I've never had this interaction come up. I believe it's not a skill.
What was that? What would that even do? I don't think.
No, it does. It shouldn't trigger because the talent, even though it's a combat action, is not a skill. And I think Bennett's burst specifically does say skill.
It doesn't do any additional damage. It wouldn't do damage, I don't think.
But H to her skill here would crystallize, which would absorb an element and give you an additional dice. So Chikua can go up to 6 dice this turn. I think he's going to have to. But that isn't going to leave enough for him to finish off both Jean and Lynette. Ooh, it is going to be Stiletto.
He's going for a Stiletto. Is this enough, though? It's not enough.
No, it's 1 shot, like we said.
So, what is his plan here?
Well, he's going to use the Edge to her talent that will get him back up to 3 die.
It will, but he can't skill in that point. He's not going to absorb anything, right?
Yeah, I wonder if he miscalculated here.
That's it. And we see Chikuma's player cam there. He's holding his face in his hand. I think he realizes his mistake. And unfortunately, this is a tournament losing mistake. This is the lower bracket. So if he loses this match, and we see Voicen celebrating here. Oh, man. Thumbs up from Voicen for Bennett. And Voicen takes the second best of 5, 3-0 against Chikua. Congratulations to Voicen. Very strong showing here. And of course, we're going to see the handshake and the bow.
Yeah, I think, you know, it was very important for Chikua to have just stayed on Ace to her there. If he uses skill and crystallizes, you know, he not only pops the Lotus and brings, I think, Jean still within range of the kill, but he also critically gets an additional die, you know, before he has to use that Ace to her talent. So, bit of a mess up. I'm not sure if that would have been enough to recover from that game. Just, you know, very well played there by Voicen.
Very, very well played by Voicen. And before we talk more about that set, we do have 2 more raffle winners. Congratulations to Y Dubai and Smittle2. You have won 1,000 Primo Gems each. And so there will be more matches coming up. We won't be casting them.
No.
But you can enter the raffle for 1,000 Primo Gems. There's 2 winners per match. 2 more best of 5s coming up.
I mean, yeah, that's will be. I mean, we'll have a little bit more time to talk about this game, but man, that went by in a blur. That was a very dominant performance by both Voice End and PP Pig. So both of them will have to face off against each other now in the next round.
Yes, and here on your screen you have a redemption code for 3,000 lucky coins. Please make note of the time it expires because it's in just a few hours, I believe. 11:59 p.m. UTC plus 8. Do whatever conversions, time zone conversions you need to.
Yeah, it should be in about 6-7 hours from now, based on if you're watching this live. And I guess after we're done, I need to quickly put in that code myself because I need those lucky coins.
I need those lucky coins. I just want to remind you, players at home, especially if you're tuning in from Genshin Official at the moment. Lucky coins, you can grind them out and stuff, but they are how you buy your cards in the game. And if you want to get started on your TCG journey, now is the best time. We're getting into new Cattail's Gathering season, everything. I mean, this season 1's just about to conclude, but you too can become a player. You can work your way up to the big stage like this.
Yeah, I mean, this is kind of the biggest stage that we've seen to date. And again, it is kind of the journey of all of these players throughout the whole year. They've been playing in tournaments starting from when TCG first released, and this has been, the kind of the summit of all of their achievements, and we're gonna see which of these players are gonna take it. But so far, the participants from the Dynamic Cup have made a very convincing show here. 3 of them are still left. We've just knocked out 2 players. We, Chikua and Z Crimlet going home, but that leaves 3 Dynamic Cup players, and then Kong as the only player not from the Dynamic Cup, I believe.
Yes, so Whip Kong is he was top 8 in the Southeast Asia, Hong Kong, Macau, Taiwan Prince Cup tournament.
Yeah.
Of course, I think Z Crimlet took top 4 in that same tournament, and Chikua was first place in the Prince Cup Japan tournament. So basically, we've had a lot of high-placing champions and whatnot being taken out here, but
all the Prince Cup champions are gone.
Yes, all of them are gone. Inzaghi and Stranger as well.
Yeah.
So.
Wow. I mean, it just goes to show just how strong the opponents are here, and just how, how difficult it is to get to the championship here. It's not because these players, are bad by any means, but, sometimes the dice don't get lucky. We saw Chikua there in 2 games, I believe, have very bad dice. Like,
the bad dice.
In that last round, he had to not go for Bennett Burst in I think round 2 or turn 2, and had he done that, that probably would have given him enough momentum to really break through the double aim deck before they could get that double weapon equip and the tenacity equipped and really take over the game. So that one round with bad dice really did affect the outcome of that game, and I don't think Chico really has anything to be too frustrated about based on his play, maybe aside from that very end there. But even then, I think it might have been a little bit too late.
Yeah, and I mean, the stakes are so high. We keep saying that, but they really are high. This is, they have worked so hard to get here, and there's a lot of money on the line too. There's so much on the line, pride and everything. So the nerves are definitely running high, especially since they're playing on this big stage in front of an audience and also in front of you viewers at home. So I think we should still be applauding the performance of those who unfortunately were knocked out today. So here we have the post-match data from Voice, and average rounds only 4. I mean, we were talking about how these matches went through so quickly, right?
Yeah, for sure. It was one of the fastest. I mean, we had to both cast some pretty long games in the group stages and previous day, but yeah, today has been very quick for us.
Even though we have seen Sol decks, but they've still gone very quickly. So yeah, average elemental burst 1.7, average elemental reaction 3.7. If you see that stat in the top middle, average number of effective dice in the first 3 rounds, this is basically how many dice you have that are usable for your characters. It's kind of like your luck factor.
Kind of.
So it's close to 5 out of 8. Pretty good.
Pretty good. We've seen like 5.5 as kind of like the peak luck factor, but it's kind of hovering in that middle range.
Here's the average heart rate in comparison with the peak heart rates of the highest one. Of course, Chico unfortunately going 0-3 here in this set between him and Voice End, but yeah, very low averages for Voice End. As I pointed out, both in the group stage and also in this elimination phase, Voice End is a very calm player. He's very confident in his moves.
It is climbing though, going to the third set, it did go up a little bit. So I'm sure as we see him go forward in the tournament, as the stakes get higher, they might progressively get higher and higher, might break some old records. We still saw some pretty crazy ones in the group stage. I believe, we had Gold Olive in the group stages go up to 188 I believe was the record. No one's broken 190 yet, which is kind of getting that dangerous territory.
It's probably good that they're not getting that high. So yeah, coming soon we're gonna have LL Rise Falcon versus Weep Kong. This is our upper bracket semifinals, I believe. And so this is going to determine who goes into the grand finals tomorrow. Actually, if you're gonna catch us casting tomorrow, make sure you stay tuned for that. And then after that, we're going to figure out who goes into the finals via the lower elimination bracket.
So that should be Voice End versus PP Pig, I believe. I believe they've already played in the group stages, if I'm remembering correctly, because I think both of them were in the same group stage. So they're going to have a rematch now in the lower bracket. I believe it's our first rematch of the tournament. There's a lot of opportunities in the group bracket to play against the same player. It never happened, but we're going to get our first rematch here in the best of 5. So we'll have to see if PvP can get revenge on Voice End, because, you know, I think Voice End was the one that came out on top.
Was knocked into the lower bracket, and he's been dominating it, but he has to prove his worth.
Yeah, well, one of them has to go home, right? They can't both make it.
I mean, at the end of the day, everyone has to go home, right?
Yeah, oh, that's true. We have to go home.
There's only one winner here, 250,000 yen.
Yeah, we're going to be sad to go home as well. We've had a lot of fun here at the live event in Shanghai. Okay, we have been here for almost 2 weeks now.
Almost 2 weeks,
covering this event.
There's only 1 day left of casting for us. It's really exciting, actually. You know, witnessing the build up from the group stage into the finals here. Like every stage is interesting. Even as these players are not bringing a whole lot of variation in their decks, like they still play out in different ways every time, and it's really exciting seeing, you know, the players trying to figure out how to dodge around like the current meta and what other players might be bringing or banning, etc., and just bringing different things. I don't know. It's very interesting. It's very fun.
We've definitely seen a ton more variety coming into the best of 5s, right? I think yesterday really only one best of 5 had what we would say a very standard deck list. I think that's Stranger vs Chikua, both of them bringing very comfortable decks that they were playing in the group stages. But pretty much every other player here started this tournament in the group stages very differently to the decks that they've ended up with, and I think that's seems to be a winning strategy so far.
It has been. I mean, we've seen Lisa, we've seen that one deck, the Liu Friends trio, win 2 times. Actually.
That's a scary one. I really think that's a sleeper. I agree. We haven't seen Hu Tao in a long time, but you know, that deck with the rainbow package with Gilded, the magic engine is just so good.
And Lithic Spear.
Lithic Spear, yeah. I mean, I guess both Unseen Razor and Liasong, very powerful choices right now in the metagame. So I'm excited to see if...
Razor is very unseen. Sorry, I had to make that joke again.
Again?
You didn't get it last time I said it.
I did get it. I just chose to ignore it.
I had to make it again so you could acknowledge it.
But yeah, I'm really looking forward to what the upper bracket finals are. I mean, both of these players are currently undefeated in terms of sets. I know Kong for a while was undefeated in the group brackets. He did take 1 loss to timing out. Unfortunately, I believe he was going to win that match.
These clutch games Kong is in where it's involved in egg. It's always involved in egg twice now.
That's true,
he
actually.
Didn't play the egg, and he like let the timer run out, and I didn't even notice the timer ran out at the time. I had to go back and watch the VOD, but the next game he won with the egg. So he played it decisively, but we're gonna have to see what happens. This is all for me and Blep today. Once again, my name is Leah, aka Windflower Leah.
And this has been Blep at Blep the Cat, and we're gonna catch you, hopefully tomorrow.
Hopefully tomorrow. For now, we're gonna go into highlights and a short break.
Have you ever heard of wushou dancing?
Liyue Harbor is always changing, so it is only fitting that Lantern Rite should change in turn.
Wushou dancing is famous in Chunyu Vale. Performers might be invited to promote the opening of a business or to spread good fortune during a holiday season.
Miss Farina is now one of my esteemed clients.
Is that so?
You're quite right, Miss Hutao.
How about we grab some dim sum from the Shinya kiosk? My treat. Congratulations! Up to it, Manzai!
A kite is always tied down no matter how far it flies or how high it soars.
O kite born of paper, flying true and sound, a lone traveler wanders, just waiting to be found.
I always believed we would see each other again, that our days of separation would finally end.
Lantern Rite should be a day of reunion.
I don't know. I don't remember.
You chose a path without a future.
Spare mine innocent child. I alone am the source of this sin.
One is fast on one's feet. Try to keep pace. Make way for the Adeptus!
Is she here yet? Must she get here?
She's not coming!
You're wrong. She's here.
Si je pouvais vivre dans l'eau, le monde serait-il plus beau? Me pardonneras-tu, ô chère mère? L'eau dans son courant fait danser nos vies, et la cité elle nourrit, ainsi que toi, mon doux amour.
But what about your wish?
human, you can reveal your secret to no one. You will face suffering and loneliness. Is this truly what you want?
Le grand amour ne suffit pas, seul un adieu fleurira. C'est notre histoire de vie, douce et amère. Moi, je serai toujours là, à voir le monde et sa beauté, et ça ne changera jamais, jamais.
As long as I keep digging, it will shake the world like no other news report in history. Your credible source of the unbelievable truth. That's my journalistic motto. What's the news? To put it in adventurer terms, I guess for me, it's all about the thrill of the chase. All right, let's get this interview started. People aren't always very fond of journalists. You know what they say, lies are soft and malleable, but the truth is sharp and inflexible. The time has come for your interview. Ready to be a star? Breaking news! Hard-hitting exclusive! Truth bomb! Morning! Did you read the paper yet? No? No worries. I'll read it for you.
The penultimate chapter of the epic that is the Genshin Impact Genius Invocation TCG Asia Invitationals is about to be written, and travelers from all across the globe, we welcome you to join us once again today for day 2 of the elimination phase. My name's Staffa, your commentator for today, and my co-caster.
I'm Rintaicho, the Ambermane, and welcome back to Genius Invocation TCG Asia Invitational.
Ooh, it's exciting. It really is now that we're this far into the competition. And for all of you who have been joining us so far, if you have any thoughts that you want to share with us, feedback about the stream, about the games, about our cast, anything at all, scan the QR code at the bottom of the screen right now, because your feedback and opinions are always very important to us. So thank you very much.
Yeah, let's do it.
You seem excited. You seem pumped.
I'm freaking excited today. I only just ate my meal, so like I have all my energy for now, but that's only gonna last an hour, so I'm probably gonna fall asleep in the middle of all this.
Well, let's hope that doesn't happen. We might have to cart in some food midway for him.
Right.
But it should be fine.
Yeah,
we should be
okay.
all good. We've already had a day of epic matches here, and our pool of 16 top players is now whittled down to our top 4. Ooh. Do you think, like, was this up to expectations, the people left?
Well, from what I've seen from the games before we played, right, I was not expecting 0-3, 0-3, or 3-0-3 matches, right? I was expecting at least like some longer games, but today went by relatively fast.
Yeah, it honestly has been a very quick day overall. It's unfortunate that we did have to bid farewell to Z-Crimlet and Chikua earlier today. We'll get to witness Voicen and PP Pig, who were able to move on at the end of the day. But next up is going to be the upper bracket finals. A direct ticket to the grand finals.
Yeah, we get to see LL Rise Falcon versus Uitkong coming up next. They've won all their matchups, and finally we get to see these two duke it out for the ticket to the finals, which will be tomorrow.
And I bet both these players are going to be eagerly eyeing that opportunity. In terms of the player data, not too much of a difference, actually. Just some small, minute changes in terms of like the strongest single strike. But otherwise, these are pretty evenly matched players. And it is kind of surprising to see this. I think Whipkong has definitely emerged as a bit of a dark horse.
Yeah, definitely. He was kind of struggling in the beginning with some of his matches, but he always made it through, right? Whereas Falcon was very confident going through all of his matches and probably he looked at least like slowed down. I think he's had the most rest out of all the players today too.
That is true. We have to recall that LL Rise Falcon was the first player to qualify into the elimination phase for Group A. But now we get to see both players and their decks. And there's some interesting stuff there.
I see the deck that I run personally all the time. Shinha SC, or Superconduct as the community calls it. I like to call it Cryo and Raiden at the same time.
That's pretty good.
Yeah, but there's some other great ones too, like the one that you lovely named the Fire Station.
Actually, I don't think Fire Station is.
Oh, is it
not quite.
Right.
It's got Azdaha instead of
Creep.
Creep. But we have the classic Kutching Overload right above. So Whipkong bringing in some classic decks here that we haven't seen in a while.
Proven to work, but can they stand up to the current meta of today?
LL Rise Falcon does have 2 stalls. Ooh. So Ningguang stall going to get banned out, and Falcon himself bans out Finale. What do you think?
I think that's probably the best moves on both sides and for our own mental health at this point right now.
That's fair.
Yeah, so obviously banning Finale, a really strong deck, even though it has like a lower win rate, but it is a very powerful deck that still can really do some damage once you get things going really fast.
It is funny to consider that it has a lower win rate, considering that the deck has been so popular. I still think it's probably the most banned deck out of the entire tournament. But starting things off straight away with Kong bringing in the classic Shinha Superconduct.
And they got a Joyous Celebration in this one too.
Yeah.
Actually, this deck seems very set up for the decks that were like perfect setup against the Finale. Actually, I think.
How so?
Well, you have a lot of elements being applied to you, right? So you can totally just flip it around, so you can avoid overloads and a bunch of other things. But also, none of the decks that come up are bringing like send-offs and things like that. So a lot of the ads from Shinha and Raiden will be out there free to just start hitting.
That's true. That card used to counter this deck up pretty notably. So without that, we'll see how well it can perform. For now, it's going to be our first match here for the two of us. It's the third match of the day as we jump right into our player introductions. It's gonna be LL Rise Falcon up against Whip Kong.
Cosplay right
Ooh.
there. Those Kamisato siblings are right in the front.
Yeah, we got the Kamisato siblings. We got a full house here of fans. Thank you very much to everyone who is joining us here live at the stage. And, of course, to everyone watching at home as well. This tournament wouldn't be possible without all of your support. So keep your eyes peeled because I think you guys know what's up now. Every game, there's going to be a raffle. And, oh, Guoba's here too.
Stove God is here to represent probably, I think, the best arcane card to date.
It is very good general purpose. That's why so many people play it. But with Guava giving the players energy, we should be able to see some spicy matches.
Ooh, I like what you did there.
Yeah.
Very good. But yeah, a lot of the time Guava is played, and the longer you go, the more cards you can draw, or you can draw to the second turn for a free strategize, which is still pretty strong. But that has happened a lot, and preferably you don't want to do that so you can get the maximum amount of cards you can on the fourth turn. But by then, the fourth turn usually, like against like 2 decks, usually aggro or combo, one of them is going to already be taken out. So we're going to have to see what happens there.
Yeah, sometimes the usage of that card can depend a little bit on what the power spike of your respective deck is going to be. If you're aggro, you play it earlier. If you stall, you wait until you can get as many cards as you can.
Yeah.
So it's always nice to be able to see these different usages of specific cards and specific decks as well. But of course, game 1 is going to be Finale versus that Shenhe Superconduct Kraiden, as you put it in.
The Kraiden.
Who do you think is more favored in this matchup?
Well, obviously Finale has been super strong, and it's coming from Falcon right now, so I expect a really strong setup here, provided he gets the right cards. But once again, Wukong bringing a classic deck and kind of geared to kind of counter the meta that is here.
Yeah.
So
let's see whether or not it will work out. But of course, raffles ongoing already. You guys already know the drill. Include which player you think is going to win this matchup with your UID in the comments. And you stand a chance to win 1,000 Primo Gems, which will be announced at the end of this game.
Okay, well, looking at their hands right now. Okay, Wukong's got a very crucial card to start the Superconduct going.
So I do notice he's definitely got a bit of a rarer card there in hand, the Weeping Willow of the Lake. I think this is the first time we've actually seen it in the whole tournament as well.
I think it's the first time I've seen it actually out in play.
Yeah, so if I'm not wrong, it is like if your hand has 2 or less cards at the end of your turn, it just draws 2 cards. It's good if you don't intend to have a lot of cards
good
left.
If you want to like set up like right away and then start bringing cards back to try and like keep things going. So, but yeah, Wukong's got a decent startup right now. They just got to use the Raiden skill just to get the eyeball out, and then if they need to switch, probably to Shenhe to get her skill going as well, so they can create superconducts early.
One thing that'll probably mess with his plans is the cringe dice that's happening on there. We've got 4 Dendro for Shenhe Superconduct, and even on LL Rise Falcon's side, it's not too good because he wants 3 Electro for official, but he's got just a bunch of Pyro instead.
All right, well, let's see. Once again, Wukong does like to run the clock, deciding his lines or his lanes. I don't know what line. Is it line or lane that we've been using?
Line.
It's line, right? Okay. I'm still pretty new to TCG myself, so I don't know all the terms. So he's considering his lines right now, but the usual one he should probably do. Maybe play, I believe, Liu Su. I think that's his name in that card.
Liu Su, yeah. I haven't seen Liu Su in ages as well.
This is a classic like Raiden. What?
Ooh.
Wow. Yeah.
He's going to be forced to tune.
Oh, man. That hurts my soul a lot as a Kraiden deck main. Ouch.
Ordinarily, if you had cringe dice like this, you try to reserve as much as possible and just tune to normal attack. So going for the summon there, would you say is kind of greedy?
Very greedy, especially when you got rid of the Gamblers and the Cryo Resonance card right away, because those are some really good cards with this deck.
Yeah, you can definitely afford to waste Gambler somewhat early on, but Cryo Res does feel a bit rough. What I do mainly worry about for Kong is that although, like, once he gets stuff built up, this is going to be a strong deck. We already remember how strong Shenhe Superconduct was in the past. Against Finale, who is able to put a lot of pressure early, it may be difficult to stay on Raiden, right?
Right. It will be, but Raiden really has that one job, is to probably get her burst out so everyone else can have energy. Or you run this line and just, like, jump between characters and get energy that way.
Yeah, I think that's not too bad. Like we mentioned, it would be very difficult to stay on Raiden against the Finale deck, so switching over to Shenhe and using Liu Su to build up energy is pretty valuable. I've seen a lot of players in the past when you start your hand with Liu Su, you would go like, maybe you start on one of the other characters and switch into Raiden as your first action to instantly build energy. But I think based on this, Kong was already expecting that he wouldn't be staying on the Shogun.
Probably not, no. Especially, yeah, once again, the cringe dice, as we like to call it.
Yep.
I love that term, when your dice just make you cringe upon sight. Oh well. Anyway.
Just like how the raffle ending might make our viewers cringe a bit on sight.
Cringe, and I think they just saw what I did in the chat.
Did they now?
Yeah. Ha 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 ha. It's gonna be really funny if it actually happens, but we'll see. Anyway,
we'll see.
Some elements were being thrown around as damage is being done across both sides. Here we're looking at their die again. Rise Falcon. I'm just gonna say that's easier for me to say faster. Did keep the Endender die, so Nahida probably gonna do a couple skills. They are on Linny right now though, so you're gonna have to switch over.
Yeah, this is definitely looking like much better dice for both players this round, making up for what happened previously.
Yep.
Interestingly enough, Kong actually not going to go straight for the Shenhe Burst, though of course being overloaded makes that a bit difficult regardless. So, what would be the play right now? As someone who has experience with Shenhe Superconduct, what do you do here?
Okay, remember now, I am not as a strong player as the players on screen. I'm not as strong as Blep and Leah. I'm probably in the same realm as you with the skill level. So, they already did their thing. They healed and switched over to Shenhe. They want to get Shenhe's, I think you called it Spirit out, right? So it can combo with Raiden's Eye as well, creating more damage, like consistent damage being applied to that side, especially with a team that can't heal by skill and have to rely on cards that pop up. So as long as you apply that pressure to them and keep cycling through and getting your abilities out, it should be pretty good for Kong.
Yeah, I think that now is the time to give a little bit of context to our viewers as well. For those of you who have been here for this tournament, but not with the TCG for as long, you may wonder what is up with this Shenhe Superconduct deck, because this is the first time we're seeing it the whole tournament. Was it strong before? The answer to that is yes, this was one of the premier meta decks before 4.3. Because, as you mentioned, Raiden Summon and Shenhe's skill/burst add a lot of overall damage, which allows Chongyun to become a very capable anchor. It's no longer as popular because nowadays combo decks find it a lot more difficult to play with the amount of aggro around.
Right.
But this could still work out because UFP Kong now able to get that Shenhe burst out.
Yeah, because Raiden deck can have ads on the field much longer than like what Linny's got going on right now, what Oz is going on right now. That extra damage that comes from every turn is very, very threatening, and keeping that pressure on them is, I think, is very crucial to a victory for Wukong here.
In comparison, though, what worries me is that the reason why Finale is such a dangerous deck is how much pressure you're able to put on right from the get-go.
Yes.
So immediately Wukong already has to kind of switch up the gameplay style a little bit, not going for the Raiden burst instantly. And so far, I think he's been doing a good job of it. But unlike Finale, where you can kind of rely on both Nahida and Linny as anchors, Shenhe SC is mainly a Chongyun one-man show. So if he gets dropped too low, it becomes very difficult for Kong to continue.
Yes, but like you said, the Raiden deck, or Shenhe Superconduct, I'll call it now, you can run many different lines, though, with this one. It depends on what cards you get first, but even if you don't get the right hand right off the bat, you can easily run any of the other characters and lead back into Raiden, and it'll be just as fine.
For now, we're going to see the summons doing some damage. Whip Kong is going to choose to sacrifice Shenhe here. I'm wondering if he will switch to Raiden or Chongyun in this situation. Looks like, yeah, he wants to avoid as much damage on Chongyun as possible. We'll just take the single Pyro. But Chongyun is still going to be quite vulnerable here.
Right.
Let's see what he's able to get. Ooh, unfortunately, Moon Piercer a bit late.
Yeah, a bit late, but should still be okay. Chongyun can still hit pretty hard. If he can start building his energy on his side, he can give them a threat of a burst. Chongyun with one of the strongest bursts in the game, too.
Look at those dice.
Actually, yeah.
6 Omni. You can actually even hear the crowd there. LRI's Falcon definitely not having quite as much luck with his dice there. 2 Pyro, 2 Dendro. Not ideal. And his hand isn't looking the strongest, so I think we might see a Stove God this turn.
Yeah, definitely. Kong could just eliminate Nahida now. Too bad he didn't have that Gamblers, though. And then he could either get Fischl to force overload onto Raiden, then who could equip their Moon Piercer and then get another eye, or refresh the eye once again. And Linny's already quite low too, so yeah, Falcon is in a bit of a pickle right now.
Yeah, I'm thinking about the lines here. In terms of the support cards that the players still have, I think it does make the most sense for Kong to just go for the kill on Nahida as well.
Yeah.
Because with Pyro on him, Falcon will probably be forced to switch into Oz to try and trigger the overload.
Yeah.
And that will probably be manageable.
Yeah, that should be okay. It definitely should be okay right there. I love this old meta, new meta kind of versus each other to see who's boss still.
It is the old meta, new meta. I think this is also a good opportunity to mention that we are down to our top 4 already after our first 2 eliminations today. And Whip Kong is the only remaining representative from any Prince Cup. The other 3 players are all from the Dynamic Cup. So a lot of pressure here riding on Kong's shoulders.
Yeah. Oh boy. All right. Back to Falcon. They definitely could overload Chongyun off, but what else could they do here? There's a bunch of things they could set up. They could equip Vorukasha right now, because Fischl's likely going to take another hit. They could revive Nahida. Probably don't want to do that yet. Is that going officially? Yes, it is. Okay. So probably just going to Oz. Very likely here. Got to get Oz back out to apply your own pressure.
What's unfortunate is that LLRI's Falcon has 2 Yayois and 2 Liar Songs, but no Gilded Dreams. So even with the cringe dice he has, if he had even 1 Gilded, he could be tuning to get the dice that he needs and could actually build up a lot of dice this turn as well.
Yeah.
But unfortunately, without that, not going to be able to do too much. Will overload off of Chongyun. And this is still a bit of a scary play because if Kong had a quick switch, then Chongyun can just come back once again. But we all know that Kong doesn't have one. So he might be forced to do something on Raiden instead.
Yeah. You want to note that Nahida was taken out this round, so that Ito card is available to use. But once again, yeah, their dice not agreeing with them quite well. Oh, there's the Gilded.
Ooh, there it is, yeah.
Actually, that came in clutch.
That is a nice time. What is very unfortunate is that LLRI's Falcon already used his Yayoi proc from this round to equip the Vorukasha on Fischl.
Yeah.
He does still have Yayoi in hand,
yep.
so he can actually refresh that. So that's going to be a free Gilded, allows him to do some tuning. As you mentioned, he has I Haven't Lost Yet as well, so Fischl Burst is an option.
It's definitely going to be an option here. I believe so. 4 damage, I believe, from Fischl's Burst onto Raiden. And they'll still have enough dice to attack. Yeah,
this is actually a very dangerous turn now for Kong.
I think it just turned around on Kong as soon as the Gilded showed up.
Drawing that Gilded Dreams was massive.
Yeah, very, very big play.
He's going to be able to get another... he's going to be able to get 9 dice. 10 if he plays the I Haven't Lost Yet.
Yeah, there's no dice left on Wukong's side. He's got no Ito card. It actually might be... This might be Falcon's game right here. Let's see. Yeah, here comes the Ito card. Yeah, Kong kind of winced upon seeing that.
Yeah, not much you can do about it.
Yeah,
Midnight Phantasmagoria.
All right, so all they got to do is switch around. You know, it'd be really funny. Actually, wait, no, can they do that?
Kong is missing some dice. If he had 2 more dice for Raiden Burst here, he could actually remove Fischl, and then he would be having the advantage since it would be Linny 1v2. But without that dice, he's going to be forced to end turn early. And now LLRI's Falcon actually can get 6 dice this round for another 2 attacks. So you are basically correct. Both Raiden and Chongyun are low enough that a single hit will take them out.
Yeah, it's Falcon's game quite easily right here. Yeah, 2 there.
Preserve the Pyro dice to make sure that you use it on the higher health target.
Yeah, probably use your burst. Or just use your skill anyway. Yeah, you just want to end it fast. Might as well. I would do the flashy way, but hey, that's just me.
The Gilded Dreams top deck at the perfect timing for LLRI's Falcon allows him to secure victory in game number 1.
Yeah. Falcon with the Linny finish and putting... I'm trying to make a pun here. Showing the finale of his finale deck, right? Because he can't bring it back once it's won a game, right? So, yeah, Linny putting on the Disappearing Act on Chongyun there, but he will come back again probably. The Raiden deck is still pretty strong.
It's still pretty strong, but now you can see how this deck does have an unfortunate matchup here. Raiden, Shantae Superconduct is a combo deck in a sense. It's a more aggressive deck, but it's still kind of combo. So to finale, it's still going to be pretty weak. But of course, we have our raffle winners. We got Mint Tea Drink. Your name is very tasty right now. And Renana 250.
My heart jumped a little bit when I saw Renana won. Congrats to you, Renana. You took Primo Gems today.
Yeah, that should be Taicho after the rain instead.
What do you mean I didn't type it in chat? Chad, what are you talking about? That didn't happen at all. No, I'm here doing this. I'm writing notes down. See my notes?
We're totally not seeing Rin Taicho in the comments. No, absolutely
not at all.
not.
No,
What are you talking
What do you
about?
mean? A streamer would never read the comments in
Congratulations to the winners.
Anyway.
For those of you who weren't lucky enough to win this time, I think you guys know everything by now. There's going to be another raffle next game, so keep your eyes peeled, keep your fingers warm and ready to type in your UID once the next game starts. But now that LL Rise Falcon is one game up, things are going to look pretty scary. It's a best of 5. Whip Kong still has a lot of opportunity, but I feel like LL Rise Falcon has been playing incredibly cleanly this whole tourney.
He's been one of the best players, probably the best player we've seen perform throughout. Very confident with their plays. Doesn't look like they're sweating it at all, right? Just going through it and just, you know, playing their game as they should be. And probably a little bit of luck along the way with it.
A little bit of luck does go a long way. But besides LL Rise Falcon as well, Whip Kong has actually been showing an amazing performance. We did mention that he's been he's kind of been emerging as a dark horse because going into this, compared to a lot of the other players that were invited, he definitely didn't seem like he had the most stellar credentials, but yet he is here.
Oh, and he opts to bring that deck back. Versus, we just named this one Mountain Fire or something.
It's like Fire Mountain.
Yeah, Fire Mountain.
But like I was thinking Volcano.
Volcano,
It's
right?
It's a volcano deck because Manifestation and Azdaha are mountain related, and Benny is fire, so it's a volcano.
There you go. All right, yeah.
I wonder if that'll pick up.
Yeah, well, you let us know, Chad. I'll check the comments later and see if that is agreed upon by us all here. But hey. I love to see a new card come into play. By new card, I mean like a card that doesn't get played often. So it helps me learn to see how actually it can work. Very interesting card, actually. Able to absorb elements and then become that element and then add an extra attack that does 3 damage of that element. So you can see tons of combinations being flown around today.
Yeah, it's surprising that we're getting to see so much Azdaha today because up until now, he basically didn't make an appearance at all.
No.
So LR Rise Falcon gonna be bringing in the newly dubbed Volcano deck here. This is also going to be a form of aggro deck, so Shenhe Superconduct will have some difficulty against this as well.
Look at all those talent cards, though. I'd never seen 5 talent cards in a deck until today. I don't think
actually,
that's normal,
like 5 talent cards across 3 characters.
Right.
So having 2 copies of Storm Terror's Lair is going to be very handy because it does allow you to pull out a talent. But typically, when you run Storm Terror on a Bennett deck, you only want to run his talent, so it's guaranteed. So now Storm Terrors is actually a gacha.
Yeah, actually, you're right. I like that. It also lets you play them for less cost too, I believe, once you put talent cards, right? So that could be super handy with dice conservation for LL Rise Falcon. We went over this deck with Weep Kong. It was pretty strong. It might have a good setup against this side here. We'll have to see. Just really the Gilded showing up at the right moment for Falcon and having the Liars ready to go was just really unfortunate for Kong.
Yeah, if LL Rise Falcon hadn't managed to pull his Gilded out at that precise moment, there's a chance that Kong would have survived that turn. But actually, I feel like it would still been very difficult because only Chongyun would have survived, and he was still 1 energy off of burst.
Yes.
So I think it was going to be Falcon's game regardless, but still came pretty close up until that point.
Look at him. He's smiling. He's feeling good about it right now. His heart must be like fluttering and racing, like, I can do this, I can win, I got this.
It's rising?
Yeah, the LL Rise Falcon coming out of...
His heart is rising.
Yeah, that was his whole,
a falcon.
That's his whole name thing, too. I remember talking to someone about why his name is the way it is. It is something about like rising to like the challenge and like overcoming everything or something like that.
I mean, it makes sense. He really has been doing so far. And he's been putting up a stellar performance up on that stage. But this is going to be game 2 now. LL Rise Falcon with the Volcano deck versus Shenhe Superconduct from Whip Kong. I'm going to say that until it's correct because Fire Station was already good. I'm going to keep going.
You're going to name all the Pyro decks at this point.
Yes. For now, raffle ongoing once again because it's a new game, it's a new day, it's a new raffle, and a new chance to win. Include which player you think is gonna win and your UID, and we'll do the rest.
Yeah. Joyous Celebration, though. I really want to see that card do like a really quick...
Ooh,
I want to see the card like turn around and like actually do something. I want to see that kind of play happen. So Wukong does keep that card too, right? Probably want to get like a flashy finish coming up here.
Joyous Celebration would actually be very useful in this matchup because part of why you have the Bennett manifestation combo in the first place is that Overload is very scary along with the Lightning Rod damage. So if you're able to purge that initial element, then that's actually pretty good. And that's why Kong is starting on Raiden.
All right, they didn't get Su though, but that's okay. They could still run this line here. Just get Raiden, do a skill in normal, and then get ready to burst and give energy to the rest of the team. Bennett obviously going to get started too, so it's going to be a race here on who's going to get their things out. Yeah, Raiden skill. No thought there.
I think this is going to be fairly safe for Kong to go for the full burst. And it doesn't look like Rise Falcon is planning to do any quick swap into Overload shenanigans. So even more safe if Kong decides to go for it. But he has to, of course, be careful of anything in Rise Falcon's hand that could potentially increase damage right now. And the quick swap is still a possibility.
Yeah, definitely. So we'll have to see what they're going to do here. Definitely thinking of doing a normal, maybe even ramp up for Leben on the next round. Maybe even play your heavy strike and just do a little bit more damage to Bennett. Oh, switch to Shinha. They do have the cryo die, so yeah, they could totally start applying elements here.
Okay, so they're respecting the possibility of the quick swap into maybe some random dice for the manifestation. So, because you really don't want to lose Raiden this early on in the game. That's basically just falling into what Falcon wants to happen.
Definitely. All right. Some superconduct action going to Rise Falcon side, though, but he looks as cool as he could ever be. Look at that. He looks much more like animated, too, with that kind of think pose he just did there.
I think Rise Falcon is definitely one of the more animated players among the dynamic comp. Because a lot of the players from there seem to be quite solemn, quite calm. We do see moments where they break that like stoic nature. But Rise Falcon, we know him. This is the guy that always takes every chance he can to pose on stage.
Falcon playing Guoba for that free strategize. Oh, it does roll the Gamblers and the Lotus Crisp. Pretty good. Right, that'll help him set up for some eliminations pretty soon.
What's even better is he has both Bennett talents in hand without even needing to play Storm Terror.
Right.
So it's less of a gacha now since he's already got the guarantee. That's going to be Bennett talent coming out very good here. And this means that Whip Kong has to be very careful this and the next turn.
Yeah, this is when Joyous Celebration can be really handy here. But the question is now, how do you play it and when do you play it? You switch off to Chongyun and let them keep doing it, and then you pull it on them and try and trap them with Thunder Manifestation to do no reactions. So we'll have to see.
That is the question. It's not a bad time to play it now because the way that Joyous Celebration works is that it applies the element of your active character to any character that has an element. So since Shenhe is active, it would apply Cryo to both Shenhe and Raiden and basically take off the Pyro, which isn't too bad. But I think Kong probably wants to wait until Rise Falcon has actually switched to Manifestation, because if he does it now, all Rise Falcon needs to do is just attack on Bennett again.
Yeah, we'll have to see what happens here. Oh, they do tune Lusu for some extra cryo, and then they do play the Joyous Celebration.
Okay.
There goes Falcon with that face just right there.
Probably one of the most effective uses of Joyous Celebration.
Definitely, yeah. Which puts Falcon back a little bit, but I don't think it's really going to do that much. I feel like maybe it was played a bit soon. I feel like maybe you could try to draw out the dice a little bit more. That does mean take a little bit more damage, but you do set them back a bit by, you know, forcing them to do that.
He could have potentially wasted one more dice on Rise Falcon's side if he allowed him to slow swap to Manifestation first. But there is still the risk of that quick swap happening, and then it would be too late regardless.
Right.
So I think this is still fine, and if Rise Falcon wants to put Pyro again, then that means he has to waste the dice for a Bennett skill.
Yeah. He totally could do that right now, or he could move off Bennett. Maybe you might want to keep Bennett a little bit here too. He's still pretty effective. You do want to keep him around. He could try to draw another talent card. Slow swap over to maybe Asha and get him going as well. A lot of options here. Lotus Chris onto Bennett. All right, he's going to stay on.
I was wondering whether he might go Lotus onto Manifestation and switch, but looks like he is going to stay on Bennett to take advantage of the burst healing, keep him topped up, like you mentioned, to keep him around just a little bit longer.
Yeah, it's not looking good for Shinha right now either, and not enough die to use the summon, unfortunately, for Kong here. Yeah, what would you do here? You could slow swap back over to Raiden and get her eye refreshed.
It's basically very difficult for Kong
Yeah.
to switch into anyone right now other than maybe Chong Yun because he's still full. But he's your anchor. You don't want him to take damage.
Right.
We are kind of seeing the weakness of Shinra Superconduct and why this
Yeah.
deck is no longer meta. The
Right.
prevalence of aggro with the addition of Thunder Manifestation just makes it way too difficult for you to actually get both Raiden and Shinra burst out. And not just that, what we've been seeing is that Kong has been having difficulty getting even one burst out.
Yeah, I think he tuned just to give him some more time to think, but I'm pretty sure he's going to commit to tuning something else, probably the Heavy Strike, and then getting Shinha's burst out on this turn here. Yeah, letting that time right out. Yeah, there's another tune, and there's the burst.
Be forced to tune the Cryo Resonance again. So another form of damage going to be removed from the board. I'm gonna be honest, I'm not liking Whip Kong's chances right now. This
No.
is already going out of control for him.
Yeah, if he does lose this round, he might opt to switch to another deck just so he can try a different strategy, unless he's very confident in this right now. But yeah, right now it's not looking too good here. He won't have the turn advantage next round. Maybe he just stays on Shinha, sacrifices so he can get the jump with Chong Yun right away, because that damage is still going to go around. Bennett will get hit, and then Bennett will get hit again with the Spirit. So they could take Bennett out the next turn here.
But Bennett is going to scale next turn and then get the health healed up
Yeah,
anyway.
yeah.
So I don't think it's likely that Shinha will be able to get the kill.
No, not Shinha. I meant like the next character you would switch to.
Now, I think even if you were to go to Chong Yun now, it's not going to do enough damage. I'm pretty sure Kong is not running any weapons for Chong Yun as well, so I don't think there's any way to pull that damage out.
No, there isn't. There's only the Moon Piercer in there. Unfortunate, yeah. Actually, in this deck too, I would probably run like a Claymore instead of something for Raiden. In this case,
I mean, you typically, what the Moon Piercer does here is that it allows you to increase your tempo just a little bit. One of the reasons we mentioned that Raiden, not popular because it takes too long to get the burst out. Having Moon Piercer on either Raiden or Shinha makes it cheaper to get those energy.
Yeah.
And thereby it makes it so that your game goes a little faster.
Yeah, but I think on the first turn, you wouldn't even really want to use that anyway. You can pretty efficiently get your energy on Raiden within the first turn. Usually, and then she can share that energy with the rest of the team. I don't think Moon Piercer is the right weapon for that deck. You might want to like outfit the anchor of your deck here, Chong Yun, for like all the setup you can do. And you just bounce between Raiden and Shinha just to apply damage.
Because you really don't see weapons being played that often, because typically they're a bit too expensive for what they provide. Like the only exceptions to this being King Squire and Moon Piercer, because they directly discount the skill that you use next, thereby making up for the cost. The reason why we see so many weapons is because of Wagner. And if you want to bring Wagner, you have to bring 3 different weapons, which Kong doesn't want in this deck. So that's why it's a bit of a weird situation.
Yeah, no, it's just not a very fortunate setup. You got to rely on that one card to show up so you can actually get that strategy. But that's 1 out of 30 different cards, which is not very ideal. Anyway.
Either way, Shinha.
Bennett gives the thumbs down to Shinha instead, rather than his thumbs up. Off to Raiden this time.
Going into Raiden, that's kind of, I mean, it makes sense that you'd go to Raiden.
They could use the Ito card and then get a quick burst off. It's definitely an option there.
That is a possibility.
They can also equip Gamblers too as well. Yeah, that's what they're opting to do. Will they actually do the Gamblers move? Because Raiden should be okay for a bit.
I think you just go for Gamblers. Because this is guaranteed lethal on Benny. So the extra dice is going to be very valuable. And as of right now, I don't think... no. Going into Manifestation would get the kill on Raiden as well. But I think it's still worth... Typically, as long as Gamblers can proc even once, it's already giving you value.
Yeah, and Chong Yun only needs to do 1 more skill after this to get his burst ready to go, which should give him a good enough start against Manifestation and Ashta here. We might have to see Chong Yun solo 2 bosses in a moment. I think Upkon's going to commit, though. He's just tuning just to think of his plan here.
This is basically going to be the only opportunity he gets to remove someone. Because if Bennett gets the chance to attack again, then he heals and he's out of the range.
Yeah, that burst coming back in is not going to be fun or good news. Falcon does have an egg, though. You could always surprise him with that. And he does have Ashta's talent ready to go, too.
Yeah, it's still not a good situation because while Chongyun is a great anchor, I'm not sure if he has what it takes to be able to solo as the Hut and Manifestation with Bennett burst up for another turn.
Yeah, that is going to be the problem here, but we'll have to see how the cards appear after this. The Dispenser comes out. Gamblers comes out for the free equip. And Bennett gets sent away like Signora. Also Pyro gains some extra die.
Also Pyro, yeah. Another victim of the Musou no Hitotachi today.
Whoops. Let's see. What will Falcon pick here? Ashtaha. Interesting.
Actually, I'm kind of surprised he didn't go into Manifestation. Manifestation could have actually gotten the kill onto Raiden here.
Maybe they just wanted to make some more die here.
They're gonna use the Azdaha talent.
Yeah.
For those of you who may not be aware, Azdaha talent is actually very unique in the sense that it's not a combat action. It doesn't force a skill, but it actually still passes the turn. It's used for dice tuning, but in certain situations, you can also use it to kind of delay, because it is basically the cheapest form of passing turn in the game. It's cheaper than the one-cost switch because you actually get more dice from it.
Yeah. Just checking out what Wukong's lines are here. Could keep attacking, could switch. Yeah, it's hard to say. They do switch to Chongyun. Alright. Back to Falcon, who does an elemental skill. Just a geo attack, because there were no elements applied to Chongyun.
With Azdaha skilling there as well, he's going to be able to absorb Cryo. But it looks like Kong not going to let that happen. Actually going to swap stall on a combo deck. You don't see this very often, but circumstances have forced his hand.
Yeah. Falcon does have 2 quick swaps, though. I'm sure Kong is much aware of those. Oh, Raiden gets taken out. 5 damage.
Yeah, the Bennett burst really creeps up on you because it is effectively the same as having Tandori the entire time, plus healing. With Kong gonna be able to pull out the Teyvat fried egg. It has saved people in the past.
Interesting. I think what Kong is trying to do is get those superconducts to do some damage before he sends Chongyun after them, but I don't think that's gonna be enough.
He's forcing LRI's Falcon to use up all his dice.
Yeah.
That's basically all he's doing. He wants to make it so that Chongyun only takes the field once he's sure that LRI's Falcon can no longer use an attack. It's not a bad plan. What's unfortunate is that he only has enough dice for 1 attack on Chongyun regardless, even with 1 woven in hand.
Yeah.
So it's a rough spot regardless.
Very rough spot here. Oh, Falcon uses his egg to bring back Bennett as well. Quick swaps over to Bennett. Then ends turn. That's fine because Wukong did lose Gamblers off Raiden.
Yeah, this is actually a great play.
Yeah, it's actually quite good.
Because what this does is that, like, LRI's Falcon knows Wukong wants to give Chongyun a free field, but by reviving Bennett and actually switching him to be active, Kong can no longer efficiently do damage on Chongyun. I feel like he should have still maybe swapped to build up that energy, but it would mean that he would have to use his Woven to switch back to Shenhe afterwards, since he knows he's not going to get turn priority anymore. So he went for the choice of just attacking on Shenhe instead. This unfortunately is still going to put him behind next round. So what the players have basically done here is just trade eggs.
Alright, and Ashta becomes the Electro version, the easiest one in my opinion. Ooh, what do we got here? Hash Brown as well here. Shenhe is going to get taken out this turn though.
Hash Brown is not too bad for healing. And if you want it to be the most efficient, then Lotus is what you're looking for because that gives you the most defense. But Hash is not too bad. Vanarana has no use anymore at this point, so Kong was definitely hoping for something else at this point. And LRI's Falcon did draw Gilded, so now he has options to pull out more dice again.
Hang on a second here. So, okay, it is Falcon's turn. They can eliminate Shenhe, but I believe Chongyun should have enough to take out Ashta. I don't know. Does Manifestation, can they hit for 5?
Manifestation hits for 4 with Lightning Rod.
Okay. Oh,
so
Shenhe
yeah, with
should
Bennett
do an attack
gone.
Here. Yeah. Shenhe should do an attack here so they get the Lightning Rod on them. And then Bennett Ooh, okay, I think I know
It's
what
not
Falcon
completely
did.
over yet for Whip Kong.
No.
What LL Rise Falcon is going to want to play around right now is the potential I haven't lost yet in Kong's hand. Because
Yeah.
if he gets that, then he could just insta-burst, reboost someone.
Yeah.
So he's trying to play around that by switching to Manifestation, who has more overall damage to maybe take down
Right.
Shen-He and do some chipping. But by doing this, he has actually kind of slowed himself down. I feel like if he wanted to do that, maybe consider quick swapping to instantly kill Shen-He so that he could actually do chip damage on Chongyun instead. I think that slow swap may have been a mistake.
I think, yeah, Kong should just be able to do a skill here and take Manifestation out. And Ashita doesn't really have anything to come back with.
He has burst.
It
It's
does-
actually
his
5
burst-
damage.
His burst only
It's
does-
exactly 5 damage.
Yeah, but with that hash brown on Kong's side, he should be plenty safe right now.
So yeah, if LL Rise Falcon had quick swap, he could have killed Shen-He.
Yeah.
Chongyun would have came out, did a hit onto Manifestation. He would be at 3 health. Manifestation hits one more time. Chongyun kills Manifestation as the Ha has free reign. Not quick swapping may actually cost LL Rise Falcon this game.
Actually, by playing that hash brown, actually, I think Kong messed up. Ashita, his burst does 5 damage?
Yes, right now.
It does. Oh, right. It did absorb Thun. Yeah. Oh, hang on. Yeah, it's still not enough. If they could have kept that other die, they would have had this. But because they had to heal with the hash brown. Ooh. And yeah, Falcon has Gilded, so he should be able to get this in 2 turns.
Yeah, actually.
Yeah. I think Falcon's got this one.
If Whip Kong didn't heal with the hash brown, he would have 1 more dice. The
Right.
elements wouldn't be right, but he could still normal attack, and with his skill,
Right.
it would be enough damage to kill.
But if Ashita has burst does 5 damage, then yeah, that wouldn't mean anything here. Because Chongyun only had 5. He's only up to 7 because of that hash brown earlier.
Wait, why did he end? Oh my god, he
What?
oh my god, he actually took the risk. Wait, oh my, hold on.
Wait a
Why,
sec,
why not
what?
just play as the hot talent, get the die? Okay, wait, no, yeah, it's because he doesn't have enough damage to burst Chongyun. But actually, oh yeah, he needs turn priority. That's why he ended first. That's why he couldn't afford to play dice and maybe do chip damage. He's desperately hoping for some extra damage from the deck. But from what it looks like, he doesn't have it. So with Kong, even though if he didn't play the hash brown, he may have been able to end last round. The hash brown was the safer play because now
Yeah.
LL Rise Falcon has no way.
There's no way to stop Bennett or not
To
Bennett,
kill
Chongyun's
Chongyun.
first. Huh.
Oh, this is
He
tight.
does have Gilded. I don't know why he didn't play that earlier. Wouldn't that have been enough?
If he played Gilded and attacked, he wouldn't have turned priority this round and he would have lost anyway.
But Kong didn't have enough die last round.
Actually, wait.
Yeah, why didn't he just do that?
He could have Gilded
Yeah,
as
Gilded
the hot
then
talent.
just 2 hits.
That would have been enough. Actually, yes.
Wow.
I think LL Rise Falcon actually
was
made
a
some mistakes.
Big misplay by Falcon there, and then Chongyun buries Aja back into the ground so no one can see him again for a week. But hey, I love it. 1-1.
And not gonna be a clean sweep this time.
No.
Looks like the players have had enough of that today.
And
Ooh, I think LL Rise Falcon may have focused a bit too hard on prioritizing turn priority
yeah.
in this last round. Because with Gilded and as the hot talent, I think he had enough dice for 2 attacks, but I'm not too certain. For now, Sloppy Nacho and Ilani, you are our raffle winners for game number 2.
Congratulations and enjoy your 1,000 Primo Gems each. So don't forget, every time someone wins, we go to a next match, and the more games that we get to watch, the more Primo Gems for you guys. So you should be cheering both players on, actually, for the max amount of Primo Gems you can get. And for my suffering, because I have to keep sitting up here and letting you guys know how the matches go as I get really tired. Sorry, I just had to say that.
Yeah, I mean, understandable, right? We're tired. Imagine how tired the players are.
Yeah, I know.
Right,
As the days roll out. And then when we get to the next match, it'll be someone that already played.
Yes.
Yeah, they're going to be really tired coming into this. So there's going to be a lot of misplays. There's going to be a lot of very interesting decisions happening right in front of us. And sometimes they might work out in the end, but oftentimes we're going to be scratching our head from seeing it, just like what we just saw from Falcon there.
Yeah, what we actually did see here was Whip Kong, although it did take the opponent making some miscalculations, he was able to win with a classic Shen-He Superconduct deck with Joyous Celebration as well.
Actually, you're right. Oh.
Yeah?
Yeah,
Anything
I guess.
can happen.
Yeah, that's cause for a joyous celebration on its own. Actually, to
I
see.
see where you did
Do you want me to explain that joke? No?
Do you want to?
Only if they want me to.
Do you guys want?
Let me know in the chat. I will explain every joke I say today. But anyway, regardless of that, we are back to Falcon bringing the Ashna deck, actually. And Weepkong is bringing the Magistation, I guess we've called that one.
Magistation?
Yeah.
Is that the name now?
I guess so, because you got
I mean, it's not bad.
You got 2 mages in there. You got Mona and you got Crimson Witch. And then you got Thunder Manifestation. So, Magistation.
Magistation. Yeah, I think that's pretty good.
Mm-hmm.
We got Magistation versus Volcano.
Yeah.
Which of these decks is gonna be better here?
Yeah. I kind of like Magistation, actually. It's a fun deck.
I think both decks are definitely on the aggressive end of the spectrum.
Definitely.
So when it comes down to aggro v aggro, a lot of things will come into play, whether or not you roll well, which player starts first as well. I think Magistation does have a bit of an edge because having Mona with the quick swap means that you can avoid initial overload procs. So that's something that we're going to keep an eye on.
Yeah, Mona's strength lies in like being able to end on her and then deciding who you want to lead in with in the next turn, even with Mona. It's such a really common strategy, but obviously very strong. You see it with the Mew deck, always going back to Mona, allowing you to decide between Eula or Wanderer to do DPS after that. It's just, Mona's just such a really good card for any deck, any kind of strategy. So.
Yeah, she's been around since the start of TCG. She's still around. Sometimes you can't deny that good utility is just good value in general. And that's why we get to see Mona used so often. Regarding like Mew as well, I think we've definitely been noticing the deck fall off a lot in terms of the tournament. Even earlier today, I feel like it actually ended up costing some players their tournament lives. So yeah, you can see how the meta is developing specifically here.
Yeah, just to counter these decks. And as people play these games over and over and over again, they start to see like where things could go wrong for these specific decks, especially when they're playing them. So they know not to repeat mistakes, but know what to do against them. To secure that victory. So once again, Falcon bringing Ashdaha. I think it did pretty good otherwise, right? Just other than that misplay.
I see what he was trying to do now that I've looked at the deck list again. That final turn priority end, he was desperately hoping to draw Tandori. Tandori with Ashdaha. Actually, no. Tandori only works on skill, so it wouldn't have been enough anyway. I don't know why he ended so early.
Yeah, but he would still have enough DPS to do it if with Tandori. He had the die to do it, but maybe he just forgot about the Gilded being there.
And the Gilded and Ashdaha talent would have given him a good amount of dice.
Manifestation. Okay, so here's something you need to point out. So there are 2 arcane cards in this deck, Joyous Celebration and Stove God. So you can only play one of those, but you can bring as many arcane cards to the deck. Maybe up to 2. I'm not exactly sure the rules, but you're allowed to do that. But you can only play one. So that renders the other card just something you have to tune for a die.
Interesting. You don't see players run this precisely because it does feel like a waste to run a card for tuning. But I think what Weepkong is doing with this is basically bringing Joyous just as a failsafe anytime he is up against like a more aggressive deck like Finale.
Yeah. I think it's actually a nice little switch up because usually you're going to get rid of one of the other cards that you might not need anyway. And I think Lieben is a great card, but to exchange Lieben for like that ability to throw it on field, I think it could be a fair trade personally. So we'll have to see how it goes in this next match.
So the choice was Lieben behind.
Yeah, Lieben was Lieben behind, right? Won't be able to be Lieben any dice on the field for Lieben to pick up. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I think it would be best if we're leaving it off there.
No. I ain't leaving anything like that. Lynette's hanging out there. Look at everyone's cheering. Everyone's having a great time upstairs where the stage is right now. It's a big stage actually. We got
it's actually very cool.
Yeah. Remember being over in LA on their stage as well. It's a great experience when you get to stand on something like that and just kind of absorb the atmosphere at the same time.
But it also means added pressure for the players because they're going to be under that spotlight, under the eyes of an attentive audience. So hopefully they'll be able to overcome that. I do also love all the lights in the audience, like just all the glowing signs that they have. Which, like, where do you get those? Can I have one?
I don't know where you get them, but you were telling us yesterday what they actually meant because you could
one
read
of them in particular.
What did it mean again?
It was use magic to defeat magic.
Oh, actually, that is the strategy.
That is the strategy.
Yeah, all right.
And now we have double magic because it's Magistation.
Magistation, yes. Well, let's see how this does. We have LL Rise Falcon versus Weepkong. Round 3. fight. Yes. I was doing all that yesterday. It's fun. I love being an announcer voice. It's always a good time.
It is a good time. I kind of wish we had the player entrances again so that
yeah,
I could
so you
do,
could
like,
do. I mean, you could if you want. Like, if it goes to the next round, you should just hype
you
it
know,
up.
maybe I should.
Yeah, just do it.
I'll keep that in
Let's
mind.
do it. All right, actually, I'm curious to see what Kong's gonna do here. Either throw both back, the arcane cards, I mean, or keep both of them. Oh, okay.
And I was just wondering if you just run like 5 arcane cards in the deck to guarantee the
Yeah,
same
you
hand.
just decide like what I'm gonna do. It's gonna be one of these, right? What if Stove God pulls out all 4 arcane cards?
Oh my
in the next
god,
set? That'd be so funny.
That would be very meta. But for now, raffle is ongoing. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, make sure you guys put in which player you think is going to win the match along with your UID in the comments, and you stand a chance to win 1,000 primos.
Yeah, we have a lead-in with Ajda here on Falcon's side. That's an interesting play. I'm not used to this deck yet, so maybe people in the chat might know this a little bit better.
Which deck?
Falcon's side, the Volcano, as you called it. Led in with Ajda this time, though.
Oh, okay. Yeah, so basically the way that it works, whenever you have Bennett and Manifestation around, what you do is you start on Bennett, you apply Pyro, then you switch to Manifestation, because that is in total 9 damage off of 2 skills. It's a lot of damage right off the bat. And Azdaha is just meant as an anchor because he has a lot of staying power and does a surprising amount of damage as well.
Yeah.
The fact that he's starting on Azdaha is to eat that initial Hydro application, and then he'll probably switch to Bennett afterwards.
Yeah. All right. Well, Vorukasha being equipped to Bennett, as you said, switches over to Bennett. I don't know if that's Vorukasha or Kavarina. I can't tell you. It went by a little bit fast for me. We'll see what happens once the reactions start going here. They do have enough for a skill, so they could definitely just throw some Pyro around right now.
Elimination Falcon has already set himself up in a good spot to get 2 skills out on Bennett. He just unfortunately doesn't have the dice for it. I think you just go for a normal attack here because you don't really need to apply Pyro onto Mona because she's going to get swapped off anyway, unless you really want to aggro next turn with Manifestation with the Lightning Rod.
Yeah, I think that's what he's mulling over right now. He could go 2 normals and get his burst ready. Then he can play Storm Terror and probably try to draw one of his cards out if he's lucky. A 20% chance of a talent card popping out if it does still remain in the deck. So that could be the play here, but it is Ukon's turn.
He got very lucky last turn by drawing Bennett talent without needing to use it, so now he will have to rely on the gacha if he's still going to be building that up. As for with Kong, he actually has a bit of a choice to make here because normally you would immediately start switching over to either Signora or Manifestation, depending on who you want to be doing damage.
Right. So yeah, they gotta play this like you would with a Mew deck actually, instead of like a Yelan where you just kind of keep building on the Hydro character that runs first and then getting their burst out. But it is a little different this time.
It is actually surprisingly similar to the Mew deck because the way Mew deck works, you start with Mona, you start swirling with Wanderer to do damage to the whole board, then you end things with Freeze and you like carry. With this, you apply Hydro with Mona, you switch to Thunder Manifestation to Electro Charge and spread damage, and then end with Freeze and Signora carry.
Tune to both the Talent and Adeptus Temptation.
Ooh. I think it does feel bad to have to do that, but it's not a bad choice right now because if he doesn't apply some pressure onto Bennett as early as possible, Elimination Falcon is going to be able to get Bennett burst out very early on. And that's what you want to avoid when you're in these aggro matchups. You don't want to give the opponent the setup they're looking for.
Yeah. Thunder Manifestation is a very strong character, though. They have to be careful here because they are going to get electrocuted by the Phantom. So I don't know if you want to stay on Bennett here because Manifestation could, I think, could just one-hit Bennett on the next turn.
One-hit Bennett?
Yeah, I'm not 100% sure.
Mona Summon would do 1+1.
Five,
Bennett would be at 5. Manifestation can do maximum 4.
Is it 4? Okay.
So Bennett wouldn't quite be taken out yet. He would be able to burst fairly safely, and I guess that's why Elimination Falcon will still go for that.
Okay. Well, let's see how this goes on the next turn here. All right, spreading some damage around, still good.
Okay. Oh yeah, and Bennett gets a little bit of extra healing as well from the Vorukasha. So yeah, he's pretty safe right now. Elimination Falcon will be able to start drawing for Bennett talent. And for all of you in chat as well, you guys can stop messaging because the raffle has ended. We can proceed with our regularly scheduled chat discussion.
Keep spamming your UID. It works for us in stats. It means engagement and it means, oh, this channel is doing great right now. Please do it. Just spam your favorite emote. Please do either of them. Because we are on Astro Carnival channel and we are on the main channel today too.
We are.
Yeah, wow. This is the second time for me? No, first time for me. I was pushed to the top of Twitch one time playing Genshin like a year ago. It was very weird.
Very weird.
Yeah, it's weird having all those eyes on you all of a sudden. I guess over the years I've gotten kind of used to it now.
So basically you get to experience what the players are experiencing on stage right now.
Essentially, right? All these eyes watching you, hoping you do something funny or hoping you mess up so they can laugh at you. That is the culture of streaming.
Okay. Definitely not doing a good job of promoting things to people in chat, but it's fine. Right now, Whip Kong can do some damage to Bennett, but as we mentioned, it can only be a maximum of 4, and he's got no damage in hand as well. Not too sure what that food is, but I don't think it's damage. So no matter what, Bennett is going to get his burst out. So it looks like Kong is going to play for the safe style and make sure that he can quick swap after this if he needs.
Okay. Stove God bringing in Vorkasha and Yayoi. Talent card coming up. Is it Bennett?
Gacha? Is it? Oh.
No.
I mean, he has one more.
Yeah.
He's got another 10 pull. There we go. He got the 5-star.
Woo!
He got the on banner.
He got the on banner at the cost of a lot of die, though. Like it's just like a primo gem.
It is just like a primo. So like hopefully, we'll be able to win some primos in the raffle to make up for that.
Yeah.
Now that Bennett burst is out, it's gonna be quite difficult for Whip Kong, especially since he wasn't able to take advantage of the initial Mona application. He's forced to attack on Bennett again just to be able to have something to react to.
Yeah. All right. Falcon's got a nice hand of cards now, but not enough die on this turn. Unfortunately, because Storm Terror was not bringing out the talent that he needed for this turn. So he has to decide if he wants to stay on Bennett or swap over to another character.
If he swaps over to Azdaha and uses talent, he would have enough to attack again. But Azdaha has elements on him. Yeah. So it probably wouldn't be very wise to do that.
Could he swap over to Asta and keep the die? Wouldn't it cost 1 die to swap over? Or am I missing something?
Because you switch to Azdaha, that causes 1 dice, and then what the talent card does is that basically it creates 1 dice for each character.
Right, but it still costs 2 die to use, though.
You know, I feel it's
okay.
I'm not used to this.
It's okay.
I don't
Me too, right? It's fine.
I don't see the big rock frog very often.
Yeah, I know. This is probably the 3rd time I've seen him in a match. It's all good. We make mistake every once in a while here. See, this is what I mean. Stream loves this. They love this stuff. They love it. It's memorable.
I don't know. do you really want to be remembered for this?
Oh my God, there's worse out there. Trust me. This is very lukewarm things that they can.
You
make
would
fun
know
of us
better
for.
than me, so I'll take your word for it.
Don't worry about it. They're all good people anyway. We're all having a good time.
Are we though?
We are. We are having a great time. What do you mean? It's the most awake I've actually been.
Yeah, I hope everyone in chat is having a good time.
Yeah.
The players are definitely having a tough time.
Yeah, right now.
Having to consider what to do next.
Whip Kong looks pretty relaxed right now, though. Falcon looks a little bit more focused, just from his expression.
When does Falcon not look focused?
Oh, well, earlier he was kind of like smiling, kind of like rubbing his hands like he's cooking something together right now.
Okay, that's
pretty good, right? But then that one misplay, maybe it might have shook him up a little bit.
So it means that right now this game is actually pretty close. From the way the dice has been rolled, it does seem like Elrise Falcon will probably want to switch over to start doing some stuff on Azdaha this turn.
Yep.
He has Gilded as well, so he has actually quite a lot of dice potential this round with the Azdaha talents. So that's something he could potentially use.
Let's see what he's got here. Going for that skill. Ooh, yeah, you don't want to lose Manifestation early either. Senor is there chilling out, ready to do some work if needed, but preferably you wouldn't want to do that yet.
We can still see the value here overall of the Bennett burst because the healing is really notable in that we know that Manifestation can only do 4 damage max. That extra 2 health put Bennett at 5. So now Whip Kong can't actually remove him from the field even if he wanted to.
Yeah.
It puts him in a tough spot where he has to choose what to happen. And while in some cases you would be willing to sacrifice Bennett to get a free switch onto, say, like Aztaha, in this case, Elorize Falcon can feel quite comfortable keeping Bennett alive for as long as possible, because that means another potential burst.
Just trying to think of what Kong's lines could be here. You could send out the burst and sacrifice Manifestation, so that would enable your Ito card on the next turn, because likely they're probably going to try and take it out. But to be able to spread damage across the board there might be a good idea for Kong. They also have Gamblers too, so they could create some die at the same time, should they switch to Signora, that is. Or even Mona could probably do it.
Definitely don't want to sacrifice Manifestation here.
You really don't.
Because Signora cannot 1v3. She's a good anchor, but there's no way she is 1v3.
That's why she is a weekly boss. And
people will say that, oh wait, isn't it 2v3?
But definitely need a few people to fight Signor, except me, obviously, because Amber.
Except you.
But anyway, yeah.
That's unfortunate.
Nah, it's all right. Okay, Thunder Manifestation with a quick swap from Falcon. That spike is on. Is that on Mona right now?
It is on Mona right now.
Right. So they can do a.
This is actually enough to kill as well. That's 4 damage from the Lightning Rod attack. That's 2 damage from Overload, 2 from Bennett Burst. So exactly 8 for more Gambler's Dice. And things are now looking very bad for Whip Kong, because that's basically all of his free quick swaps gone.
Right. They do have that Ito card ready to go, though. It's going to be interesting to see what Falcon does here. Does Falcon go for another skill? Swap off to someone else. Or they could, they could go to Ashtaha, play his talent, get some free die.
Because Elorize Falcon is definitely in control right now. He's not really too worried about anything that Whip Kong could throw at him. The only thing that's still going to be a major threat at this point is that potential Signora Crimson Witch form burst. Because that is how much was that again? 6 damage?
6
Quite
damage
a lot.
in Pyro, yes. Switches off to Ashta. Interesting. Do you want to go for a freeze?
No.
You don't need to.
Not right now.
Damage is always
You
fun.
really want to keep that Hydro Aura on Aztaha for a turn where you have more dice to work with. Because if you use it now, Elorize Falcon only has 3 dice left anyway.
Yeah.
So it's not going to be quite as worth as if you were to freeze at the start of the round.
They do go for the skill.
Oh, okay.
Okay, then that's your Cold Dash, which will follow up some more damage. All right. Actually, that plays the talent again. Oh yeah, he can play when he's frozen. That's actually quite neat. Which forces the turn back to Uibkong, because when you use Ash's talent, it actually counts as a turn. He doesn't do any moves. He just generates die, but he passes the turn over to the next player.
Yeah, so what this does is, it does take 2 dice, and then it generates 1 dice for every element of each character on your team. So it usually does give you more value. It actually gives you 1 dice back. Not to mention, again, cheapest way possible in the game to actually pass your turn. Ooh, I haven't lost yet.
Oh, they're egg on Mona. Oh, okay. I would not have expected that, but hey, let's see how this goes here. Excuse me.
It's not a bad time to use it. Obviously, you would want to be able to end turn on Mona so you can quick swap, but with 1 health and 6 dice on Elorize Falcon's side, we can see why he wouldn't want to do that. And I think this is not a bad place to be, because having more characters to switch to buy time is exactly what Whip Kong will need at this point. This is going to be the last turn as well for Bennett Burst. So if he can survive this, it puts him at a more comfortable position. Still not the best, but it's better.
Switches to Bennett. Bennett with a skill. Ooh, 5 damage. That's right. That burst really chewing away at them right now. Not looking good for Kong here.
So, you know how I mentioned that this is the last turn of Bennett Burst? What if we had a second Bennett Burst?
Well, that would be 2 thumbs up. You get it? Because it has a thumbs up icon. And what is it? Twice out. There's 2 of them.
Yeah, one for each hand.
No, it'd be very devastating for Kong right now if we saw that.
And he does have the other Bennett talent in hand as well. So Elorize Falcon can just refresh Bennett Burst. So Whip Kong was definitely hoping that he'd at least have some breathing room before he had to deal with Bennett Burst again.
Oof, look at that dice roll
But
on
yeah,
side too.
Falcon also has exactly the dice needed to play the Burst. So
Whip Kong's got a bunch of cringe, as we love to call it around here. Ooh, let's see.
I think he still has the option to re-roll. He's trying to decide which character is going to be
Yeah.
doing most of the heavy lifting this round.
Right.
I think a lot of it is still going to have to come down to Signora, but
Still
the
kinda
dice are
cringy.
not the best.
Yeah, a little cringy still. Let's see what he can do with that. It is his turn. He is on Signora.
So there's a little bit of a good and not good situation for Whip Kong, where Signora ended last turn precisely on 5 health. If it was 1 health lower, she would have switched to Crimson Witch form and he would have lost the reincarnation. But because of that, he may be forced to burst to transform into Pyro, because both Manifestation and Asda have Cryo applied, and he wants that extra damage, which means no Pyro burst from Signora.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, Bennett's burst only costing half though here. Some really good dice management on Falcon's side. It is definitely looking in his favor right now. Whip Kong still deciding what to do. They could, no, they're lotusing. Lotusing Thunder Manifestation. Interesting. Okay. All right. Swaps over to there. Falcon grabs his head to think about what to do next.
I'm trying to understand what the goal is. Obviously, you want to use Lotus if you're planning to switch to Manifestation, because otherwise, it's not going to survive a hit.
No.
But I'm wondering why you switch to Manifestation here. Maybe he just wants to get Burst out.
Perhaps.
Because skill isn't going to do very much at this point. It would be quite easy for Bennett to heal that up again with Burst. Kong, of course, doesn't know that, but it's not going to be enough to actually be a notable threat. Not to mention that he doesn't actually have the dice to play it. He would have to tune something as well.
Yeah, I think he swapped over there also just to prevent Falcon from switching over, because if Thunder Manifestation can hit any of the other two characters, it's going to be really big damage going across the board. Okay, let's see what happens here. Fast swap over to Ashtaha. Will Ashtaha do a Geo just for some Crystallize? There's no dice for that.
Crystallize would be good.
He
because
could use his skill.
Ooh.
Ups to
All
melt
right.
instead, right? He could do that.
He
That's
can do
true.
cryo damage.
Yeah.
And that +2 damage from the melt is exactly enough to bypass the Lotus Flower Crisp as well. As the hug gets frozen now, but actually his job at this point is pretty much done. In fact, if Rise Falcon wanted to really almost cement his chances here, I feel like it actually would be good to just Azdaha talent, because he can get more dice. Whip Kong only has enough dice for 1 more attack, and neither Mona or Signora do enough damage to take out Azdaha in 1 hit.
Yeah, it's true. Yeah, definitely could be Falcon's game here. Yep. He is replacing some cards.
Yeah, Azdaha talent.
Oh man, look at all that dice.
I think that is basically going to be it. Because Whip Kong, with only 1 attack remaining, his dice are not even all that good. Cannot deal 3 damage to Azdaha. Rise Falcon has enough to switch to, let's say, Manifestation and still do 2 attacks. Signora will probably survive because she still has her transformation.
Yeah.
But beyond that, I think this is a pretty clean victory for Rise Falcon.
Oh, if he wants to, he can just slow swap and just stall out a little bit, just to see where this is going. Yeah, it's a tough call here. Time running out again for Wukong. Oh, runs that. Joyous Celebration. Then Yayoi.
It's not the most efficient use of it, but any
No.
damage you can try and reduce from Signora now is going to be pretty valuable. The more attacks it takes to take out Signora, the better of a chance Kong has of staying in the game. I just don't really see any lines left for the man here. I think he does just have to go next at this point. Because 1 hit is going to be more than enough to take out Mona.
Yep.
Then he still has 6 dice because of Gamblers.
Right. Just needs to tune 1 card. Just which one do you want to do? He's thinking.
Man's thinking. He has Liars on Gilded as well, so he actually has like 7 dice. Actually, no, 8.
He does
8
the
dice.
burst, so we'll do 2 here, I believe, and then the follow-up will do 3 damage, which should just end the turn. Or he could just do this right now.
Yeah, he's just gonna do the attack. He's gonna force the reincarnation, and then the summon will finish off Signora. We can already hear the audience applause. They know it's a little bit there.
Yeah, hang on a second here.
Signora
We gotta
still has a revive.
Signora gets to like live. We actually have to watch her die. Right? That is the law.
Well, that is the law.
And she is dead again. I'm sorry, Signora mains.
You really had to do it to him, huh?
He just waits.
He just waits.
Oh my gosh. Well, LL Rise Falcon rising quickly to the final placement. He just has to win 1 more game and he can probably just be anxious for the rest of the day until tomorrow.
I guess so. I mean, it's a lot of time to relax because we have to point out the winner of this match gets a direct ticket to the grand finals tomorrow, which means that they don't have to play through the lower bracket for a second chance to make it there. And that's going to be a lot of rest time because that is, of course, the last game of the tournament.
Yeah, the last and most exciting game, I would argue. Ooh, our winners today.
We got Zidane Batdim and Pocket Dory.
Ah, I saw Pocket Dory in the chat
did
earlier.
you?
Yeah, they're just running around yelling at everybody. But hey, congratulations! You both win 1,000 Primo Gems and just in time because new characters are coming up that you can play or you can whirl in the banner right now. So, did you see the new characters coming up as well?
Yeah, that's pretty cool. We got even more stuff. We officially have Ice Cube.
Oh yeah, that's right. We do have more TCG cards coming in. We got Toma, we got Sayu, we got Cryohypostasis, and the next one is the Primordial Sea Horse, which is a very new boss to Genshin Impact. So it's interesting they picked the Cryohypostasis, actually. I'm not sure why that was picked, but I'm happy for it because up to this point, Cryohypostasis' only purpose in this game was to give Ascension materials to Eula and an even rare character, Aloy.
That's rough.
That is very rough,
That
right?
is literally, what is my purpose?
Exactly, right? Yeah. Oh my gosh. So,
it's going to be game 4 now.
Yep.
LL Rise Falcon now with only 1 deck left. It is going to be Dynamo, the double Animo Gene. With Kong going to, bringing in the classic Touching Overload.
Actually, yeah, the 2 classic decks in Wukong's hand there. Maybe he was going for the nostalgic factor. Maybe they could have one. Who knows, right? But we'll definitely have to see how it stands up to the new meta of that is the Dynamo.
Yeah, I am a big fan of Touching Overload. I played the deck a fair bit myself. It's one of the few decks I've actually played.
Oh, okay.
So I actually have some direct experience
There
here.
you go. All right, because I don't, so.
That's good.
All right, perfect.
Yeah, it is an aggro deck, true and true. So against a stall, it would be not the best matchup. So we'll see whether or not Wukong can overcome those odds.
Yeah, well, he's going to have to overload as often as he can to overcome those odds, as you put. Haha.
Haha.
Do you want me to explain that one?
No.
Okay.
I think it would overload me.
There we go. I love it. See, you're catching on. It's great. What I'm excited to see, I love to see old decks versus new decks and seeing how they fare against each other, like actually in a fight, not like stats or numbers. Like, I want to see it go. So, what do we got here on the Dynamo side? We have just pretty standard Dynamo deck, actually.
Yep, it's the classic. We got the Dungerzad engine. We got Wagner with the 3 weapon. This is, of course, a stall deck that works around applying Pyro with Dia, swirling it around with Jean to whittle down the opponents, and then anchoring with a Lynette, because Lynette talent adds quite a lot of damage, especially if comboed with a weapon and Pandori. That is a total of 8 damage if you're able to get the combo correct.
Yeah, it's going to be very interesting to see how Pyro Kuching, I believe is the name of that deck, is going to stand up to this one. But what is the strength of this deck, actually? You have the experience with it. So how would you start out with this deck here?
It's just very aggro. Now, the typical starting is usually going to be Bennett. You build up Burst, and Kuching just does a whole lot of damage with Bennett Burst, with Pyro Resonance, with Overload. Because Kuching skill with Bennett Burst, with Pyro Resonance is actually 8 damage. So that's actually a lot as well. And it comes out a lot earlier as compared to, say, Lynette Talent as well.
Right.
But in more dangerous matchups, you would maybe start with Klee because she's a very efficient character that can get a lot of attacks out at once.
Yeah.
Otherwise, she is kind of just there to pad the Pyro.
Okay.
But in this deck in particular, unless Whip Kong is able to remove characters like say, Jean or Lynette right off the bat, then the stall deck just out-survives it.
So it is capable of doing that, Pyro Kitchen deck. I also noticed the Catherine card was in there too, and Joy Celebration again. So it'd be very interesting to see.
I feel like Whip Kong has just kind of been traumatized going into this. He just has Joyous Celebration in every single deck to try and deal with elemental application. It's a very like you might think that he's kind of doing a bit too much to have to deal with it, but when you are playing with your tournament life on the line on a stage as big as this, you got to do whatever you can.
Yeah, I don't know. The only thing you're gonna have to worry about is Pyro, but that's not even that big of an issue here. But maybe we'll see. We'll see how this goes. Maybe it will. Maybe it won't. But yeah. This is round 4, I believe, between them, right? 2 and 1.
Yes.
In Falcon's favor. So if he wins this, he gets to advance to the finals. But Whip Kong still gets another chance after this. He's not completely out yet.
I'm going to have just a little bit of bias here because Keqing is one of my favorite characters, right behind Hu Tao.
Okay.
It's a big gap, but it's right behind Hu Tao.
I really like Liyue characters, I can see.
Yes, actually.
Yeah, actually, that's great for you. You got the Lantern Rite coming out. Oh, what's this? Can you read that? I can't actually see any of that.
No, I need new glasses.
All right, well, we got some Falcon fans in the audience right now. Falcon has got a bit of a smirk, too.
He's been having that smirk ever since he walked onto stage for the very first time. This is a man that's very confident, very certain of himself, and you can definitely see that in his gameplay. He made some mistakes in game 2, but it looks like he's not going to allow that to bring him down. He's one game away now from securing a top 2 finish. Is it going to be the man himself, LL Arise Falcon, with his confident exterior? Or will it be Whip Kong, the dark horse of the tournament, who has surprises at every corner?
Ah, there you go. I like that. Well done. Nice intro. You better do it on the next one then.
Yeah, remind me.
All right.
My memory's not what it used to be.
Okay. Oh, yeah. Raffle ongoing. So make sure you type in the player you are supporting as well as your UID. So it's just your name and UID. You don't have to type UID : and then a number. It could just be your name, UID. For example, LL Rise Falcon, 601-842-076. Don't ask me what those numbers are, but you should just try typing that out if you want.
Yeah, watch out below in chat. There's about to be an avalanche, and it's going to be numbers. Don't get buried.
Yeah. You're right. Oh, I love it. We're a great pair today. Make those puns.
Yeah, we're feeling it. It is the second last day of the tournament.
Yeah, it is.
A lot of pressure for the players. So let's see if we're going to get another good show here. It's going to be Dynamo versus Keqing Overload. And yeah, since this is going to be a slower deck, it's stall.
Yeah.
Whip Kong can't just play the regular line, which is starting on Bennett and building up Burst as soon as possible.
Yeah, same with Falcon starting on Dia. Likely to just get her skill out so they can start getting to work with Jean or Lynette. They do have a quick swap too, so they have plenty of options here. Sumeru being played. Ooh, okay.
I do have a soft spot for Sumeru City. There is something about this card. We all love discounts.
Yes, we do.
And this card is basically just a discount every single turn. I'm not very good at math, so I'm not going to consider that Sumeru City is there. Sometimes I forget I even have it. So when the next turn starts and I see discounts on all my cards, I just get all warm inside.
Yeah, no, for sure. When you see that number highlight into yellow, I think it's yellow at least.
I forgot
it's
actually.
It's very enticing to look at it like, oh, I can play this right now and save die. But sometimes that might be the wrong move, so you got to be careful. You got to conserve your die and use the right moves for sure.
Looks like LL Rise Falcon also going to be going for ramp. Unfortunately, not quite enough dice to fully feed Liban here, but he does get turn priority, so that is something. He does have quick swap in hand as well, so that could be a guaranteed swirl onto Jean. And wow, the Bennett Burst top deck. Okay, we're seeing this a lot more recently.
Yeah, that gacha power right there in Kong's favor today. Let's see if the dice agree. Falcon's got a good die roll too here. Could be better.
Could be better.
Tune a couple things. We'll see how this goes.
It's it's not the best. He may be forced to do a bit of tuning. At the very least, it'll be discounted one by Sumeru.
Yeah.
Actually, wait, no.
Not
until he has less dice.
Yeah, less die than cards in your hand, which is a little bit difficult to have sometimes.
Yeah, so that could affect Kong somewhat in what he needs to do next. LL Rise Falcon he's in an okay state. Unfortunately, he did end up drawing Lo-Fi previously from Wagner.
Yeah.
That is, again, the last weapon you typically want to get on Dynamo. The most ideal would be Sack Sword so that you can equip on Jean instantly and get some dice back after skilling. So LRI's Falcon going to have to make some decisions here.
Yeah, let's see. Falcon's lane here could quick swap off. Probably you might want to do that. Force him to switch back to Bennett, waste a card. Just you have to do that, I think. And also you can spread Pyro around too.
I think quick swap does make the most sense. It's just whether or not he equips Lo-Fi. Because Lo-Fi only works on normal attacks.
Yeah.
So
it's something
it's not
you
the
know-
most...
Yeah, it's not the card you want to play right away. Yeah, that's the least card that you want out of this deck here. Doesn't do the
Ooh.
quick switch, just slow swap over the Jean. Opera-
Actually, not a bad idea.
Yeah.
Because it basically is giving Whip Kong the chance to switch off of Bennett. It's basically
Right.
telling him, hey, you cannot burst, otherwise I'm going to get free Pyro Swirl.
Yeah.
What he doesn't know is that Whip Kong actually cannot use burst right now anyway due to his dice.
Right,
So he
yeah.
may actually appreciate the chance to switch off to another character.
Right. Opera Epiclase did just play though, so Falcon could play the sword right now to prevent any further use of that. Just do it for free. Or, yeah, he does do that. Gonna prevent that Opera House from creating any more problems. Back
An
to
interesting.
Bennett.
So what has happened here? Ooh, okay. I actually kind of like what. So Lo-Fi still doesn't have the best synergy with Lynette because you want to be skilling instead of normal attacking.
Right.
But with a weapon, Lynette's first attack does 4 and second with talent does 6. Exactly 10 damage.
Right.
So if Kong had greeted out and stayed on Kuching, LRI's Falcon would have actually two-shotted her.
Yeah. I think in this situation, Falcon creates another die and he can proc Lieben on the next turn. Because Kong only gets to do one more attack anyway, and it's just either if it's Klee, it's gonna force off Lynette and back to Dia. So, which is an okay situation at the moment, and he does have his quick swap if needed. Or
Now that he has less dice than hand cards as well,
right,
he
could
can
also
actually
say that.
discount
Oh, double
on
Sumeru. Ooh.
Double Sumeru is even more discounts,
Yeah.
which is even better.
All right, so there comes that overload. Back to Dia.
Actually, a very cheap Klee skill as well, thanks to the Sumeru City. So, Whip Kong still has 2 dice, and that means that Klee could potentially do another attack, but he
No.
wants to catch the dice with Vanarana instead to try and match the dice advantage next turn.
Yeah, what will Falcon draw here? Hopefully, I think he's looking for Millilith right now. So he can get started.
That is true. He still hasn't drawn his Tenacity, so that's quite
Yeah.
unfortunate. The way that it works with stall decks, especially Dynamo, is you want to be able to get your characters kitted out with artifacts and weapons as fast as possible. Tenacity is a huge artifact because it produces 2 shield every turn and potentially produces 1 dice too.
He does have Golba too. He didn't draw it yet. He did draw Vorkasha. Then Golba comes out and we get...
Ooh. That's a lot of dupes.
Yeah, Dunyarzad and another quick switch. So unfortunate right now. What do you do here? You could quick swap to Jean and force a switch and spread Pyro at the same time.
You don't want to force a switch here because you don't want to give Kong a free way to go back to Bennett and burst.
Yep. They do already have quick switches though, so it's probably going to happen regardless of us wanting it or not. But Kong will have to... Oh wait, no, he's got super.
I think if you quick switch to anyone, it should be to Lynette actually. Quick switching to Lynette may be pretty good.
Yeah, you don't force swap and you do spread some Pyro around and do some pretty good damage, and you could surprise him on the next turn with that talent in his sleeve.
I can't remember if Whip Kong is running Tandoori. That's something we're going to have to check, because if Kong has Tandoori, then LRI's Falcon cannot afford to quick swap to Lynette, because Klee skill with Tandoori would be an insta kill. If he doesn't, then I think that is probably the best play for him to do.
He is running Tandoori in that deck, yes.
Looks like he still does it, at least with Dea. I think actually with Dea he may be able to survive it, and now that he's healed up, that's no longer a threat.
All right, he quick switch to Bennett.
Yeah, it has to be Bennett at this point. You need to get that burst out. It's taken too long to get the burst out.
Tunes Lieben. Here comes the talent card. Bennett. One damage onto Lynette. But Lynette could do a very funny surprise here. They just got to tune a couple cards or add some.
Yeah, Lynette has already skilled once, so
Yeah.
she can play Talent this round. That would make her skill do 5 damage, but that wouldn't quite be enough to get the kill onto Bennett.
Right.
So it looks like El Rice Falcon is going to be playing around on Jean instead. What this does is it basically forces Whip Kong to actually stay on Bennett at least one more turn, because he doesn't want to get swirled off of Kuching.
Yeah. Doing some math here. Could be some big numbers coming this way. Switches to Dia. Interesting.
So one of the benefits of Sumeru City with Kuching Overload is that it works with Kuching's talent card. You'll notice that her Stiletto actually has been discounted by 2 in hand, so she can actually do a swap into skill for only 1 dice.
Yeah. You might want to save that as a surprise too then.
Yeah. If he had Gamblers, it's 100% the play to go
here
for.
it comes.
But he's still going to do it because
gonna
this will heal Kuching.
Yeah. Interesting play. Back to Falcon, considering his options now. He's got 6 die, 2 die on the left side. He could ramp up onto the next turn if he wants. There's a few options he can do here. Yeah, you could play the Paimon, you could equip Vorkasha, you could throw a Dunyarzad down, maybe replace Wagner with Paimon. Switching to Lynette, okay.
If he had like 1 more damage somewhere, he could have actually quick switched Lynette, Talent, and that would have been just enough damage to kill Kuching. But because Kuching is on 7 health, it would only do 6 damage, even with Swirl. Ooh. Okay, El Rice Falcon forgot about the Electro Infusion from the Stiletto. He thought that was a regular Kuching skill. You don't. Sometimes you just don't remember that Stiletto actually gives Kuching.
And that is why
Electro Infusion.
Yeah, once you don't play the old meta decks, you tend to forget what they can do. And
massive mistake.
Kuching coming in for a nice, fun surprise. It's unfortunate for Falcon right now.
Yeah, before that, Falcon was actually still in a pretty okay spot if he played it smart and like started switching around with Jean.
Yeah.
But losing Lynette there means basically throwing the game away. I think we're basically guaranteed a game 5.
Yeah, let's see here. He's going to ramp up for this next turn and hope for enough die and then another... Yeah, Tenacity's not going to help here either. Doesn't show up.
El Rice Falcon definitely beating himself up about that one. Whip Kong going to sacrifice Cleve voluntarily to get even the Pyro Resonance. He doesn't even need that anymore. But why not?
Let's see what's happening here. Cryo die for Whip Kong. Falcon got no dice for Jean.
Has he rerolled?
Nope.
Oh my god,
Not
look
yet.
at Whip Kong's dice. Those are beautiful.
Good die,
Those are excellent, actually. Even the crowd knows it. And LL Rice Falcon rolled some cringe here. That's not what he wants at all. 5 damage from Bennett.
Oh, that's going to be hard.
These are the final moments of game 4.
Yeah, Kuching looks primed and ready to go. Yeah, okay, hang on a second here.
No, that's not going to do anything for him.
Do anything?
It's not going to be enough. He can't even skill on Bennett because it would give a free switch into Kuching.
I think you skill anyway.
Yeah,
just to spread some damage around.
It's just all he can do.
Yes.
That is going to be GG.
All right.
Whip Kong, 1 skill. That's all it takes.
Dang. Taking it to 2-2. I knew this was going to happen.
Yeah, the classic decks actually making a return here.
Yeah.
Whip Kong, the dark horse of the Asia Invitational.
Falcon
showing up again.
Look at him right now. Kind of scratching his head there a little bit from that misplay. Ooh. Being pushed through the wall here. It's going to be interesting.
Yeah, that was a massive misplay. Because
Yeah.
LL Rice Falcon was doing a pretty good job of matching the aggro from Whip Kong up until that point. And with Jean and Lynette still at a fairly healthy state, he was okay. He could have Gale Bladed, switched off of Kuching, and it would have been fine. But he put Lynette out, didn't even quick swap into it. So that cost him. But it's not going to cost the players whose names are on screen right now.
Eves is one.
Eves,
I don't really want to say the other name.
I don't think so.
Congratulations to that person. Well done, EU gang. These are your codes, so enjoy your 1,000
Yeah.
Primo Gems each.
Well done to that person right
Yeah,
there as
good
well.
job.
I hope you're proud of yourself.
Yeah, don't get us in trouble. That's my job. I can't let you guys get me in trouble. Anyway. All right, back. But yeah, 2-2 right now between these two. Wow. Whoever loses doesn't get knocked out yet.
Yes.
Though. They still have one more chance because these are both the winners from yesterday winning their respective matches. But one of them gets to advance to the finals and just kind of relax for a little bit watching the competition and maybe formulating a strategy before the final. So.
I gotta admit, I was not expecting things to go this way. Like,
no, not at all.
Like, Rise Falcon has been performing so well up until this point that I thought that once he had some momentum, he would be able to close things out pretty effectively. But with Kong, again, this man came into this competition underestimated.
Yes, admittedly, for sure. And here he is right now. One win away for both of them. Will Falcon rise to the top? Or will Uip Kong be down Kong, I guess? No.
I'm trying to find it
yeah,
too.
I tried to find one too.
I got nothing.
Wait, hang on. I got one. No, I don't. I lost it. I'll get back to you. But yeah, we'll have to see how this goes.
Him coming this far has been a conglomerate of his
There
talents.
you go. Wow. I love that. But yeah, we're going to have Danamo versus Magistation. Who do you think has the edge on this side?
So the Magistation is again an aggro deck, which should match up unfavorably into a stall deck such as Dynamo. But that was the case last round as well with Clutching Overload.
Yeah.
What needs to happen here is that Rise Falcon needs to avoid making such obvious mistakes here. He forgot about the Electro Infusion, and that cost him the game.
Yeah.
But otherwise, if he's able to get the dice he needs, if he's able to find the weapons that he wants and equip tenacity early, then the game is still very favored to him.
Yeah, well, yeah, he's got to have to sit up straight and focus. He just has to do that right now. Just like make sure he like triple thinks all his moves, run the clock if he needs to, just to make sure he's running the correct lines moving forward. Otherwise, it's going to be him in the lower bracket fighting for his life here. We did see this deck played earlier too, right? The Magistation, but it didn't go too well.
It was the deck that Whip Kong brought 2 Arcane Legends on.
Yes.
He was forced to use Joyous to only remove 1 element, and by then it was a bit too late at either way. But this is still a very strong deck overall. Gives Signora and Manifestation a lot of time in the limelight to shine without requiring any build-up.
Yeah, I feel like Whip Kong is going to throw Joyous Celebration back into the deck and keep Stove God out this time. Maybe Joyous can pop up as like a fun little, oh my god, it's here, this is the perfect moment kind of thing, right? Who knows?
But Joyous is actually pretty good against Swirl decks as well.
Is,
because by getting rid of the element, you remove a lot of damage potential.
Right.
And Swirl isn't a very strong reaction in the first place.
Right.
So it could be a good way for him to gain tempo against Dynamo.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, because once again, Swirl, as you said, not the best damage dealer, because while it does damage to everyone around you, it doesn't add that extra damage to the character that's active. So it's still pretty dangerous, but yeah, just sometimes 1 HP is going to mean the difference here.
1 HP can mean the difference. 1 game can also mean the difference.
This is going to cost someone many dollars right now, whoever loses.
Ooh.
So yeah, we'll have to see. But who knows? Whoever loses, maybe they'll come back and they'll face off to each other in the finals tomorrow.
I wouldn't be surprised if that ends up being the case. Both of these players have done so well so far, but some mistakes had definitely costed them. Rise Falcon no longer his chipper self like before.
Well, we can't see his expression, but he is definitely focused right now. Right, he's got fans too. What is that picture? I can't see what that is.
Yeah. We do have a lot of fans for Rise Falcon in the crowd right here. We'll see whether or not he can overcome the mistakes that have been, because a lot of the games that he had lost were because of mistakes.
Yeah.
Like he had the favor. If he played it safer, if he played it a little smarter, then it would have been totally fine. He would have already been in the grand final. So also kudos on Whip Kong for being able to identify those opportunities.
Yeah, and kudos to chat, because every time these games get longer, you get more Primo Gems. So you're probably just happy as much as, well, not them, but all of you are probably happy right now to see this keep going here. And we still have 1 more matchup after this one. We will see the loser of this round face off against, who was that actually?
It hasn't been decided yet.
Oh, right.
So basically the winners of the 2 matches before this will face off, and the winner of that will face the loser of this one.
Ah, correct. Exciting.
Very exciting.
Exciting.
You
Yeah.
hear the music, it's already building up to a finale for a very intense series here. LL Rise Falcon, the crowd favorite, has been put down by mistakes. But will he be able to overcome the challenges and push his way through against the dark horse of the tournament, who has been able to come back from every single deficit?
And don't forget, the raffle has begun, so pick the player you support along with your UID and start spamming in the chat. And I'm just going to say it right now. If you spam even after that, your chances increase. So go ahead. Don't listen to anyone in chat. Just do your thing, chat, and do whatever you want.
You are a very bad influence.
No, I'm not. I'm just having some good fun.
This is not how you parent. These are not good
I'm not a
parents.
parent.
But isn't chat like the child here?
Oh, that's a different kind of discussion that I don't want to start on here.
It's just a bunch of rowdy
whoa, okay, let's not cross that line there.
Don't worry, when I'm in chat, I also count. So I'm right there with you, chat.
We all in there with everyone? Let's
Yeah.
go. Hell yeah. I hope Blep and Lee are in there too. I wonder how they're doing. Anyway, Mona leading in with the Phantom, of course. Pretty standard opening. Dia probably going to do the same with skill. Maybe even equip for caution someone. Maybe get Mao out just for fun. Maybe just be really greedy and just throw both Liebens out there.
Well, neither of these decks are particularly high pressure in the first round, so it is actually very easy for both players to go for like ramp turns.
Also, Wukong did exactly what I thought he was going to do. He threw back Joy's Celebration and did keep Stove God in his hand.
Okay.
Yeah, he probably will expect to see it later, hopefully at the like precise moment, and create some grand spectacle for us all to see. He's fiddling around right now. I think he's trying to math something here.
Because the play here is definitely just going to be Dea skill, then you go into then you set up. I think, yeah, you can definitely play either double Liben or you go one Liben into Vorukasha Chef Mao and then just set up your next turn.
Yeah.
You could even choose to end on Jean specifically so that you can start swirling as soon as possible, but that also means that Jean would get Hydro applied. So that's something that Rise Falcon will want to play around right now. You don't want to allow Jean to get frozen, but you want to be able to swirl Pyro.
It's going to be interesting to see how this goes here. Kong is up now. They could quick swap to anybody and do a really quick Electro or Cryo application if they so chose to speak. Now, do you want to put as much damage onto the Dynamo deck or no? What do you think is the play here?
When you're playing on the aggro deck, you obviously want to put damage on, but you don't really want to do it on Dea.
Right.
You want to ideally bring Lynette and Jean down as fast as possible, because the more damage you can do on them before they're able to get like tenacity and their weapons, then the more comfortable it will be for you.
Yeah.
You want to end the game by round 4 or 5 in terms of aggro.
Yeah. Whew. All right. Back to Wukong. They did swap over to Thunder Manifestation. I mean, if they do a normal attack, it'll spread damage across all of them. And then Hydra would get reapplied again. So that is one way of building up damage right now. And they have the talent card too, so they could try to draw a card.
Yeah, I think that's fine. You go for the Manifestation talent to increase your hand. Even Vorukasha is free after your UA as well, so you go into the attack. Yeah, this is fine.
Yeah, this is fine. Still does a nice amount of damage. Draws a card, Hash Brown. That can come in handy later. All right, Kong's got a good start. Falcon probably will do what you did. Or no, switches to Jean.
I do like what has happened here for Kong, because Rise Falcon actually has enough dice to go for one more Jean attack here to maybe switch off of Manifestation, since now Manifestation can actually guarantee an Electro Charge next turn with the Mona summon. But because Rise Falcon wants to do some ramping to get dice advantage next turn, he's going to choose not to do that. But depending on how things go, it also means the swirl will happen. So there is a bit of a dance happening between the players where you're not going to be able to avoid everything. So you're going to need to make some concessions as to what you can handle.
Oof, Falcon's first roll, not too good. Let's see if that can... Oh,
wow. That's nice.
What a comeback there. Yeah, we've got a decent hand. Just needs a little bit more, though, just to work with. He's just deciding which die to keep. Oh, it's so nice to see, like, 4 Omni die just appear like that. Oof. Very good.
I I think he is deciding whether or not he wants to play the turn on Manifestation.
Yeah.
Because, yeah, if he goes Manifestation, he can get an Electro Charge, but he'll also get Swirled. An option would be to switch to Signora to freeze Jean, but yeah, looks like he's sticking with Electro.
Yeah, still very good. Still very, very good. All right. No artifacts left on Falcon's side, but Wukong is unaware. And also, chat, just so you know, while we can see everything on the board, these players can't. They can only see how many cards they have in their hands. So some plays might seem super obvious to do, but to them it might not be. It's totally up to their memory to remember what cards are being played and when they get played.
We do have to consider how things are going to be from the player perspective.
Yeah.
Because they only have half the information that we have to actually work with right now. Not to mention the blinding lights and the cheers of the crowd are going to be factors to have to work around when you are playing up on that stage.
Wukong's facial expression kind of looked around, and then he furrowed his eyebrows a little bit, like he was caught off guard by something. Like he's going back to his notes. Junior Zad and Chef Mao getting played. The Paimon card gets drawn. Guoba gets drawn too. Are we hoping for Millilith? No, but
even more companions.
Yeah, the companion pack is doing its job, but not doing one. Guoba not so much.
Yeah, I think he was definitely looking for either Tenacity or a weapon to equip this round, but Wagner works as well.
Yeah, Wagner.
He just won't be able to play a weapon this round because he wants those stacks on Wagner.
Yeah.
Wukong did actually decide to switch to Mona and not go for the Electro Charge Swirl trade.
Right.
So that is now going to make life a little more difficult for Falcon, because if he does skill on Jean, it switches to Signora and then Kong can freeze.
Ooh. Or maybe you just get the Phantom up again just to have some Hydra on field, regardless of where they switch to. Falcon definitely using the timer here, trying to decide what to do. Yeah, do you normal? Do you switch? Do you force Mona off? You play Wagner, draw a weapon, maybe equip the weapon, maybe not in this round.
It's a tough choice to make. He is actually gonna switch.
Gonna swap to Signora here.
So willingly accepting the risk of being frozen here. I think he's actually quite okay with that, because right now his side of the board is very healthy. He still has a live-in to ramp for next round if he wants to, and quite a good number of tools in terms of the double woven and the animal resonance. So getting frozen now actually is no skin off his back at all.
Yeah. Wondering if he should swap to another character again, or he uses Signora's skill to apply sheer cold. 2 damage, draws Gambler. 2 Gamblers now. Don't quite need them yet though. They're not quite low enough to really want to use them. Unless you're making a statement to your opponent that this character is going to kill you because I have Gamblers on them. Some people do that.
Honestly, Elrise Falcon could actually even go for a full ramp turn. Can play like Chef Mao, can play Paimon with Junior Zod, can play Wagner. There's a lot of different choices.
True. Yeah, could. Oh, yeah, but you got, it's gonna be tough which ones to replace.
Goes for the Hash Brown to get the extra draw from Chef Mao and the dice as well. So still a lot to play with.
That is a almost full hand. He's definitely need to burn something this turn here. Going to Lynette.
Elrise Falcon now is going to be able to threaten with Kong, because now that he's gotten so much card draw, there is a very viable possibility that Lynette talent is in hand. And if he switches to Lynette now, it's even more of a possibility that Kong will be thinking that, he has that card. He has to play around it.
That's a fun idea. Like to have that many cards in your hand. You're like, oh, it's got to be in there. It's got to be in there.
You always have to consider.
Yeah, it's not though.
Even if it's not, there's a chance that Dandori is in there, because he just drew 2 food with Chef Mao. So
I know. It's that mind game again. Oh, back to Mona. Okay. Falcon plays one of the Paimons and replacing Dunyarzad. Plays a Wagner, replacing the other Dunyarzad, and we draw. Oh, it's lo-fi.
Ah.
The low roll lo-fi, losing the 50-50 once
The
again.
Wagner banner is not being kind
Yeah,
to LRI's Falcon.
No, it's not.
Actually drawing the basically the weapon you want least 2 games in a row.
Yeah, Wagner, you're not doing us a good job here, my friend. All right, Jean taking that sheer cold damage. Pyro onto Mona. Wagner gets a stack, so that'll be a free weapon equipped for Falcon. And a Lotus on Wukon's side, but Falcon will start this turn. See how the dice roll here. Ugh.
Definitely looking better for Whipkong overall.
Yeah.
Hopefully LRI's Falcon will be able to get something a little better.
That is a cringe moment.
Ooh, look at Whipkong.
Oh, not good. Not good at all.
A lot of Electro to work with. But yeah,
Yeah.
LRI's Falcon is really low rolling right now. He did get Lynette talent, so now it's no longer a mind game. He actually has it. But not the dice to play around with. This is very rough. But Whipkong is also taking quite a long time to be able to apply pressure.
Yeah. Oh, Lo-Fi is going to go in Lynette, though. And the talent right now. Okay.
Oh, straight
Setting a
away.
Statement. I don't mind that.
Not even using it as a surprise.
Right, the probe is on Lynette, though, so manifestation will be activated, probably.
I don't think he can quite afford to do it because now Lynette, second skill with weapon is 6 damage.
Right.
If he happens to have Tandori in hand, it's 8 damage. It's not quite enough to finish off manifestation, but you can't really afford to eat that much.
You probably
He could Lotus and switch.
You could quick swap the Senor and freeze her to prevent her from doing anything else this turn. Effectively just, you know, wasting all the die
That's true.
in Falcon's hand for now. Especially when he has no other Animo die. Only Dia can really do something here. And then Falcon is forced to ramp again. Yeah, does go to Senora. Probably will freeze.
But Whipkong also has all Electro die. So he also has to do something.
He does have 2 gamblers, though, so he doesn't need one of them. Now he's deciding which else is he going to send off. Ooh, if it was my choice, probably Yayoi.
Yeah, I think so as well. You already have 1 on field. You definitely want Chef Mao. If it's anyone else, maybe you tune
He wants to
Dinazard.
keep it. Maybe he might tune Lieben here, actually. Or the dispensary. One of the 2.
Not the dispensary. Never the dispensary.
Yeah, I've
You've got
seen-
so many
yeah, I
one-cost
know.
cards.
It's happened before, though. He plays the dispensary. Okay. Plays Dunyarzad.
I think you go Chef Mao here. You don't really need Yayoi right now. There's no artifacts to play with. Yeah, you go Chef Mao.
Comes in. All right, draws.
Draws Chef
Mao's twin
long
brother.
lost brother.
Yeah.
Yes.
Chef Mao and, I don't know, Chef Mai, I guess. That's the
Chef
best I
Mai.
can come up with. Anyway, Lieben gets tuned for the other cryo, and we are going to freeze Lynette so she cannot move anymore. That stops her magic act. And
Adeptus is quite good, actually.
Actually, that's going to be a very crucial card here. Oh, could you imagine if they could get a Mona burst off as like before she just goes away?
That's kind of excessive.
It is excessive, but it is definitely still an option there. They have a quick swap. They could totally set up for it, but they got to get Mona to do another skill.
I think if you're gonna quick swap, it's not gonna be the Mona. It's still gonna be the manifestation.
Right.
Because even if the skill is on Lynette right now, it still would do a good amount of chunk damage.
Actually, what Oipon could do is quick swap the Mona, freeze Jean, and then just... how many dice would they have left there? No, they wouldn't have enough. That's too
But that
risky.
would cost 3 more
yeah,
tune.
no, let's not do that.
Not
then.
really worth it.
Yeah, probably wouldn't do that yet. No, I would be worried about Dia, because Dia could just punch Mona, and she'd be out.
You could choose to switch to Mona to avoid the swirl. That would be the reason you'd do
that'd
it,
be
not to
another
do the
one too.
freeze. But then you'd have to Lotus to keep her alive.
Yeah.
So it's up to Kong to decide whether or not that is the right move to make right now. Trying to see what else is the play. Manifestation.
Oh,
He
so
could be
just a
building up burst, I guess. Yeah, I think you still do some damage to Lynette, or you auto attack on Jean, which I think is not the best. You skill on Lynette to whittle her down,
Yeah.
build up burst. You have Adeptus, so that could catch LRI's Falcon off guard.
Falcon does have 2 extra die in his hand that he could play as well. Playing Pizza on Lynette. Procking Mao for some Pyro. Those heart rates too. Falcon is very chill right now at 76.
He's
Looks like
got
in
so
a
much dice
trance.
to play with.
All right, a dice is being added. Once he second dice. Does he tune Lieben for this next one?
He has dice. He has a quick
he tunes the switch instead.
Okay. So Swirl is going to drop Mona to 1 health. It actually switches to Mona.
Yeah.
And that's actually a really smart play from LRI's Falcon, because you normally wouldn't want to switch to a character that only has 1 health left, because that would force you to waste a full attack's worth of dice to take her out. But what this does is it forces Kong to either attack on Mona, wasting all the dice he has left, because he cannot slow swap.
No. He replaces his dispensary for twin brother Chef Mao. Will he play a food here though to get some dice?
Time can get ticking. 1 more dice.
Yeah.
I can't remember what food he has. 1 Adeptus. He has 1 Lotus, and I guess that's a hash brown. Ooh, egg.
Oh, that could be
egg play could be something.
Oh, another Lotus. Okay. All right, some good food coming in. Falcon probably knows all the food is in hand by now.
Yeah, so he will know that he's contending with Adeptus, with egg potentially.
Yeah. You just normal and freeze, or do you try to tune and get a Phantom out?
I think he still freeze actually.
Oh, yeah, he's gonna freeze just with a normal attack.
Because LRI's Falcon still has quite a lot of dice to work with this round.
Oh, there's the Millilith.
Ooh,
coming in.
That's actually pretty guy. That's good timing actually, because LRI's Falcon could only do things on Dea this turn. Now that he got that, he can use the 3 Pyro to equip.
Oh,
he can tune 1 dice and ramp with Liben. So drawing Tenacity there was perfect.
Wow. Yeah, and they get turn advantage here. Mona is going to get taken out this round from Dia's skill. Let's see how this one goes.
The longer this game goes, the more in favor of LRI's Falcon it becomes. That's what we set up at the start. And I think that is what is happening right now. Mona will eat the summon damage. There is egg, so Kong can bring her back as well if he feels the need to. But now LRI's Falcon is going to have a lot of dice.
Oh,
so Gilded even stat a bit.
Ito coming in a little late there could have been handy.
Nah, I mean Mona died in the end turn, so...
Yeah, I know, but like if they died during the turn, that'd be kind of much better for Kong here, but
you could combo it with egg.
Good. Oh, look at all these cards coming back in. Oh, there we go.
LRI's Falcon's dice. Oh.
Yeah.
Holy.
The dice, the sword. Ooh. Opera Epiclese as well.
Oh, he did get Tandoori as well.
They definitely have the points for most equips right now. All right, Dandelion Breed's coming in. Yeah, you got to stall. You can't forget what your deck is about. It's about stalling. So prioritizing heals and things on your side should definitely always be like one of the first options you think about.
That's the way you pilot the stall deck. You play it safe, basically. There's no reason to need to go and take any risks, because as long as you out-survive the opponent, you are almost guaranteed to win. And we are reaching the point now where it's quite difficult for Whip Kong to really make a dent in it, unless LRI's Falcon makes like a big mistake, like he did in previous games.
Yeah.
It's gonna be hard for Whip Kong to secure this.
Trying to see what lanes he could play here. Maybe quick swap to Thunder Manifestation with a Lotus, I'm guessing, and then do a skill on the Gene just to really get some damage out there.
I'm trying to think right now.
He's considering it. He has to play Gilded to do that though.
Manifestation skill would do 4. With Adeptus Burst would be 5, so 9 total. But now that Falcon has switched off of Gene, you can no longer do that all on one target.
No, but you can do a Superconduct across the board, which still helps out a little bit, but not too much.
But it's not efficient.
No, it's not.
Like, Dynamo is... like, basically, stall decks are very good at dealing with damage that's done through Swirl and Electro Charge, because little bits of damage done over time are the easiest ones to heal from. You typically want to be playing a deck that can high pressure and take characters off the board as fast as possible, but this is not one of those decks. So that's why Whip Kong is having a lot of difficulty here.
All right, Gilded comes into play right now. Tunes a little bit more dice. Lotus being burned here. There's the skill. Okay. Damage to Gene. Draws it. Oh, you can only play one per turn.
I haven't lost yet.
Yeah. So We'll see how those cards are going to come into play. They do have quite a bit of dice, though. There could be a quick swap onto Senora, and if, say, they switch to Jean here, that's going to do a lot of damage if they can combo it. Nope, we're going to do this. Skill.
Kong can no longer stay on Manifestation.
No.
If he stays on Manifestation, it does die to Lynette talent damage.
That Adeptus Temptation coming out, though. They both have bursts ready. Could come in handy when it comes down to the last couple of characters here. Falcon also has the Tandoori in his arsenal. I mean, a really close game. He only has 4 die, though, so Whip can do probably 2 more moves.
I can't remember if LRI's Falcon has procced his Chef Mao yet this turn. I'm assuming, yeah, no, actually, because none of the characters are satiated. So yeah, he does have enough dice to do 2 more moves. Whip Kong, unfortunately, will only have what he has here, and none of those are Electro dice as well. So even if he wanted the burst, he'd have to tune 3 cards.
Yeah, gonna be a tough one. Although, actually, no, that wouldn't work either. Time is running out. Switches to Senora. Okay. Well, will Lynette do another skill? Plays Hash Brown. 2 Malprocs. Alright, normal attack. Damage.
Lynette is definitely not at any risk right now, and she can do a good amount of chip damage because once LRI's Falcon has dropped Whip Kong's characters low enough that a single Lynette skill will take them out, and it becomes very difficult because Whip Kong now will only have the 1 Lotus left. Actually, has he used them both?
The Lotus?
I think he has.
He tuned both of them.
Oh, he did?
He used one on
One.
Manifestation.
I can't remember
the other one.
Oh, he tuned the other one.
Yeah, he tuned the other one.
Oh, Whip Kong gonna be forced to transform here to take advantage of the Pyro. It's the more damaging element of the 2.
Definitely forcing them to say, hey, kill me now or I will take you out instead. Ooh. Yeah, this is, this is really close all of a sudden.
I wonder if it would have been worth it to actually adapt this burst on Signora. Because then that would have dropped Lynette down to 4 health.
Maybe.
Then with Melt, it would be actually within range of lethal. Well, obviously, LRI's Falcon will still have ways of healing, but it could threaten him enough at least.
Yeah, true. It's tough to say here, because Jean's pretty healthy too, so you got to keep an eye on her as well. Yeah, you can't play your Tandoori here. You could play your sword and get heals from skill hits. No, that burst is going to do at least 8 damage, it looks like. Burst from Lynette.
Yeah, actually, I think that's fine.
Yeah.
Because it also provides damage reduction.
Yeah.
So that puts you out of range of the potential like melt damage. So it's still going to be an uphill battle now for Whip Kong because his characters are dropping low. He's already used up the Signora transformation, so no free revive. And all 3 of LRI's Falcon's characters are still pretty healthy. I'm not really seeing a way out here for Whip Kong.
Oh, yeah, those swords are going to come in hard in a second here, and Manifestation is satiated. It's just going to spread over to Senora here. Back to Whip Kong. Falcon's heart rate is rising up, though. Rising. Get it? Haha. Falcon? Rise Falcon?
It is rising.
Let's see here. Back to Whip Kong. Only has 2 die. Can't really do anything. No one dead, so you can't use the Itos, and it's going to be very tough on the next turn. Ooh. Tunes the Adeptus Temptation. I think he's just buying time right now.
Yeah, that tune was the buy time for thinking.
Yeah.
I think he still has a gilded equip, right?
Yes, he did.
So Liasong would give him enough for 1 more attack, but it's not going to really do much right now. LRI's Falcon has delayed the game long enough that a lot of Whip Kong's aggression is...
Time ran out.
Ooh. He tuned it hard for
Falcon's
that too.
like, wait a minute, huh?
That's not what he wanted.
I don't know if Kong wanted to just let the turn end there, but he did run out of time. Falcon was a little caught off guard by that too. Let's see.
It's not the first time this has happened
Not
as well.
the first time for Whip Kong.
I'm pretty sure it,
Ooh.
Gets another kill.
Oh, that. Okay, Joyous Celebration coming in. Could this be the moment?
Has he already played Stove God?
Oh, you're right. He did.
Yeah, so he can't actually use that.
Oh, no. That's right. Oh, the pain. Oh, well.
Lots of Omni across the board here.
Yeah.
El Rise Falcon definitely getting much better dice here than in previous games. And now he's got Sack Sword as well, finally. This weapon has been hiding in the deck for a very long time.
Yeah, a very popular weapon in this TCG and in the main game as well. Very, very good sword. Wukong's turn, though. They have Lyre, they got Gilded. They can create a bunch of dice here right now if they want to.
They have the whole magic engine available, but they don't have the survivability to make use of all of it.
They could also revive Mona.
Oh yeah, there is still Egg.
Yeah, Egg is still out on the field.
But would Mona revive really help you? The thing is, Egg is very weak against swirl/electrocharge reactions because that 1 HP can just be whittled down by a reaction. So
I guess a play that Wukong could do is revive Mona quick switch and get a Phantom out, and also do a little bit of electrocharge across the team, just to spread some damage.
That's not gonna do anything.
Not do much. I don't know. I'm just trying to see what other lanes you can play.
I feel like this could already be over if you ask me.
In Falcon's favor, yeah.
I really don't think Wukong has a way of making this back. If he had burst on Signora still, maybe he could do something.
Yeah.
But since he had to use the cryo burst to transform initially, he has to build up that energy again. And at 5 HP, there's no way Signora survives long enough to do that without Lotus as well.
Yeah. Nope. Don't let that time run out again. All right, Gilded is coming in, replacing the artifact on Signora. Sword die. Lyre Song comes back out. And back in. 2 more die. Fast action over to Signora. Skill to overload off Jean.
That is just kind of a free kill though for Lynette. Lynette can now kill Signora. I don't know if that was the best play, but honestly, what else can Wukong do in this situation?
He still has that egg. Maybe it might come in clutch. We will have to see. Oh, Tandoori Chicken coming in. Signora's going to get poked really hard, and yeah, there she goes. 6 damage. Signora is out. Only the Thunder
I think that is going to be
left.
it,
This
basically.
might be it. Yeah, there's too much of a shield and health that's trying to like chip through here.
Wukong can egg to bring someone back.
Yeah.
If this was still in the old days where you could play 2 I haven't lost yet in 1 round, then he could actually double I haven't lost yet Signora burst.
Yeah.
But I feel like even that wouldn't be enough. And now you can only play 1.
War Princess coming out. They are anticipating on losing someone. Back to Signora. Who will just get taken out.
Trying desperately to buy time and just try to outlast.
That Boar Princess didn't proc because there's nothing on Signora. I think, Wukong is reaching for his headset.
That is
Falcon
it.
stood up straight and he smiles and he wins this match, advancing to the grand finals tomorrow. Congratulations, LL Rise Falcon.
With a smirk on his face and arms waving to the crowd, the man knows what he has just accomplished. It was a long, hard-fought battle and some sportsmanship being shown by both these players on that stage. But ladies and gentlemen, travelers all across the globe, your very first Genshin Impact Genius Invocation TCG Asia Invitational Grand Finalist is LL Rise Falcon.
Wow, congratulations once again. Shout out to Wukong though, still not out and still can probably come back and do a rematch. We'll have to see. It might be a fun little story being written right in front of us here.
That means that he will have to win another series if he wants a chance to move on into the grand finals for that rematch against LL Rise Falcon again. But man, what a match that was. I didn't expect our cast to start today like that. Our winners of the raffle for the final game of this series going to be Raf 1111111 and Echan 294.
Congratulations to you two. I have a question for Wrath. Why so many 1s at the end of your name? And how do you remember it every time? That'd be annoying to log in with all the time, I'd say.
Maybe it's just a different number of ones every single time.
Oh, maybe all his accounts have ones in them. Maybe there are more than one Wraths.
Maybe there is just an account for every single iteration, so no matter how many you type, you log into something.
So yeah, don't forget, we have a redemption code for you guys where you can get 3,000 lucky coins. And while you can get them in-game, and they seem pretty easy to get, once you run out of options to get the coins, they get really hard to get. Take it from me, who has almost every card gold foiled. You want these coins, so don't forget to redeem this code. I need to redeem this code after this, after we're done casting today, actually.
And take it from me, who doesn't have most of the cards. You need these coins.
Yeah, you need these coins to play the cards. And yeah, TCG is really fun once you have everything unlocked, because you have all these options and things. But some cards are locked behind World Quests, and I do agree with some of them being locked behind there, because some of the World Quests should be experienced in-game. So you kind of understand the cards that get added, like Pancration, Mamer, Dunyarzad, Rana is a very big one, actually. Rana, all the Sumers, like all those guys, they're so important to the lore. I don't want to say I wish they were locked behind there, because there's such strong cards to play with. Right, but yeah, the lore behind all these cards that get added to the game, I'm excited to see if the Narcissan Kreutz gets added as well eventually, maybe into the TCG.
Yeah, could be interesting. There's all sorts of new developments being made right now. We already saw that there's going to be even more TCG changes in the next patch. So the game mode is constantly getting love. Our community is growing ever bigger. So if there's anyone watching right now who hasn't actually tried out TCG for yourself, maybe this is a good chance for you to jump in now that you've had a look at some of what the top players can achieve.
Yeah, especially with those new 4 cards coming out, that might change the meta all of a sudden. And with how the cards have been designed and worked, they're very close to their in-game counterparts. So we can kind of guess as to what Toma, Sayu, Cryocube, and the Seahorse might do. Like for Toma right away, I know he's probably going to have a shield, and he's going to shoot fire upon every normal attack, right?
That could be good.
That could be a huge thing. Sayu, we already know their summon, the Bake Danuki thing. It can heal based on HP, but also do attack if other conditions are met. So these are very interesting things. And Sayu's an Animo character, so there's going to be an Animo Claymore finally.
That is true.
Yeah, this could really change some things. I'm really excited.
There's always all sorts of things that can change when you have new cards and new characters added to the TCG. But for now, let's talk about what LL Rise Falcon was able to achieve here in the post-match data.
Well, nothing really stands out to me other than average rounds being done by 4.2, so relatively fast.
It just took longer because we went all 5 games. It was very close. I do stand by that. Like, LL Rise Falcon definitely could have ended this earlier if not for some very obvious mistakes that were made. But overall, still one of the cleaner players we have seen this tournament, and that is why he's the first one to move on to the grand finals.
Yeah, that was our first full 5 game within one matchup, right?
For today,
Yeah, look at the heart rates too, actually, here. Falcon seems pretty chill relatively. Yeah, wherever he lost, though, other than the first one, probably because he was excited, but yeah, when he lost, his heart rate kind of spiked up a little bit.
Yeah, he got stressed out. I think a lot of that is because when he realized that he made mistakes, it's that moment where your heart just drops. And you realize, oh no, why did I do that? At the same time, I think Whip Kong did a very good job of keeping himself calm, of responding to situations well. The reason he was able to claim those victories was because he was still keeping his head in the game, regardless of how behind he may have been. And even in that last game as well, even though it seemed pretty obvious that he wasn't going to be able to achieve victory, was still trying to find any path that he could.
Yeah, definitely. He does like to play the clock, and he likes to make sure he thinks things out, which is why he's still in the game. But again, he did run the clock out a second time and had to get skipped there. I don't think it would have mattered anyway, but you definitely can't be doing this into the next round for him. So
speaking of the next round, though,
PP Pig against Voicend.
2 more players from the Dynamic Cup who have really shown us some stellar performances over this tournament as well. I think these are 2 very scary players with kind of similar styles as well.
Their demeanor is very similar. They're very chill, very calm, actually. You can't really tell what's going on in their head, right? Yeah, it's going to be a very hard, or not hard for each other, right? But fun for us to watch to see how this plays out. So
I'm very curious about what kind of decks we're going to see again as
Oh,
well.
yes.
We got to see Shenhe SC,
Yeah.
Kuching Overload, some of the classics coming out and actually winning games as well, which is great. Shows you anything is possible. I am very excited to see Hu Tao because we know Voice End is bringing Hu Tao.
Oh god.
Let's go.
Yeah, the funeral parlor master will be here to support you at least, right? I don't get to see my Amber yet, but maybe in the grand finals, maybe one of them might bring an Amber card.
Anything's possible.
Yeah, who knows? So, but yeah, no, it's nice to see the old meta come back in. We saw it with the Hu Tao gang. We saw it with the Cryo Raiden group. I'm making up names up now, but yeah, let's see what happens in this next round coming up.
Yeah, it's gonna be coming up after a short break. As we leave, we'll give you guys some highlights of what happened in this very intense series. And make sure you guys don't go anywhere because we have one more match to end off the day. See you guys there.
Have you ever heard of wushu dancing?
Liyue Harbor is always changing, so it is only fitting that Lantern Rite should change in turn.
Wushu dancing is famous in Chunyu Vale. Performers might be invited to promote the opening of a business or to spread good fortune during a holiday season.
Miss Farina is now one of my esteemed clients.
Is that so?
You're quite right, Miss Hutao.
How about we grab some dim sum from Shinya Kiosk? My treat. Congratulations! Up to it, Manzai!
A kite is always tied down no matter how far it flies or how high it soars.
O kite born of paper, flying true and sound, a lone traveler wanders, just awaiting to be found.
I always believed we would see each other again, that our days of separation would finally end.
Lantern Rite should be a day of reunion.
I don't know. I don't remember.
You chose a path without a future.
Spare my innocent child. I alone am the source of this sin.
One is fast on one's feet. Try to keep pace. Adeptus.
This invitation is yet to be sent. He doesn't have a fixed residence, so addressing the letter has proved problematic.
Don't worry, I'll deliver it. If you find the target, report to me.
Yes, mademoiselle.
Rosula Special Delivery Squad! Mission accomplished! What would a banquet celebrating Poisson's reconstruction be without you? Come on, partner. Let's go!
Boss, we have a lead on that no-good thief. They call him the Sea Shadow. This is his arrest warrant. Unfortunately, he's got a good nose. He's unpredictable too, which is how he's eluded us thus far.
Stop, you thief! Get back here! How's he so fast?
Going somewhere? Hey there! He's one step ahead. Thank you. So what if you flee by sea? Come on, lads, more speed.
Please, boss. Put your umbrella away!
A proper send-off! Ready to admit defeat? Let's get you to the guards.
Boss? We might need to get him to a doctor first.
The hour of my execution is almost here. For the sinner, the curtain call has come. I know I may not sound it, but faced with death, I find myself a little afraid. Perhaps this is one thing both gods and humans have in common. Farewell, Nervalette. I hope you've enjoyed the part you played these 500 years.
I, Iudex Nouvelette, hereby declare, people of Fontaine, your sins are forgiven.
As we gaze upon the trophy that is the end goal of all our contenders here at the Genshin Impact Genius Invocation TCG Asia Invitationals, we welcome all the travelers back and good evening here from Shanghai for another match between some dedicated participants. My name is Staffa, and with me today,
Rin Taicho, the Amber Main, and welcome back to the Genius Invocation TCG Asia Invitational.
Once again, we are back for the final match of the day. Hopefully, everyone watching has been enjoying thus far. And if you guys have anything you want to share with us, scan the QR code at the bottom of the screen right now to provide feedback about anything you want. The games, the cast, the players, anything. because we always value any feedback that you're able to provide to make this show even better.
Yeah, say you want more Primo Gems, and we'll give them to you. So make sure you put that in there. But anyway, final match for the day for us. Second last day eventing. Second last day for us casting. And then off home we go, too.
Ooh, wow.
Yeah.
It really feels like time has flown, huh?
Yeah, it has, right? We've been hanging out with each other for almost 2 weeks, and I've really gotten used to the routine now. It feels like living here, like it's a home for me now.
It's like, this is life now.
Yeah.
Did I exist before this?
Yeah, exactly, right? It's been such an experience for the players, for us too, but let's not talk about us anyway. Let's go talk about PP Pig versus a Voice End coming up here. And we got their player data on the board here. Very similar once again.
Yeah, not too far off. We had higher single strikes and average rounds going towards PP Pig. But overall, we did discuss this earlier, how both these players, in terms of demeanor, are actually pretty similar. They're very calm, they're cool, they're collected for basically the entire game, and their movements are pretty efficient.
It's going to be very fun watching these two play. I've personally very much watching Voice End play through, but PP Pig has surprised me plenty of times throughout this tournament. And here are their decks. Anything interesting that stands out here? Not so much. We've seen all these decks play.
We've seen both these players play already earlier today. And I'm just going to say right now, I am going to be completely biased when Hu Tao is on screen.
All right. Well,
okay, there we go.
Remember, to be fair, I wasn't here because I was kind of doing something before this, so I didn't get to see these two play, but I am very familiar with all the decks being played here. And yes, there is your Hu Tao friend pack on that side. They didn't get banned, thankfully.
Ooh.
Both fire stations got removed, so, oh boy.
How are we supposed to deal with emergencies with no fire stations?
Well, we got a stall deck right there with Ningguang double hydro so that she can put the fire out.
Right.
Oh,
that deck has actually been banned quite consistently thus far. And this also means that PP Pig actually has 2 stall decks in his pool. Hopefully Voice End will be able to deal with that.
Yeah, all right, chat, strap up because we're in for another long round.
Not another one.
Oh, I mean, round 4 matchup. Ooh, boy. But yeah, I mean, if it goes back and forth once again, every time at the end of every match, 2 people in chat get to win Primo Gems. So that's always fun and exciting. And also, you guys get to stick around and kind of learn the TCG as we go.
At least all of you watching at home get something for, for that in exchange for us.
I mean,
it's better than nothing. Right?
We're trying. Like, I'm entering the contest when it goes up.
Oh, you are?
I am. But it won't let me win. It's not fair. It's going to be so funny if it actually pops up.
But maybe it is more fair that you're not being allowed.
But what if it, if it does, I'll do something special. But anyway.
Wow, okay, now everyone in chat is on your side. I see what you've done here. For now, we're just gonna jump in, Voice End, PP Pig. Let's introduce you to our players.
Oh,
ooh, Guava, right up
here
on screen as we jump right back onto the stage. That gives me all the energy I need.
I think we open tomorrow, right? I'm totally going to go upstairs and get the camera to focus on me in the last half, and I'm going to do something in front of the camera. I'll try to.
Tomorrow we're going to come back to Guava, and then the head comes off, and it's you underneath.
No, not that. Oh, actually, hey. Staff, I'm letting you guys know right now. I'll go run around that Guava costume if you want me to. But anyway. PP Pig versus Voice End. They're leading it with Dynamo, and the other deck was, what was that again? Sorry.
I think it was Finale.
It was Finale, yeah. I was having a little bit too much fun. Sorry.
Yep.
Chatting away there.
Understandable.
Yeah, PP Pig is praying right now.
But yeah, so again, when we have a aggro versus stall matchup, it's usually going to be the stall deck that has the advantage, which means that Dynamo will have more favor here. But if the Finale deck is able to apply a lot of pressure right off the bat, then they actually have the advantage in the first couple of rounds. As long as they're able to end quickly, it's good for them.
I saw a little critter in the back there on someone's page. It's very cute.
I love these signs, by the way.
Yeah, I want
Again,
one.
where do we get this sign?
Someone
I kind of want one.
Someone, please. Production, do you know? Let us know. I'd like to know too. PP Pig still praying away. Prayer Pig. Praying Pig.
The PP could stand for anything.
Praying...
We'll take it.
I'll get back to it in a second here, but yeah. All right.
Yeah, both these players, calm, collected. Their faces are typically quite stoic when we go on into these games. But only one of these players will be able to move on in the competition. They've done so well so far. But it's gonna be PP Pig. Will he be able to overcome? Will he be able to bore his way through, hog the spotlight up against Voice End? Will he be the one to finish things off in his favor?
Saw what you did there with the board joke. Very well done.
I took your fun.
Oh, I was gonna say that was your fun. You didn't have to give me the credit for
no, I took it. I have to give credit where it's due.
Okay, all right. Well, before that, make sure you enter the raffle that's going on. It is on now, so don't forget to type in the player you are supporting, as well as your UID, so Primo Gems can get sent to you, and that's 1,000 Primo Gems. I think it's
a lot.
One of the highest Primo Gem giveaways we've seen in any kind of Genshin event going on.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised at all.
Yeah.
So make sure you guys participate. We've had lots of lucky winners so far, so maybe the next one could be you.
Yep.
So right now, game gonna be starting off right away. And so the first thing to note is that, like, I think Voice End is definitely the first player I saw with such a low, like, heart rate overall. A lot of other players eventually caught up once they got more used to the stage and the competition, but Voice End has had a pretty low heart rate right from the beginning.
Yep. 100's pretty standard. That's like me, just like walking around regularly, not really thinking about doing anything. So, pretty standard lead-ins for both sides. Fischl and Dia, of course. Both of them, not so much PP Pig, but Voice End does have a good die start there.
Yeah, it's not the best for PP Pig, but he probably wants to go for a ramp this turn anyway, since he already has Liben and the Dunya Mao combo.
Yep.
So as long as he gets one more dice for Dea to scale, I think that's alright. He just needs to avoid taking too much damage here. The goal for Voice End is to end the game before round 4.
Yeah. Round 4. Ooh, Paimon. Perfect for ramping.
Ooh, that's not bad, yeah.
Yeah, it's pretty good. Definitely would want to play it over Mao, I think. No? Or maybe no, you don't need the die in the next round. Unless you want to like kind of time it with Liben at the same time. So
having a big dice advantage in round 2 would be very useful.
Yeah.
Because the longer you're able to dance around and swap stall and avoid reactions, the worse it will be for the finale deck.
True, yeah. 12 die would be great if you can also pull out Lilith early. Yeah, you do have Stove God too, so you could walk that angle as well. Will he tune something to try and get a Dia skill out though, or will he just greed this turn? Maybe even tune Mao.
I think even if you try to like complete greed this turn, you're not going to be able to perfectly use up the dice, so you should probably go for the Dea skill.
Yeah.
But all the cards he has are pretty useful.
Yeah, I think the option here would be to tune the artifacts. Actually,
Invokation.
Yeah, I know it's a really hard one.
Generates a lot of value though.
It does for sure, but those die will be much more important pretty soon here.
It's a rough spot to be in. You don't want to have to do this right off the bat, but yeah, it looks like he is gonna tune Vorukasha.
Yeah.
Gets the skill out, and then it will probably be a Paimon Mao. I don't know if he wants to switch either. I feel like Dea might need to eat some damage.
Dea will probably stay there and probably take turn advantage here. Yeah, Paimon. Not Mao though. Okay.
Yeah, not Mao.
Oh yeah, Liben needs to take the die.
Unfortunately, it's still not quite enough.
Not great. Didn't Liben enough dice on the table here?
Not Liben at all.
No. So Nahida does get a skill off, and if Nahida can go again on the next turn, we'll be able to plant seed everywhere and have her burst ready to go, which is really bad news already. PP Pig's heart rate though down to 69.
Oh wow.
Voice End to 89 too. They're really chill, like we said. Wow.
We didn't talk about it for these two players, but to see it on screen is quite impressive.
Yeah.
Raffle has officially ended, so we can put a halt to the spamming for now.
No. Keep
you guys
spamming.
you guys can continue next round.
Yeah. If you spam more, you might win more, right?
No.
That's the whole case.
No.
Your chances go up if you keep spamming.
Don't listen to him. Rin is a bad influence.
No! I am telling the truth. I swear. Anyway, okay. Stone God comes out. Oh, Sack Sword, not a bad pull, actually. Not
Yeah,
bad at
Sack
all.
Sword quite early as well.
Yeah.
LL Rice Falcon was having a very bad time looking for this weapon in the last series, and
Yeah.
PP Pig doesn't even have to wish for it. It just comes out.
Yeah, that is definitely the sword to have for this team here, to regenerate die every time you use skill. I personally like the Aquila Favonia, though. Very defensive. You can do extra damage and heal when they try to hit you. Yeah, just a really wonderful sword to have.
Yeah, Aquila might be on paper a little bit better in this matchup compared to
No.
Sack Sword, but it depends what PP Pig wants to do. Unfortunately for him, because he was able to draw it by itself, he doesn't actually have Wagner to discount it for him. So it's still a bit expensive to play, even with all the dice generated by Paimon.
Oh, Goba as well. What are we looking for here? Ooh, Golden House. Okay. Yayoi in hand as well. No
He does
artifacts.
have Gilded on Nahida, so he could play Magic by pulling it back with Liar Song, but I don't think it's the most efficient.
Well, you might need to do that because you don't have to tune any of your cards into Dendro Die right now, because you kind of want to get the seeds to spread around still anyway. Yeah, especially against a stall deck. Any extra damage that you can lay into their side is going to be not so fun. PP Pig's heart spiked, by the way. What happened there?
What happened?
Yeah. Probably thought of something like, oh, I could do this, and got excited.
Maybe.
Yeah,
You never really know what's going through these players' heads.
Yeah. But I think over the time we've been watching, we started to like get a feel for their strategies here. They do switch to Linny with the 3 Pyro die on hand. Not a bad move. Back to PP Pig. Lynette right now has enough die to do a couple things, but no reactions will be added. Can't equip the sword. Will eat up too much die. Got Mao, but you don't really want to play Pizza right now. Oh, maybe you do if you want to heal Dia. I wouldn't want to do that though.
It's still alright if he wants to go for that. He can even go to near Mao to see if he could pull out a Wagner.
Yeah.
Potentially start getting some discounts built up.
Yeah. What PP Pig does want to do is try at least leave 1 die left so you can proc Lieben and then really ramp up the next turn here.
Yep.
Yeah. It'll be very interesting to see how this goes.
He of course wants to make sure that he's able to keep a certain amount of dice advantage against a voice end. He doesn't want to let him freely attack here.
Right.
But I think what voice end is going to be doing now is just mainly focusing on summons. Ideally, you want to get reactions off of the base hits as well, but it's going to be very difficult to do that right now with the amount of dice that PP Pig has. So most likely just get the prop arrow out at this point. PP Pig can actually stay on Lynette.
Not a bad move, actually. Try to get rid of your... Well, don't want to get rid of your die, but definitely use your die in the best way you can. Get that weapon equipped early. That way, if Wagner does show up later, hopefully they can pull Aquila and give it to Jean. Back to voice end, though. Like you said, they probably should get their Boggle Cat out. Just to get some more summons on the field due to some more damage.
I'm trying to look in his hand to see what he's got. He's got to strategize so he can pull stuff out of the deck, but I don't think there's anything he's gonna desperately be looking for. So yeah, let's go for the prop arrow, set up the end phase overload for some extra damage. And it's a good spot to do this as well, because ordinarily what you would do against this is you would end turn on whichever character has Electro applied just to eat the application. But Dea's too low to actually do that.
Switches to Jean. Interesting. Yeah, if they can end turn here, and if they end on Linny, Jean can do a very quick skill swirl and possibly take Linny out at the same time, depending on what happens on the next turn.
The difficult part right now is that voice end doesn't have good dice.
Nope.
He's got a good number of cards to tune, but I don't think you want to be forced to do that just yet.
You could try to go to Nahida since she already has Pyro on her and use a skill to get your burst ready there, but they decided to go to Fischl. Dunyazad is played. Chef Mao over the other Dunyazad.
Is it Wagner? Does he get it?
It is.
That's
Wagner.
nice.
All right. Yeah, that's could be a good card to play right now. And then you just keep that extra die and tune a Lieben and then get ready for the next round
Yeah,
here.
it guarantees getting a weapon for G in next round
but you
and playing it instantly.
Yeah, you don't really want to get rid of Mao or Dunyarzad either right now. Oh, they're gonna. Who do they pick?
No,
Dunyarzad.
Dunyarzad has already done what she needs to do.
Okay. All right. Oh, ah.
It is unfortunately going to be lo-fi.
Oof. All right, Mao back
Ooh.
to this side with the Adeptus Temptation. They have 9 cards, though. They're going to have to use something else here so they cannot burn the next 2. But what will it be? Probably going to put
They
Chef
no
Mao.
longer have the dice to go for another attack unless they go for the Liar Song play.
Yeah. They do
so
play Mao. Do they play
maybe
food?
I'm trying to think what's the play. Maybe like Chef, you eat the Sweet Madam just to get some healing in,
Yeah.
play Yayoi, get that set up.
Yeah. Yeah, just have it ready for the next round here. Don't waste your die if you don't need to, but definitely get a setup going. Ash Brown. Okay. That'll be nice. Switches to Nahida. Okay. Maybe they might do the Gilded play. Yeah, they are. They're going to get that skill out.
Ooh, that's quite
Yeah.
nice. Okay,
Yeah.
I
Actually,
like that.
really good. Plays Golden House. Gilded Dreams back onto Nahida to draw an Omni and a Dendro and get a seed onto Jean. Nahida does now have reverse, and she can take the Pyro hit because she already has Pyro applied anyway, so it's not that big of a deal.
Yeah, this guarantees Quicken and another Pyro application onto Jean as well. So it's actually a very good line that Voice End was able to find. Even we weren't really able to identify that because it's so rare that we get to see Golden House.
That was an Ito card too. Nice.
That we forget that it actually works on both weapon or artifacts to discount.
Voice End also just pulled out the egg there.
Ooh.
Yeah, it's gonna be a fun play.
It could work for him.
Yeah.
I did see the double tenacity in PP Pig's hand, so he
Yeah.
was actually able to draw both of those at once.
A perfect time to equip, but character's health kind of low already, so gonna need to have to act fast here and figure out a play here to keep them all protected.
Yeah, Voice End has been doing a very good job of applying pressure.
Yep.
If he's able to take out a character this turn, then I think he will be on track because we are starting to lean into the timing where PP Pig is able to get fully equipped. And Voice End wants to avoid the game lasting too much longer, otherwise it leans towards PP Pig's favor.
Now, Jean has a problem here. They can force swap off Nahida, but that's going to go to Linny, who has a prop arrow ready to go with only 3 health and 1 protection on Jean. I don't know if that's the play you want to do right here. It's going to be really tough.
Yeah, Linny with Bewildering Lights would do exactly 4 damage right now. So that would be enough to take out Jean if PP Pig goes for the Gale Blade. I don't think that's the play.
No, probably
You
not.
can definitely afford to equip Tenacity on her, but I
Right.
think you want... But actually, it's tricky because if you switch to Dea, she would die to Nahida. If you switch to Lynette, you're giving a free burning.
Yeah. Not good for PP Pig right now. This might be Voice End's game here if he can just find the right line to play. Switches to the... Ooh.
So it's going to give the free burning. Nahida burst. I'm pretty
They
sure
have
he
the
has
Adeptus.
Adeptus.
Yeah, they have Adeptus too right now.
7 damage, plus 1 from Quicken, plus 1 from burning is 9 damage. So Lynette survives on 1 HP with the Dea damage reduction.
Yeah, it's going to force PP Pig to start healing and protecting right now, but that might be a little too late here.
I think you still do it. I think that's still the play.
It is still definitely the play, and we just have to hope to see what kind of cards fall out after that. Oh boy.
The only reason you might choose not to do that is it would cost you 5 dice, and PP Pig still has 11. So you may be giving up a little bit too much dice advantage.
Right, yeah. Hard to say. Maybe even go 5 dice skill. Get seed on everybody.
No, definitely not. That's not the play.
All right, so the Adeptus is coming out. So we're definitely hitting a burster right here. Nahida sends the dome over to Lynette, dealing 8. 1 left and a burning on the field now.
Oh my goodness.
The Liar
That is
Song.
excellent.
That is a lucky draw. Wow.
So that would give Voice and potentially 5, 6 dice here. Maybe another 2 attacks, and that could actually be enough to finish off PP Pig here. He's got Hash Brown and Mushroom.
Yeah.
Yeah, Tandoori is probably not what you're looking for. You want more defensive options. A Lotus would have been very nice for PP Pig here, but he did not manage to get it.
All right, Lynette still healing for 2 right now. Strolling Pyro back over to Voice and side, and also drawing a die on theirs, but Might be troublesome here. They still have Tandoori that they could play on the other characters, and Fischl and Linny could. Well, actually, they can't. Not enough die, but they did draw the Liar out. So
But the Liar with Tandoori, I think, would still be short.
So maybe, yeah, you don't want to play Tandoori here yet, but you definitely want to probably get another reaction out there. Maybe Oz might be a good choice. Gotta be careful.
Because Liar Gilded would give Voice End 6 dice. Okay, so that is actually enough to switch and Tandoori skill if you really wanted to.
Yeah. I think that's something you might want to do. Just put some more damage out there. I think Voice End is worried about if Lynette has the talent card ready to go and to double skill, because they have 9 die and they have about, what is that, 7 cards on hand right now? Yeah, a little freaky to look at.
I think you have to do. I think you have to switch here regardless, because if you attack again right away, it would lose you too much dice priority.
I think that's what they're gonna do though. They did put it on Fischl, so they have the Electro die for it. They're just making sure if that's.
I think he shouldn't have played Gilded right there. I think he should have. Oh wow. Okay.
To get seed on Lynette. Not a bad move actually. That is putting Lynette in danger for sure.
Yeah, I thought he might want to switch first to try and preserve some dice and spend a little bit more time. But yeah, applying Dendro on Lynette there means that any reaction now will take her out.
Actually, Lynette needs a move too. That burning reaction there. We know no one is playing send-off anymore. And that burst coming out. 1 Boggle Cat on the field to help reduce damage and apply more damage.
Yep. So Lynette is at 3 effective HP, but it's still not going to be quite be enough because of the heat up burst.
Right.
So if Lynette were to eat the end phase burning, for example, it would be exactly 3 damage.
There was a play I saw, but he just burned his dice. So it's not going to happen.
What was the play?
I was thinking, I don't know if this might work, but maybe 2-3 cards into Dendro, hit Lynette again, get seed spread on everybody at that point. And then that thing would proc and hit everyone and do 1 more damage across the whole board.
I think that, you know, it does sound greedy, but it's not a bad idea.
I think it would have been a great idea. But anyway, we're going to see burning. Oh, it depends if PP Pig stays here. I think he has to move off. He has to go to Dia here. But he does have enough food. He could give food to Jean to keep her up a little bit longer.
Jean would survive right now the most effectively because she's at 3 HP. It's not a lot more, but it's something. And she has Pyro applied, so at least there's no reaction damage.
Now would be the time to get the Tenacity on, too. One of them needs to wear it. All right, leave in play. Take at least 3 die. Will you put Tenacity on someone? Will it be Jean? Will it be Lynette?
If he's playing Lieben... Because switching would cost 1 dice. I feel like he should have definitely considered played.
Well, hang on. He does have a dice. He has a dice on hand still. So you could play that and play one of those. Yeah, he is going to use it probably to heal. My bet would be Jean.
If he really wants to keep 3 dice for Lieben, he only has 4 to work with. If he switches and eats pizza, he can't equip Tenacity. But if he equips a Tenacity, that shield will not come into play until the next round starts. So he'll still eat damage from the Burning Flame.
Okay, Lo-Fi going.
Whoa, Lo-Fi.
I would think. Okay, let's draw another die from the normal. Take out Nahida. Okay. Voice End is probably... I would pick Fischl here. Stay on Fischl here. Try to keep Lynette as healthy as you can for the next turn. Because we do have Tandoori on Voice End side.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
I think you stay on Fischl here because probably the because what's gonna happen is the only character that would be able to deny Fischl some damage is Dea because she has Electro on her, but PP Pig cannot end turn on Dea because Burning Flame will take her out. Which means that no matter what, Fischl gets a guaranteed reaction next turn.
The normal attack on the Fischl.
That Lo-Fi actually
Lo-Fi coming in clutch
giving
right
PP
now.
Pig a lot of attacks.
Right, tunes. Oh, are they gonna skill? Oh, laying on that damage actually.
Actually doing quite a lot here.
Quite a bit. Fischl will get taken out this turn.
Does Lynette die here? Does she have any healing? No, she does not. So Lynette will fall.
Yeah.
Fischl actually, because of the double attacks, also dies to the summons.
Right. Ooh.
So now.
Okay, hang on. All right. So. Oh, I think PP Pig gets. I think PP Pig has this.
Hold on. I'm trying to calculate here because Voice End has priority.
Yep.
He can kill Dea with a regular attack.
Right.
Then Jean comes out. Gale Blade with Tandori does 5 damage plus weapon. Jean has weapon, right? Jean has Sax Sword, right? I can't remember.
I don't. Well, let's see.
Jean does not have weapon.
No.
Oh, skill with Tandori is only 5.
Yeah.
If it was weapon, it'd be enough to kill.
Yeah.
But Voice End also has Lotus. I think this is Voice End's game.
Yeah. Let's see here. Well, you gotta pick Lotus. You gotta pick Tim. Yeah, you don't need Tandori here because you can take care of them in 2 hits. Plays Lotus instead for that insurance. Good move. All right, Dia does go down. Is there anything on the PP Pig's side? Don't see anything at all. Has to play Tandori just to see what you can do. Or 2 damage, yeah. It's a Lotus. And yeah, that is Voice End's game.
The Lotus was actually just enough, though. I forget that Prop Arrow does damage to himself.
And there we go.
Yep, with that, Voice End will be the first player to make his mark on this series, securing victory for game number 1.
Lenny putting the finishing touch on Jean with that final act finale.
Ooh, nice.
Yeah,
it was a flashy finale, all right.
We won't see that deck again. So.
Very well played here by Voice End. Like we mentioned, if Finale is able to end the game within the first 4 or so rounds, then PP Pig is not able to get the time needed to get the deck set up. And I think we reached just about the edge of that when we saw that Voice End was able to really lower the health of the characters on PP Pig's side of the field. But of course, with another game end is another 2 raffle winners. So we've got Lems NTL and QRSTUV 234.
I would read that as Kirster.
Kirster.
And congrats on the 1,000 primos you get to take home. I believe it will appear in your inboxes within 30 days, so please be a little bit patient while those come in.
But 1,000 Primo Gems is a lot.
It's a
that
lot.
can really help you towards your next favorite character being pulled from the banner. So make sure you guys continue to watch and continue to participate because there's going to be a raffle for every single game.
Yeah, as long as the matches keep going, more primos for you guys. But for those guys out there, I think Voice End wants to end this as fast as we can. Not take this to another 5-game finale. That's too much for everyone.
But the more decks that go through, the more, like, we'll have to see how the other matchups are going to be. I remember that Voice End still has the Huta deck, which on paper matches up well into Stall because it's combo. I can't remember what his third deck was.
I believe they banned both Magistation. No, they banned both Fire Stations.
They banned both Fire Stations.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna need to see what happens once the deck list comes back up.
Okay, here it is right
that
there.
last deck is Mew. Okay.
Okay.
So that is a little bit scary because the Mew deck is potentially weak against Stall. And PP Pig has 2 Stall decks. He's gonna be playing Ningguang Stall, which I think is almost undefeated. I think it's only lost 1 game so far this tournament.
Actually, no, I think it did lose 1. I believe Inzaghi ran it yesterday and lost Ningguang, unfortunately, and then did lose that match. Couldn't push that 15-game turn limit. Right. Yeah, that was the game you guys were casting too, yeah. Because you were the one, I think you were the one that remembered it toward the end. Like, they got to run 15 turns and they can both win.
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
Oh, man. I almost wanted to remove it from memory.
No. It's coming back.
Why did you remind me?
It's coming back to haunt you.
No.
Your favorite Stall decks, right? Oh, boy. So, yeah, that's what we're going to see. Was it the Hu Tao deck coming in?
It's not the Huta deck.
Oh,
it is Mew.
It's going to be Mew versus Stall. Big Stall.
So he's going to try and play the deck that matches up a little worse into Stall first. Because if he's able to win with that deck, then the Huta deck should match up well into what PP Pig has. But yeah, it's always going to be risky.
Yeah, so we're going to have to see Mona and Wander really get to work here and start spreading that damage around before Ningguang can get any equipment set up. And oh yeah, they're playing the Fontana arcane card here too.
Passing of Judgment, yeah.
That could be a really big game changer here, depending on how it gets played.
That's very potentially debilitating, depending on which timing it does come out. So for those of you who may not be familiar with this deck, this is basically just a protect the queen kind of situation where Barbara and Kokomi are just here to keep the team alive for as long as possible. Ningguang finds chances to burst and slowly remove members of the opposing team from the board and just basically outlast the opponent, especially if she's able to get sack frags and tenacity early.
Yeah, that is definitely going to be very important for that. And on Voice End's deck there, they do have fresh wins, so they're going to look for some quick kills. They just need to get that Instructors off the bat on the first turn and 3 Hydro, and then Wanderer can just get to work with Mona. The 2 besties, I might add, they're Oomfies. You know what that is? Do you know what an Oomfie is?
I feel like I don't want to.
Well, they have the same pose and a big hat, and they know each other. They're definitely Oomfies, right, chat? I bet chat wants me to
you
get
know
out
what?
of here right now.
I can get behind that now.
Oh, no.
Now that you point it out.
Oh, no.
I see it. I didn't even notice they were the same pose until now.
Leah is going to give me a big shaking of the finger tomorrow. Like, don't you do that ever again on live stream. Oh, well, we'll see how it goes. It's a very, I think it's going to be a fun match to watch. Mew, very fast deck versus Ningguang Double Hydro, very, very slow deck. But obviously, it's like charging the laser on that team kind of thing. You get Ningguang built up, and then she gets all her energy. You just find that opening just to land that burst on someone.
Yeah, Mew, unfortunately, is just a very bad matchup into this deck in general, because when you have Barbara and Kokomi around, slow reactions like Swirl, which Mew is kind of built around, are not going to apply enough pressure for the Ningguang stall to try and change plans or play uncomfortably. It can just heal up any damage it takes from Wanderer.
Yeah, for sure. Or maybe we might see the 15-turn strategy show up here.
Oh, not again. I don't need to think about that.
I would welcome it because that means they both win, right? And then we don't have to see those decks ever again today.
You know, like, sharing is good and all.
But we'd have
but not here.
We'd have to sit through it, though, for sure. 15 rounds, it's still until 15 rounds where the average completion of each round that we see so far is like either 4 to 5 games. So to sit through one match, which is the length of 3 games.
Yes.
It's just constant back and forth. Oh my gosh. We'll see how this goes, though. Oh boy.
Yep.
Yeah.
So far, Voicen has really been showing himself as a strong player.
Oh my god.
Ooh.
I love that Clurin cosplay. Hello. I need my Navia cosplay now. Also, that Lynette looked amazing too. Love to see the cosplayers in the crowd.
Do you have your Navia cosplay with you?
I should have brought that. If I knew there was going to be a crowd and then I'd be opening some days, I would easily just switch out and then just go join them. 100%. Yeah. I wouldn't be able to.
We could have seen Navia Rin in the crowd tomorrow for the grand finals.
Man, oh well, maybe next time Asia Invitational 2, perhaps. We'll have to see.
Maybe.
Yeah. Well, looks like, are they about ready to go here? Yeah.
I think so. We're already hearing the music pick up. It's gonna be game 2 between PP Pig and Voice and Ningguang Stall versus Mew. Which of these 2 decks gonna come out on top this time? We'll find out. Just like how we'll find out which of you guys.
Look at PP Pigs. They have all the Lilith. Oh, the Instructors for Voice End too. Okay,
ooh, not bad.
They just need those Hydro die and then they can get started.
Yep. Don't forget, everyone, raffle's ongoing. Tell us which player you think is going to win. Tell us your UID, and then we'll be able to find you and sneak some Primo Gems under your bed when you're sleeping at night.
Please, I need some too. Please send to my house.
Okay.
All right. Mona coming in. Who does PP Pig lead in with the... Who do you think?
It's usually Barbara.
Yeah.
So the awkward thing about this matchup in particular, we've actually seen this a lot in recent matchups where characters that can self-apply elements like Barbara are kind of locked in, not able to use their skill to avoid giving free reactions to the opponent. In this case, Voicen actually wants to swirl Hydro. So PP Pig will start on Kokomi instead, since her self-application is only on burst.
Yes. All right, good move there. Leading in with Kokomi. Let's see what Voicen gets. Does he get the 3 Hydro die? Enough. Yeah, no Animo though. I think he had reroll, right? That was just the first roll there?
I can't remember.
Yeah, PP. Yeah, okay, that was the second.
That was not the first roll. That's unfortunate.
All right, yeah, for PP Pig, also unfortunate. No Hydro die set up for them, but they do have enough to get some equipment on, which I think you should, as a stall deck. Orikasha goes on to Kokomi. Millilith goes on to Ningguang. The other helmet goes on to Barbara.
God.
You agreed with Lieben, and you end
No
your turn.
way.
Yeah, that's
No
totally okay.
way.
They can out heal a couple. They can take some hits of damage from Wander. That's fine because they can get some heals out later. But oh wow, what a setup!
Okay, if I was in Voice End's position and this were just a normal game, I would concede on the spot.
Yeah, actually,
you
that might be a
are
play.
playing against a
Right.
stall deck who just got 3 artifacts all equipped on turn
Oh my god!
1.
Actually, I'd laugh if that actually was the thing that happened. Who knows? Maybe it might happen one day. Oh well.
Oh my goodness.
Oh my god.
For now, the raffle has ended. Hopefully, we'll see the end of this game at some point as well, because PP Pig is already playing into what he wants. Having tenacity on Ningguang to start off instantly is massive value.
Gotta get that sacrificial fragment just to finish it off. Let's see how this goes. Oh, okay, what do we got here? Still on Mona. Not turn advantage though. Kokomi out there. Switches to Ningguang. All right, with tenacity, so gonna be fun to dance around. Let's see, back to Voice N.
So switching to Ningguang here because he knows that Voice End would probably not want to skill on Mona in an ideal situation. So this forces him to have to use dice to skill again to get Hydro on, which would allow PV Pigs to start building up energy for the
Yeah.
Ningguang burst as well.
And here we go. Yeah, it only does 1 damage though. So that shield stays on. Oof. All right, back to PP Pig.
When we were describing this deck previously, when we were casting yesterday, we
Yeah.
did mention how it felt very thematically accurate, because Ningguang is just sitting there and building up her investments slowly.
Yeah, true.
With Kokomi and Barbara buying time. And then once she's built up enough investments and funds and resources to complete her Jade Chamber, she drops it on
She
your
just
head.
drops it on you. Yeah, that's it. That's how it works.
So that's how the deck works.
Yeah, it's just the Jade Chamber storing energy, getting money from the crowd or from Yue. Oh, hang on.
Ooh, very early Wolf's Gravestone equip. Voice End actually greeting out in terms of
I
full
feel
ramp.
like actually that might be the play here. If you can get enough die for Eula to work with, you can actually probably take someone out in a turn. If you have maybe about 12 dice, you would chew through some shields. As long as you can get them to 6, it's still danger zone for them. They're gonna have to like switch to being defensive too.
So typically when you're playing on the aggressive deck versus stall, this is the last thing you want to do. You don't want to take a full ramp turn because that's just giving your opponent time, especially when PV Pig still has 7 dice left. But I think this is not a bad play from Voice End because he realized that, oh, PV Pig is already fully equipped anyway.
Yeah.
There's no longer that surprise factor that he can play with early game pressure. So instead, he's going to try and build up for just mid-game consistency.
Yeah, and as long as there's no elements attached to Voice End, they can't make any crystallizes either. So yeah, they won't take too much damage, so they can at least also take their time getting set up for the perfect play here. Yeah, Mona can just keep putting Hydro on everyone. If they stay on Barbara, they will get Hydro there, and that'll be a quick swap for Wander to go over and start causing some mayhem. Hydro dice gets played. Barbara does her skill, so there will be some Hydro application regardless.
Yeah, PV Pig actually going to feel okay with using Barbara's skill because Voice End was a Voice End ended his turn pretty early on. Gets the Jade screen out to get energy on Ningguang. So this is the risk when you end your turn too early against stall. PP Pig just gets to do whatever he wants. We'll see whether this pays off for Voice End.
So that shield will refresh. Ooh, Gilded Lotus coming up, but Hydro is on Ningguang, so Wanderer could just start. Or maybe you go to Eula and freeze so she can't do anything.
I personally don't even know what would be the play in this situation.
Yeah, he keeps Cyano die. He's gonna go to Wanderer right now. Yeah, that's definitely
I
the play
think
here.
between the two of us, you definitely are more accustomed to stall.
Well, I played quite a bit of the Mew deck too. I really love how it plays. Just the Mona play onto either Wanderer or Eula is just. I love what options are available to you. You can like spread damage, or you can stop your opponent in their track. It's a very, very strong deck.
So
Not
you
even just being
definitely
strong.
have a bit more experience with this matchup compared to me.
Yeah, well, admittedly, when we came here on the first day for the group stages, I was barely like ready to start casting, right? I know chat has called me out for it too, and I feel really bad, but I definitely want to get better to understand. So there was a day where we just sat down and just started grinding decks and listening to Bleb, watching Bleb's videos, and just going through everything just to kind of figure it out. Today, I feel much more comfortable casting because we were casting together the first time, right? Yeah, and I think for both of us, it would be weird, right? Because you weren't too experienced with TCG at the time.
Yeah.
Right, and I just barely got back into it. But I think today, probably one of my best days casting, actually.
That's good.
Yeah, I feel really good about it.
This is a level up.
Yeah, you've been wonderful to work with. I'm going to
you.
miss you, actually, once we all go home, right?
Now we're going to get emotional midway through the game.
Oh, it's fun. Genshin is amazing, though. We meet all kinds of cool people. The TCG guys all got to meet new people, too, and create communities like this, so... It's man. Genshin has just been this wonderful game. I wish people weren't so mean to it sometimes, right?
Oh, man, you're going to make me cry on the stream.
Come on.
There's enough water already.
You are allowed to cry. Yes, there's enough
There's
water
enough
on there
hydro
for
over
sure.
there already. I don't need to produce more out of my eyes.
Oh, maybe we might need some more hydro and voice and signs so PPP can make some plays here, you know?
Maybe.
Well, let's see what's happening. Okay, normal attack to Barbara. Ooh, that's some big damage still. You fund some dice because of the instructors.
It's good damage, but when you have 2 hydro resonances in hand, and the hash brown, and the mushroom pizza.
But I think the play here is to make them use that. So when you know they use it, then you can start like trying to ramp up into getting dice for you. Because Wanderer, well, they will build up to the burst. Maybe even Mona's burst might be super important here to like guarantee a kill in Ningguang.
It is fair. Wanderer burst is going to be the highest damage source that Voice End has access to. We have seen players in the past make the mistake of putting Ningguang at a risk in a situation where they thought they were safe and then losing her and then losing the game as a result. But PvPig has been very calculated with the way that he's been approaching his actions so far in the tournament. So I don't think we're going to see that sort of opportunity come up for Voice End.
Yeah, especially right now. Ningguang does have her burst. Just no Geodai right now, so you're going to have to tune some things. But that is a threat. It's going to be difficult. It looks like Voice End might have to sacrifice someone here. And PPPig will definitely try to jump on that opportunity to take someone out on that side. Yeah, Voice End is considering what to do.
Because right now Ningguang already has burst available. I don't believe she has. Actually, she does. She does have Jade Screen, so...
Yeah, that's a good move. All right, yeah, get rid of Gamblers, not bad. Just got to get that damage on them. Force them to act purely on defense right now. Get them to draw out those healing cards so you know when they're gone. Then you can start doing some ramp into damage and using a burst as a finisher.
Yeah, Ningguang burst with Jade Screen is 8 damage. So since Wanderer was on 8 health, he was actually at risk if Voice End just decided to go for an attack. But since he's got some defenses now with the food, he will at least be able to survive it. And that actually means that PPPig also can't really afford to burst, because now Wanderer can respond with his own, and he also does 8 damage.
See, now you definitely drew out that hash brown and pizza now. Voice End will take note of that. So some healing from card, no surprises there. Right, normal side, yeah, just keep spreading that damage around. Even if you take out one of the side healers for Ningguang. Oh, Voice End just had a... He looks like he just had a premonition. Oh, not a good one, though. Let's see.
He's realizing he messed something up.
Yeah. Well, what happened was PPPig ended their round. It's going to leave Wanderer wide open here to a burst. It will...
Oh, you're right.
Yeah.
Oh, no.
Yeah, he's
I was trying to figure out what he thought he messed up on. I was like thinking, should he have bursted?
Yeah.
But yeah.
No, he wasted
PPPig has turned priority.
He wasted a Lotus. It didn't even get used. Here's that fresh wind. That would have come in handy.
Oh, he actually messed up.
Yeah.
Oh, that's a huge mess up. Wanderer is dead now. And without he wasn't even able to use the burst. If he had bursted on Ningguang, even if it didn't kill her,
just something,
it would have been something.
Yeah.
But now Wanderer is just removed from the field.
Yeah. Oh boy, are we gonna see it? Yeah, enough Geodai on the field. Jade Screen is still in effect. Here comes the burst, and Ningguang will remove a Wanderer like Irminsul did to Scaramouche. He's out right now.
Amazing.
Oh boy, what happens now? What do we do here? Eula. Yes, Eula. Gotta go to Eula. Gilded onto Eula, create some cryo.
Eula's the only one that can do anything anymore. But
Yeah.
now that that has happened,
She does have her gravestone, and the shields are off now.
and I don't see this working anymore for voice.
That-
You
that-
really needed to play around Wanderer
That
Burst.
Lightfall Sword might come in handy right now. Some extra damage while the shields are not on. It might be the best time to play it.
I don't know about that. Like, yes, he can call into burst, but he's not going to be able to do any more skilling this turn.
But
and that's not going to be enough damage to kill anyone.
You will force. You could freeze Kokomi though, and still get some damage off at least. They don't have any healing on field, and you'll force them to use their healing cards. We'll use their skill to get 7 damage. So
Ooh, that is quite a lot.
damn. Oof.
If
They could Lyre Song Gilded too. They totally could do that. Ooh, actually something pretty big might be coming up here.
Nice on Gilded. Obviously, PP Pig is not going to stay on
No.
Kokomi anymore. Most likely, we'll switch to Barbara because it's quite risky to put Ningguang out when she could be vulnerable to shatter damage.
I would probably Lyre Song Eula and then burst anyway, just so that Light Falser can get out there and just so you can get those shields off Barbara so some damage can happen. I think it is a stall in that they can heal, but I think you need to force them to heal. Elemental skill coming in.
So there's the Barbara skill. That's going to heal on the end phase. So
yeah. But also apply a Hydro to that side. While Eula's up, that is a threat to PP Pig.
Poison has already ended, but feed the extra 2 dice into Livin, and now the Hydro Res is going to come out.
Yeah, gotta take note of that.
Ningguang's stall going to get topped up again. Kokomi is actually pretty low, but all the different sources of healing.
The Lyre Song,
so much.
okay. And a quick swap. This could be okay. It's not the end for voice end yet. I have hope. I have hope. I love Stall deck, but I know how to beat it.
It's good to have hope.
Yeah.
I'm hoping that voice end will still be keeping that in mind as well. 1,000 Floating Dreams, unfortunately, not going to be useful anymore.
Unless
I wonder if you just start with Mona Burst this turn. Not sure if it would be enough to finish anyone off by end turn.
I think you just skill here on Barbara. She only put on the tenacity and not necessarily the one that grants dice. I can't remember what the lower version of that helmet is called.
Same.
Yeah, all right.
I can look it up.
Yeah, go for it. We're going to see a Lyre Song to Gilded play again on Eula, because, yeah, we do want that dice.
It's General Ancient Helm.
Ah, Ancient Helm. GAA.
So it looks like Voice End is going to start off with the Eula Burst.
Yeah.
Typically, when you want a Eula Burst, you are going to want to start the turn with it so that you can get as many skills out as possible.
This is a great time to do that. If Voice End can consistently attack with Eula, it will build up that Light Pulse Sword, and it's going to deal a ton of damage.
It will, yes,
Yeah.
but as long as PP Pig has a character with even 1 HP to eat it, then all that extra damage gets wasted. That's why Eula as a character does lack some efficiency overall.
Well, we'll have to see how this plays out here. There's no burst potential on Ningguang here. The shields are down. They could get their Jade Screen up, and they do have a Hydro Resonance to heal. They can also quick swap as well. Barbara's out at the moment. They are going to Jade Screen for that Crystallize.
Voice End obviously wants to just keep attacking on Eula here, but the longer he stays out, the more damage that Eula is going to take, because
Yeah.
Ningguang can actually trade pretty well against her, especially with all the shield that's on her right now.
Lyre Song again. Gilded back on, I would bet. To Eula? Yep.
Yeah. Get the cryo dice again. Try to get as many attacks out as
Get another
possible.
skill. That puts Ningguang within lethal, and the sword is going to do 12 damage on whoever it lands on. It's not good.
Is that 12 damage?
Yeah, it'll be 3 times 4.
Is that how it works?
I believe so.
Hold on, I have to check. I don't feel like that's how it works.
Maybe
it's
double
plus
check.
1 damage for each duration, so
Oh,
it's
okay.
7.
Okay, I thought it was a multiplier, but still.
If it was a multiplier,
yeah,
that'd
that'll
be
still
busted.
take out everyone there except Ningguang, because she has 1 shield, or she has the Jade Screen on.
Do you just go for another attack here? That's what I'm wondering. Like, Yes, I respect that voice and is just trying to build up the burst damage as much as possible because Wanderer is gone, but losing him that early on in a deck where you really needed to at least get his burst out.
I think you definitely switch here, right? Eula's done her job, and then you can always quick switch back because there's going to be a Hydra application on someone on the next turn from the heal there. So you can totally just swap over and just do a quick freeze.
No, actually, PvP can just end turn on Ningguang to cleanse it.
Yeah, true.
So he doesn't actually have a guaranteed freeze. And if he switches to Mona, then he will no longer have any dice to do anything for this round because he's already used both Liar Songs.
Going for it.
Ooh.
Another skill. 2 damage there.
This does very much feel like hitting a brick wall.
But you got a very big stick now ready to fall on that. That Lightfall Sword is going to do 9 damage on any of those characters. That will take them out. Oh, man.
But I mean, a very good way to protect your brick wall from being taken out by a big stick is to put a different wall in front of it.
Well, right now, there are no walls to put up front unless you start tuning some very important cards.
No, you just have to put Kokomi or Barbara in front.
Oh, you want to get rid of one of those walls, I see.
Yeah.
I guess if you had to pick Kokomi or Barbara, though, who would you keep?
I think you probably keep Barbara.
Yeah, probably keep Barbara, too.
Because Kokomi is already lower on HP anyway, so she would eat all the extra damage, too.
It is... Yeah, PP Pig does have to think about it, though. Not an easy move here. Taking a sip of water.
PP Pig knows for sure that there's not going to be any magic anymore now that both Liar Songs have been used up.
Correct.
So I think you just go for the switch Vanarana play.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, who are you going to sacrifice here?
Actually, but if he wants to cleanse Ningguang, he has to end on Ningguang.
He has to stay on this turn,
So I guess he's not cleansing. I think it's fine if Ningguang...
he is going to quick swap.
Oh.
Yeah. So it will take out Kokomi, and then he could probably cleanse on his next switch, actually.
Yeah. So he's basically making sure that he has turn priority still as well. Kokomi going to take the bullet here for Ningguang. The healing actually even topping her act up.
Oof.
Not quite enough. That's a pretty big damage Eula burst, but now that that's gone, so are the hopes of Voice End, I feel like. Egg? Could Egg do something here?
Egg! I had to do it, sorry. Oh my god, the egg, the wonderful egg that could either mean a huge comeback coming up or just some waste of card that's in your hand. We'll have to see what happens here.
Can Egg do anything for Voice End here? I don't really know. I don't really think so, if you ask me.
Right. Now, okay, now we're in danger on Eula. We're going to have to play Lotus on her to keep her up if you want to skill, which I think you should, just to get that Grimheart stack. And best to use it on Barbara, if anything.
He knows that PP Pig has used one quick swap. He's not aware of where the second quick swap is. So if he stays on Eula, there's always the chance that a quick swap comes out and Ningguang just lethals Eula here, which is very dangerous.
Fortunately for
one option is actually to like get one energy onto Eula and then through some combination of events you egg Calx on Wanderer to get his burst out.
Oh, that'd be amazing actually.
That feels like a lot of steps to go through.
A lot of steps to go through, but that'd be a huge step for Wanderer since he does like this stomp on people with his burst.
He sure does.
Yeah. They really like to highlight that too in his animation. His big feet coming into your face.
Okay. I don't think we needed to be reminded of that.
Hey, I didn't make the game. They did. That's what they did. You saw it.
Okay, yeah.
Good times.
I mean, it's not. You're not wrong. We'll just leave it at that for now.
Yeah.
Voice End will go over to Mona. So what's the play now for PV Pig? I feel like you still switch. Actually, no. If you switch over to Ningguang, then Mona can freeze, and he does ideally want to set up energy on Ningguang right now.
I think you want to save the burst on Barbara for now, just in case. You don't really need it yet, but man, Ningguang could use some heals right now. You don't necessarily want to switch. I think your best bet is just normal on Barbara here. Or just skill to refresh the thing as well.
Honestly, Barbara burst here is not too bad.
Not bad. It's a little overheal, but I don't know.
it is overhealed, but it basically guarantees that nothing could possibly happen to Ningguang anymore.
Right. For now.
PP Pig definitely would be aware of the egg possibility as well.
Yeah.
Obviously, Kulk's Wanderer Burst is very far off.
Oh yeah, the burst comes in anyway.
But why not? Why risk it, right?
Yeah, you don't want to switch over either, because Mona could just Mona could just freeze Ningguang there. Phantom Play might come out as well.
Yeah, I'm not seeing it anymore. Like, even if he revives Wanderer, even if he's somehow able to get Wanderer Burst out, I don't think Voice End wins this. I'm pretty sure this is PP Big game already.
Probably is going to be PP
off of
Pig's
that
game.
mistake of like miscalculating the dice needed to switch off of Wanderer.
Yeah. I'll have to see though. We will have to see. Okay, a skill does come out onto Barbara. We do have Mona Burst.
Mona Burst? That could be interesting,
That could be a nice little lineup. You can get the shields down and you can line it up like correctly with a Grimheart swing, which Eula
does have Grimheart.
Yeah.
Eula Grimheart with Mona Burst is 10 damage.
Maybe you bring back Wanderer just a quick swap and get the shields down.
Honestly, not a bad plan. Actually, not a bad plan.
All right, back to Ningguang. I think you have to freeze her.
I think so.
Yeah.
Don't let her get burst out.
Don't let her get energy either. You don't want that.
At least keep her one energy away from bursting. Because PP Pig has Adeptus. And I know that Voice End would also be considering that.
They burning that egg. They got the burst going though. Okay.
Actually possible here. Voice End has Quick Switch in his hand as well.
Yeah.
So if PP Pig allows Ningguang to be vulnerable, like she will get the Tenacity Shield again next turn. But that's only 9 health. Grimheart Mona Burst is 10 damage. So Voice End still actually has a chance.
Let's see here.
What do you do?
Oh, I don't know. Yeah,
I'm
there's
terrified.
no there's no magic die here, right? Yeah, nothing left for that. You should stay on Mona. You want to get turn advantage.
Yes, I think so.
You don't want to leave Eula open right now. And yeah, PP Pig is forced to stay on Barbara. Fast action.
Oh?
Okay.
Why?
Probably because
why?
PP Pig, Voice End knows that Barbara can only do so much damage. So Eula will be okay.
Is he planning to use Mona Burst to take out Barbara instead? Is that just a play?
That might be the play. That Phantom is there too to help protect Eula.
Oh my goodness. This is getting to a point where I have no idea what might happen.
Gilded.
Another Gilded.
Oh man.
He's already used both Liar songs though, so
he did, yeah.
Oh, he wants to freeze Barbara again.
I'm so sad that the egg was removed from the play. Very sad, but it is what it is.
That's a good amount of Omni for Voice End.
Oh, good die for both of them though.
Voice End has Prio. If he attacks on Eula, he would be using both Grimheart and the Mona Burst, and it wouldn't be quite enough to finish off Barbara because of the General's Ancient Helm.
Yeah.
It would do... Oh wait, it might! Because with Weapon is 6. If that's doubled, it's 12. It might kill, based on how the mathematics work.
It should be 5 damage on skill.
I don't know if it doubles the weapon as well.
6 with Claymore, and then if you multiply that by burst, it should be 12?
So that could be a kill.
It could be a kill, but
it means Eula dies.
It will. Oh, okay. Now, do you play Fresh Wind here and get the 12?
Oh, he does.
Oh,
he plays Fresh Wind
gonna
into
be
Gamblers.
12?
Oh my god.
Let's
this
see.
does kill.
Oh
it
my
is
god, 12 damage.
Oh my
Let's
god.
go. The Mona Burst coming in clutch here. Okay, hang on a sec. Now
hang on.
You have to be careful here.
What's the play?
You gotta.
He can attack on Eula, and he has Lotus. He has Lotus.
Yeah, Lotus is good, and you got to quick swap over to Mona, and you can freeze. You can set up for a freeze here.
Hold on, what's the play? Either you skill here on Eula with Lotus, then you survive one more hit on Ningguang, then you can
switch to the Mona.
Or you switch
to a
first.
Mona. That's fine. That's fine. Because if you could effectively freeze them, then they can't do anything.
Can Voice End overturn the odds here?
Yeah, but Ningguang could totally take someone out right now. They have the burst potential. They don't even need to use Adeptus here.
The thing is, if he skills on Mona, he doesn't have enough dice. to do another attack because Gilded is no longer discounted.
What do you do here? I think what you do is you have to get Hydro on Ningguang, no matter what. You gotta let Eula be able to get some work here.
Maybe.
So I think you Phantom. You might have to sack Mona here, or you can
because
Lotus.
PB Pig has
Lotus
enough.
is Lotus on the Eula. Okay.
Yeah, I think that's the because PB Pig has enough.
That could be handy. Okay. Sorry.
That instructor would have actually made a difference if he got that earlier. He could have actually scaled on Mona, but then he wouldn't have enough dice to switch anyway. So
yeah. Don't forget, there is a heavy strike in Voice End's hand as well. There are options. Still.
Ningguang has enough dice to ult and attack once more, and that is just enough to kill Mona and break Lotus, but not enough to kill Eula.
Yep.
But Eula also doesn't have enough tools to actually kill Ningguang in one hit next turn.
Why didn't they put Hydro on Ningguang there? They could have had that extra turn. They could have. I think Voice End might have messed up.
Yeah, why did he play Timaeus? He wanted to get gilded.
But why didn't he Hydro at least?
Yeah, he should have Hydro.
Oh, no. Yeah, even having a Phantom out might be good. I don't know. Yeah, I think Voice End might have messed up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He could have actually scaled on Mona instead of playing Timaeus.
I can't think of what else he could do. Yeah, Pizza coming in and is going to get healed. Oh, yeah, I guess the Hydra is going to come in from the elemental skill, so maybe that'd be okay.
That is true.
Yeah.
That is true.
Eula
that would freeze Ningguang next turn.
Eula will take advantage. So Eula has enough things going on here.
Oh, okay, so this is actually the correct play by Voice End.
This might be
the
good.
greed on Timaeus will let him equip Gilded for free next turn.
Yeah.
The Barbara summon applies Hydro. Eula freezes Ningguang off the bat. Voice End could win.
Yeah.
Voice End might win. Look at him.
Yeah, as long as you don't shatter the ice here. Let's see what happens. This is very interesting all of a sudden. Can we overcome the Ningguang double stall?
He needs good dice, but he has a lot of cards, so as long as half of them are usable, that's not how. Please, can Voice End get the right die?
Oh God!
Not
well, we got
good.
enough cards there for tuning.
He's got quite a lot of cards.
Let's see if he's got
and
enough.
he has Gilded.
Okay, so Hydra on. Gilded going on right now for free. Adding some more die. You got a skill here. You have to, my friend. Okay, 1 damage there. They do have more. Yeah. Oh, the passing of judgment.
But does he need action cards? Does he need any of his? He does not actually need any of his action cards.
Okay, hang on. So we're skilling again.
He's gonna burst.
He's gonna skill everything.
Just tune everything. This is your last chance.
Right, burst. He did end the round, so he can work with this here. Okay.
He can get one more attack.
3 more
damage.
He'll be fine. That is enough. Voice End wins this. Voice End wins this match. Oh my god. Overcomes the stall deck. Amazing play. I'm so happy to see that.
Despite the mistake of losing Wanderer early.
Oh my god.
Voice End with the reversal.
Yes.
Oh my god.
Masterful play. I love to see. Eula is one of my favorite characters after Amber. So to see her just come back and solo everyone on that side. Wow.
That is insane.
Holy crap.
That is definitely one of the best games we have seen this whole tournament. What a comeback.
That match alone woke me up.
Yeah, same.
That made a stall deck back. Like even the stall deck, like to PP Pig's credit, he did the right moves and he was like doing the right things. Barbara healing, getting everyone back up was the correct thing to do. But before we talk more about it.
Wow.
Yeah.
Congratulations to Kratos23415 and Hakim1345. What's with all these numbers, guys? Congrats on winning 1,000 Primo Gems.
Yeah, congratulations. And don't forget, we do have at least one more match to go through, unless Voice End loses to win more Primo Gems for you guys. So maybe you guys might want to betray him now in the chat. I don't know. We'll see.
That's incredible,
They're still going over that in their head, right?
Like, PP Pig has to feel very bad about that because that was his game to win. Getting a free Wanderer like that is unprecedented.
Yeah, Jesus Christ.
And it's so impressive that Voice End was able to keep his head in the game despite the mistake, not greed out and save bursts and for Ningguang, instead removing Kokomi and Barbara first. I don't even know what to say.
Voice End definitely were thinking a few more steps ahead of us, right? Yeah, I totally missed the Barbara's Hydra application there. So yeah, I don't really need Mona necessarily.
That actually cost him the game.
Yeah,
oh my God.
And then forcing PP Pig to end turn. Yeah, just start swinging and hoping, and it was just enough damage to get through that shield. Wow.
Yeah, being able to see that at the last turn as well, actually greeting out for Timaeus to get the free gilded next turn, just for enough dice to actually finish off Ningguang. We knew that Voice End was a very cool and collected player.
Yeah.
There's definitely been times where, because he plays so fast, he's made mistakes like what we saw earlier.
Yeah.
But being able to claw that back.
Yeah. No. Wonderfully done. I am so happy to see that. But I think PP Pig does get to play that deck again, right? So
yes.
He could probably still kind of guarantee a win with that deck because we know it is very efficient.
But the important thing about this victory is that Mew has the worst matchup into stall out of all of Voice End's decks.
Yep.
So now it's going to be up to Hu Tao.
Your favorite! Yeah, the finisher! It is going to go up against the... Oh. Yep,
PP
it will go against the... It's coming back, yep. And
this is probably the most survivable stall deck out of all of them.
Yeah, but to Voice End's advantage, it does rely on freeze and pyro application. And while there will be hydro applications on that side, we'll have to see how this weighs out. So we might see some massive Hu Tao bursts coming this way.
It's actually probably one of the worst matchups. But there's the reason why PP Pig is bringing this is that it doesn't matter even if he's able to win against Voice End with the other two decks. If he can't win with Ningguang stall, he's not going through anyway. So better get it out of the way. And if he loses, then he knows he would not have had a chance from this point onwards.
Well, you never know, right? Maybe your other decks might play better than this one. But we do know how this deck plays, and it is pretty tanky. So we're going to have to see how this one goes. But yeah, Voice End bringing in a combination of different elements here that can still freeze and stop PP Pig in its tracks. Hydro being applied on that side, and then Pyro coming from Hu Tao. And we've seen it too, the what do you call it? The Unseen Razor play.
Yes.
Taking the pole arm in and out, right? Just to add shields. It's really
It's honestly such a smart idea to bring like the Liu friend trio and then with Lithic Spear to take full advantage of the defensive capabilities. Means that you can invest more into offensive play.
Yeah, for sure. Oh, but yeah, that Fontaine card though.
The Passing of Judgment can be very effective because this card, this Arcane Legend, when it first came out, everyone instantly would specifically say it is the best counter to combo decks.
Right.
Because if you play it during the round where they're going to like use all their bursts and set up like auto attack spam, then it no longer becomes viable if Passing of Judgment comes out.
Ooh, all right, there's your team right there.
Yeah.
Hu Tao, you got your two Lithic Spears, you got your Gamblers, you got your Gilded. It's kind of like a very well balanced team. It can do kind of anything here.
Yeah, it's very good because Xingqiu is able to set up the Hydro application. After that, he's not really needed. And then Chongyun not only can act as a secondary anchor, he can also give Cryo application. So no matter what, even if Hu Tao is not able to get her skill set up, there's going to be some reactions happening. So it's a very well-rounded deck that is able to play around things. And if Barbara applies Hydro again, then that's exactly what Voice End wants. So it's going to be an uphill battle for PP Pig.
I think we might even see PP Pig lead in with Ningguang because you can almost guarantee Xingqiu is going to lead in, right?
That is true.
Right, and there will be, like, Xingqiu does apply Hydro to himself, which can get a quick shield off for Ningguang. So
Fair.
Yeah, and you don't want Ningguang to be getting energy early either. So it's going to be interesting who PP Pig leads in with first. Then, of course, the die play coming in. Oh, yeah, that's right. The first round he had all the artifacts ready to go, too. Right off the first bat.
Yeah, he actually got all the artifacts set up, and still, Voice End was able to find the winning line. So that is incredible.
Hello again, Chlorinde and Lynette. I can't read that. Can you?
启动元神 is basically like Go Genshin or something like that.
Oh, okay. I can get behind that.
Yeah.
I need to learn more languages.
I don't know if I'm wrong. If I'm wrong, someone in the comments is going to tell me very soon.
Chat, let us know. We're doing our best here.
I know Yuansun is Genshin.
Yeah, that's true.
Is like start or go, but I don't know if there's other connotations.
I guess it could be like play Genshin in that context.
Oh, that's the sign. That's the magic. Use magic to beat magic sign at the back.
Yeah. Wait, I saw an Aika in the back in the Fontaine.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Ooh.
More cosplayers today. I'm happy to see. Tomorrow we should probably see tons actually for the finals.
Ooh, that'd be nice. And we're starting tomorrow too, so we can actually go up.
Yeah,
to
we can
watch.
go up and like check it out and hang out. You can take pictures of people actually.
That's true. That's true. That'll be fun. But that's gonna be what's happening tomorrow. We're gonna focus on what is happening today. Voice End, one game away from moving forward and facing off against Wit Kong in the lower bracket finals. Can PB Pig stop his streak?
Yeah, but before we continue, the raffle is on again, so make sure to type the player you want to support along with your UID to win some Primo Gems. Get it in, because it will be only for a short time that you can enter. And spamming it afterwards, sorry I lied to you, chat, it won't help your chances.
Nice to see you actually giving the right advice now.
Oh, well. All right, so PP Pig does lead, but who do they start with?
Ooh, PP Pig does start with Tenacity in hand again.
Right, so they got a good setup, and they got talent too. Xingqiu leads in, of course. PP Pig, who will they lead in with? Probably Ningguang, I
if he
think.
starts with Tenacity, I think it's even safer to go Ningguang first.
Yeah. Oh, Barbara still. Okay, that's fine. You could get a Hydro off on Xingqiu yourself if you want to. But do you want to apply Hydro
both
to
of these
yourself?
characters are going to apply Hydro to themselves anyway.
That might be to their disadvantage, though.
So I think what's... if it's like this, I think... okay, I thought that maybe Voice End started first and PP Pig just wanted Barbara to eat the Hydro from Xingqiu, but no, it's PP Pig that starts first, and he actually immediately uses Barbara talent.
Okay, no, that's fine. I think getting things equipped right away is always a great thing.
So Barbara talent, something we don't get to see played very often, is basically as long as her summon is on the field, once per round, a character switch is free.
Oh, that could be really handy,
Yeah.
actually, yeah. Super handy. All right, Tenacity does go on Ningguang right away and switched over. All right, they could generate a die for you, and then PP Pig could just play Von around and just keep the die after that. And they could just heal in the next turn. It's a pretty good setup for PP Pig right here.
It's a good start for PP Pig. Voice End, I think, will just go for the typical setup for Xingqiu Burst here.
Yep.
Maybe play Timaeus. Yeah, I think you just go for Timaeus.
Yeah.
It can get you
Free
gilded
Yep.
next turn for free.
Yeah, Von Arana goes down to collect the die for PP Pig. Timaeus, as you said, yep. Draws another artifact. Oh, you could play that one for free too on somebody.
It's already free.
Yeah, might as well.
Looks like he's not going to do that just
Doesn't have to
yet.
just yet. You don't want to show your whole hand. And the raffle ended. Sorry, chat. No more primos for anyone else that just came in.
It feels like that raffle was quite quick.
That was fast.
Or maybe our sense of time is getting distorted
Yeah,
after all these games.
just a little bit. All right, let's see the die roll here.
Not the best either side.
Either side kind of.
Oh, that's way better for PP
Yeah,
Pig.
PP Pig got a better hand there.
Voice End going to need at least 3 Hydro to get set up on Xingqiu, and then after that he probably wants Cryo because he will switch to Chongyun. Hydro yes, Cryo no. So at least something.
Yeah, something in there. Excuse me. All right, Jade Screen coming out to get some shields and do a little bit of damage. And some energy.
Ooh, Lithic Spear is nice as well. Unfortunately, not going to be able to play it for free just yet.
Let's see, back to... So, probably you might want to use a burst here, maybe, just to get things going. Do you? Maybe you're not set up quite yet to want to do that, so maybe you might want to switch. Perhaps and wait.
Because if he bursts right now, Ningguang attacks again. He switches to Chongyun, Ningguang attacks again, then Ningguang has burst available. And he wants to avoid that if possible. If he had a quick switch in hand, then Voice End would burst here, then quick switch Chongyun. But since he doesn't, it would maybe take a bit too long.
Right, and you kind of want to get Hu Tao set up too and ready to go so they can proc all the vapes with the rain swords here. Yeah, it's going to be a bit of a tricky play here. Ningguang is going to get some extra energy regardless, so not a good sign for Voice End, but let's see what happens.
With the free Gilded in hand, he does have more dice in total this round compared to PP Pig. So maybe that he would be able to do something with that, but I'm not too certain. Because right now, PP Pig side of the board is still very healthy.
Chef Mao.
I can't remember what food Voice End had.
It's definitely a healing food because it only costs 1. I don't think anything else costs 1 other than healing food.
Because if he's going Chef Mao, he may as well play both, right? Yeah.
Yeah, he's going to play both.
Oh, it's Lotus.
Oh, puts on Hu Tao. Okay.
Ooh, okay. I kind of like that, actually. It means that he's going straight into setting up on Hu Tao.
Also just playing Hu Tao. just for your sake.
Yeah, for my sake. I'm a big fan.
Yes. So I think Hu Tao's probably gonna use your skill just so they can have that ready.
I'm wondering why you go for this. Is it just to set up the skill?
Setup skill, probably get a hit so you can get some energy because you want to kind of get her burst ready to go too. I think also getting like your main DPS set up and ready to go. Not yet, but just like right now, I think is a good move.
Is that really all? I'm trying to figure out what is the play behind this.
Yeah.
He is going to skill.
Yep.
After that, does he intend to switch back to Xingqiu for burst? Because he does have the dice for it. I don't know. I'm still trying to figure this out.
I don't know if you burst here, not yet.
Unless he just wants to straight up apply damage because he can gild it to tune his dice.
Right. I mean, you can also just try to get energy to Hu Tao too, just so you have that burst ready.
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah. You do have gilded too. Switches the Barbara.
I think if PP Pig switches the Barbara, you go back to Xingqiu to burst.
I don't know if you want to use all that right away though. I guess he will. Yeah, he does have the die for it. He could do it.
If he stayed on Ningguang, then you attack on Hu Tao. If he switches off, then you go to Xingqiu to burst. That is basically the path for Voice End right now. PP Pig gonna switch back to Ningguang though. Because he's actually okay. He doesn't really have any more cards to play this round, so he's fine wasting all his dice switching. He knows that Voice End needs at least 3 to burst on Xingqiu.
Yeah.
So if Voice End continues to switch around to play with PP Pig in this way, then he's actually the one at a disadvantage. He does have gilded, so with dice priority, he no longer...
he's got to do something quick. Yeah, I thought he was going to equip the weapon to Hu Tao.
Oh.
Yeah, and turn there. I think he wants to take turn advantage and burst, and then get a free switch if he can. He just doesn't want to give more shields to Ningguang here, because those rain swords will put Hydro on. I think you have to use your skill actually, so you won't have to worry about it too much.
In PP Pig's position, I think you... Oh,
Ends turn 2. They have
actually gonna float one dice.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think they both see their strategy here.
I thought he might go for one more skill on Ningguang, just to get the burst instantly as a threat.
Yep.
And then use that to make it so that it's hard for Voice End to switch to Hu Tao.
Yeah.
Since he does have Adeptus in hand as well. But right now, nothing too major happening just yet. This is going to be a very delicate dance.
See how this goes here. All right, back to Voice End. I guess you could burst here, but you don't have enough die on your
he doesn't
side,
have the Hydro dice anymore.
You do have the magic engine, so you can create a bunch of die. I think the key is as long as you can get Ningguang's shield off and then get a really good setup into doing a burst with Hu Tao, or at least a vapor, anything, right? You're going to do some massive damage. Chongyun is also available there to help freeze things if needed.
Yeah, Voice End was definitely hoping that he would maybe draw a quick swap this turn. It would have made his life a lot easier.
All right.
But he still has a lot of dice with the magic engine.
I think he's just going to go in Xingqiu. No, back on Hu Tao. Okay. You do get 2 Omni die, so you can just tune 1 for Hydro and then get your burst out. I think that might be the play here.
Yeah, most likely.
Yeah, tune for Caverana. All right, swords are coming out.
No quick swap does make this awkward though, because now PP Pig just needs to attack once on Ningguang. Then if Voice End switches to Hu Tao after this, she is completely vulnerable.
I don't think they want to switch yet to Hu Tao. Maybe they do. I think they want to freeze her first.
Because Hu Tao only has 1 more turn worth of her skill.
Right.
Which means that if you go to Chongyun to get the freeze, you would use up a lot of the dice that you'd ideally want on Hu Tao this turn.
Yeah.
Ningguang now has a 8 plus 3 from Adeptus, 11 damage burst.
Yeah, with the Hu Tao. They have shields, so they can survive it. That's very bold. And remember...
That's bold. He does have Unseen Razor, yeah.
Does Hu Tao do more damage when burst, when under a certain amount of health, even without the talent card?
So what the talent on Hu Tao does, I should be able to remember this by memory. Unfortunately, I do not, so I am a fake fan. So what Hu Tao talent does is that when her HP is less than 7, she just gets 1 extra pyro damage in general.
Okay.
But her burst deals 2 damage base, 2 healing. And if she's at 6 HP or less, it plus 1 damage and 1 heal without talent.
Okay, so Hu Tao does get the option to do some normals with the Northern Chicken. We'll switch off Ningguang. All right, more energy. Always good. That free Vaporize. Oh, okay. That might come in handy later.
So the reason why you don't really see a lot of Hu Tao compared to other combo decks is that even with her full combo of like her basic attack spam and Xingqiu burst, it doesn't actually do that much damage. Hu Tao would do 3 pyro damage with basic attack under skill status, and that would increase to about 5 or 6 with Xingqiu, which is solid, but not all that much when you're dealing with like a team that has a lot of shielding.
I think the plan would be to have Hydro applied to them prior to Hu Tao doing damage, just so you can have that extra hit. Right, just that nice kind of like Hydro, Pyro, Hydro kind of thing. So switching the Barber was a good move for PP Pig. Yeah, I don't know if all the gilded going on Hu Tao was the right move there, but let's see what they can come up with.
Barbara can still tank 1 more hit, but it would put her at like 1 HP, and then she would die to Blood Blossom. So you probably don't want to stay on Barbara here.
Normal attack to Kokomi. Swords come back out. 3 more damage. Still a lot of damage to that.
It is quite a lot.
Yeah.
And now Hu Tao has burst available, which is nice.
Yeah.
PP Pig is just going to be jumping between characters to try and eat as much of this damage as possible, because once Xingqiu's burst is gone, it's very unlikely that voice... Yeah, I think that's fine.
Is that
honestly?
fine?
Yeah.
Wouldn't Hu Tao's burst do how much?
Hu Tao burst right now does 4 damage.
So it should do 6.
That would be 6.
And then the rain sword do
8.
Enough? Shouldn't that take
Oh right,
her
she
up?
has that. She has Lithic Spear as well.
Shouldn't that be enough right there? Oh yeah, the rain swords don't do on normal. That's right. Sorry.
Yeah,
right.
it only works on normal.
Correct.
So PP Pig is still calculating this. He's taking a lot of damage from this burst. This is what we are seeing on screen right now is a direct example of why combo counters stall. But as long as PP Pig survives this turn, Voice End loses a lot of his like damage potential overall. And if PP Pig is able to get his characters healed back up, then the game is still quite comfortable for him.
Yeah. Yeah, good call on that. I totally forgot the swords only work on a normal attack. Still quite a bit of damage though, 8 damage.
Yep.
I mean, I wouldn't also want to put Ningguang that low either. That's too risky.
So the Blood Blossom's going to pop now. For those who are unfamiliar with Hu Tao, if she does a charged attack during her skill duration, it actually applies Blood Blossom, so it deals 1 pyro damage in the end phase. Barbara is able to cleanse her pyro thanks to her skill, so that works out there as well.
Like in game, charge attack Hu Tao. After using a
Voice
skill.
End did not get very good dice this turn. PP Pig has pretty nice ones.
Yeah.
And good tools to actually get his characters healed back up. So now that the burst phase is over for Voice End, PP Pig will gain the advantage.
Skill again. They do have minty meat rolls and a gilded.
What this does is it forces PP Pig to stay on Barbara. Because if he switches to either Ningguang or Kokomi, they would die to 1 more normal attack.
Yeah.
Barbara obviously doesn't want to be the one attacking here. She cannot burst. Her skill and normal attack don't really do anything. So it does waste some dice. But
she does have her burst though, so she can just heal up the team right now. Further stalling them out. Alright, here comes Minty Meat Rolls.
Still going for Minty, even with only 1 proc of Xingqiu's burst left.
Yeah. Oh, are they gonna... Yep. Okay. Place their artifact. Get some more die. Attack. Still does 4. Still a lot of damage.
Yeah, I forgot to factor in the Lithic Spear damage in my previous calculation. So that actually makes a big difference.
Yeah. There goes all the rain swords now, though.
Yeah, Barbara can now heal.
They gotta heal up.
A total of 12 HP. This is the most efficient Barbara burst in the whole tournament.
Wow.
But Voice End can still do another 2 attacks for reduced cost. No longer has Xingqiu burst, so that is the unfortunate thing.
They do have a burst, though. And they only got 2... They got 3 die left there. Yeah, that's a good move, I think. Provided they can live this.
Ningguang can definitely live this. She's still got 2 shields. She doesn't have Hydro.
She does have a hidden die that she could bring out and then tune into a Geo die and then surprise him with a burst here.
A Ningguang burst right now without Jade Shield is actually only 6 damage.
Right.
So that would be 7 with Crystallize. Yeah, it would not be enough. And PvP unfortunately has not been able to pull out his sack frags the entire game. That would have made a pretty big difference until now.
I think maybe you might have to Razor and re-equip the Lithic so you get some shield points back so you can live this next hit here.
I think he lives it regardless.
Right.
Honestly, if he wants to greed it out, it's okay to not go for it here.
I think
actually, hold on. Ningguang Burst with Adeptus right now is 9 damage. Yeah, it's still, he can still live it. And Hu Tao Burst can heal him back up. So he can greed this.
Yeah, it's just I wouldn't want to lose any health here at all. But I guess on Hu Tao, yeah, you kind of want to lose health to do more damage.
As a Hu Tao main,
yeah,
please
true.
hit me.
All right, let's see how this goes here. We are on PP Pig. They do have a burst. They don't. Yeah, they don't have enough to use.
Do you burst
Adeptus.
here on PP Pig? Yeah, he can't actually
can't
use
do
Adeptus
that.
either.
No, you can't do that yet.
I think he may have to play it safe. He
Yeah.
can heal with Hydro Res.
Not a lot of good options though. No, he's got one Lotus. He could switch to Kokomi to try to like keep the health up because yeah, health is really low for everyone, and you don't necessarily want to rush on that deck either. You just need to survive, and just slowly bring down the other team.
So Hu Tao Burst right now deals 4 damage. Her normal attack also does 4 damage. So anyone that's above 4 damage is fine. So
Well,
Ningguang and
Ningguang has
Kokomi
that-
can both survive.
They have that blood thing on them too, though.
Even with Lotus, yeah. The
Yeah.
Blood Blossom is what he has to watch out for.
Yeah.
I think PP Pig will want to ideally enter in first with Ningguang on turn prio because then he can cleanse the Pyro.
Yeah.
And then instantly burst next round. But I think it's unlikely he's going to be able to do that.
Blood Blossom across the board there. Oh boy, they are getting low. Might need to heal up with food here just to keep everyone healthy.
Actually, a Hu Tao one-man show. I'm very happy.
The Wangsheng Funeral Parlor about to give them all a 50% discount.
That's true.
Yeah.
Maybe needs a little bit more discount.
A
Though
little
then
bit
again,
more.
it is Ningguang. I doubt she needs a
No,
discount.
she don't need one, but you need the business, so. Yeah.
So the Hydro Res is gonna top up PvP Pig's side of the field. So now they are at a range where they're not going to end up falling to a Hu Tao attack, especially with the Hash Brown healing as well.
gotta get
This
that
is
in.
what Voice End is going to need to break through if he wants to secure victory here. I think PvP Pig still doing a good job despite the pressure.
Unseen Razor comes in, re-equips, get her shield points back. Hell yeah. Back up to 3. It's a pretty good play, I like that.
Yeah, he's still playing around the possibility of the quick swap into Ningguang Burst. And even though without Jade Shield, it wouldn't do enough damage, even with Adeptus, I think that's a fine play to go for.
Interesting that the Blood Blossom goes before Barber's Burst. I thought Voice End ended or after PP Pig.
Because character status applies before summons.
Ah.
Yeah.
Interesting. I did not know that.
Yeah.
I
It's
learned
an
today.
interesting interaction overall. Okay, looking at the dice, PvP Pig's not too bad. Voice End definitely needs to reroll like basically everything.
Yeah. Unless you want to bring Chongyun out for a little bit, but
Chongyun hasn't gotten the chance to do anything this game.
He's been chilling there as the cryo character he is. But maybe he might get a chance to go at some point. If you could get energy on him, he'd be a great like surprise too. Back to Ningguang. Burst ready to go. Adeptus Temptation in hand.
Oh, again, that is 9 damage.
Yeah,
10 with Crystallize.
Yeah, no Jade Screen yet though.
Hu Tao would be able to survive one hit of that.
You don't want to burst yet either. If you're gonna
I'm
burst,
wondering if he
do it
actually
when you get
wants
hit.
to Minty and continue attacking.
Yeah, they have the they have their skill statusing up.
He's gonna be counting in his head if there's
he's
any
definitely
other
counting,
form
yeah.
of damage that could come out.
Yeah, normal attack coming in here. Yeah.
Oh, not gonna go for Minty. Like, that's kind of surprising. Like, you would think
But-
if he was gonna normal.
It puts her in lethal range though.
Yes.
Yeah. So now you
So
gotta think.
now PvP can't really afford
Yeah.
to burst willy-nilly. He does have Lotus.
Yeah.
Oh, but then he can't eat Adeptus.
Then he can't eat Adeptus. No. I think PvP got pushed into a corner. He has to switch off if he wants to keep Ningguang up, and then just focus on just healing everyone.
Hu Tao just very persistently advertising
Yeah,
funeral discounts
yeah,
today.
Take the discount, you guys.
Take the discount,
Yeah,
but
no
take
more
the spear
stall.
to the face.
Yeah. Take the Butao.
Take the Butao
Yeah,
to the face. Butao
just-
hasn't gotten a chance to smack anyone in the face yet.
Did they not? Thought
No,
they
not
did.
yet. Not this game.
Have they not? I thought Hu Tao used their burst earlier. They had to.
No.
Yeah?
I don't think so.
I think they did because we just. I'm pretty sure they did. I might be
This is-
crazy.
oh man,
Yeah,
now
I don't know.
my memory is fuzzy
It's
because
fine.
I'm just
Yeah.
staring at Hu Tao.
Yeah, it's Sol deck. All right. Well, yeah, I don't know if you want to burst here because even if you take Hu Tao, let's just say you did, you still have Chongyun, you still have Qingqiu to deal with, and they can easily just mop the floor here.
Yep.
Yeah, it's not a good situation for PP Pig.
Yeah. What is the play for PP Pig right now?
Plays the hash brown on Ningguang.
I actually thought he would go either Lotus or Adeptus here.
Yeah.
Probably not
Jade
Adeptus.
screen, okay, just to get the
okay,
shield.
okay.
All right, keep the burst. Not a bad idea.
Yeah, that's actually a good play because now
Yeah.
the Adeptus Burst, yeah, he has a dice in hand for it. Adeptus Burst now would be 11 damage. Yes. And that would be enough to lethal Hu Tao.
I think
Voice End would have to re-equip Spear if he wants to keep her alive.
Okay, so if Hu Tao did a burst here, that would do how much damage?
It's still only 4 damage.
4 damage.
5 because of the Spear, yes. I always forget to factor in weapon.
I think you sacrifice Hu Tao here, actually.
Really?
Yeah, you normal attack, take that shield off and that, do some extra damage, like tempt PP Pig to burst.
Ah,
you
I
switch
see
to
what you're
Chongyun,
doing.
play the Ito, and then you defeat her from that. And then Barbara and Kokomi won't be able to do anything. I don't think so, at least.
One issue, I don't think he has enough dice. He only has 5.
He has the Ito card, though. Oh, he decides to play Mint. Oh, yeah, he's got Chef Mao.
All right, yeah, Chef Mao.
All right, so he has
okay,
to do the
he
burst.
actually
Okay.
is doing what you're saying. He's
Okay.
gonna try and bait Ningguang to burst,
Yeah.
and then Chongyun would be able to finish her off.
Yeah.
PP Pig, I don't think PP Pig.
I don't think
should
he's a fall
do
for
that.
that, though.
But then what is the play for
Yeah,
him?
that's the difficult part. He does have a quick swap, but he might have to sacrifice somebody. He does have Lotus, though, so he could try to mitigate as much damage as he can. I think his best bet might be Kokomi. He swip over to there. Yeah, didn't put the Lotus on, though.
It's a slow burn here, but that is what we expected when we saw the Ningguang stall deck.
Dice there. All right, let's see. PP Pig could surprise. Quick swap
I'm gonna be
back.
honest. When I said I wanted to see more of Hu Tao,
Yeah.
I'm not sure if this is what I meant.
Well, she's doing a lot of work here.
She
for
sure is.
All right, so PP Pig opts to play Pizza. Back to Barbara. All right, so their shields will get refreshed on this turn here.
So the most dangerous thing, if Voice End goes for another attack here, he has to worry about PP Pig having enough dice to switch to Ningguang and burst, but I think it's very unlikely. So he's okay with going for another attack. That is the last of his minty meat rolls as well, so he's not going to be able to spam normal attacks as often anymore. PP Pig has done a very good job of consistently stalling here.
Forecast on Coco. Interesting. Okay. I think the next round, PP Pig might quick swap onto Ningguang and burst Hu Tao. I think that's their concern here, but that Ito card in play there for that extra die, and Chongyun still being able to hit really hard. And there'd be Pyro on everybody here.
Yep. So Hu Tao no longer has skill.
Yeah.
So that's no longer going to be 4 damage. He's only going to do 3 max with normal attacks. The way to do 4 damage is to burst.
Yeah.
But she won't get the extra healing from it. And if she kills Barbara, then PPP can switch it to Ningguang to get the kill. But that also results in the quick switch to Chongyun and then lethal again.
Yeah.
So
I think
we
PP
are
Pig goes.
reaching the end here.
PP Pig goes first, so yeah, they get the turn here.
Oh, he's got
Yeah.
passing of judgment.
Yeah.
Would that mess with voice end here?
Let's see. Yeah, it can only stop event cards, correct? And
Yes.
food. Food is event. Yeah.
Yeah, it stops food as well.
Yeah. I don't know if there's
So-
anything. Does it stop the Ito card? Is that an event card? Does it
Yes.
count? Okay.
So it actually stops a fair amount here. It actually stops.
But does that stop for your side too, or just the opponent?
Just the opponent.
Oh, okay.
So it is actually a pretty strong
yeah,
card.
it's pretty strong. Okay.
But PPP has to pick the right time to use it.
Yeah. All right.
And I feel like this is a turn where Voice End doesn't actually need that many action cards.
Ends their
Huh?
turn.
Huh?
Maybe he
Look
just
at Voice End's face.
Maybe he just gave up.
Did he just give up?
He might have just gave up.
Voice End is so confused.
Is that a throw? Voice
Huh?
End's like, what? All right,
Did
let's see.
PP Pig not see a way to victory here?
All right, let's see. Let's see. Hu Tao send everyone to the funeral parlor right now. We got a normal attack. Barbara is out.
I think we have just seen
Off
PP Pig
to
throwing in the towel.
No, I think that was. I think he just gave up. I think he was. Yeah, he couldn't do it anymore. Oh,
Is that it?
unfortunate.
Is
yeah.
that how it ends?
Oh, yeah, that's so. I'm so sorry to see that.
Oh my goodness! But
Hu Tao with the sweep.
Hu
Everyone.
Tao with the sweep.
Everyone got a discount today. Voice said 3-0 and advances to the next round. They give each other
what
a big hug. Yeah.
Sportsmanship, friends all around. They are from the same tournament before this. Voice and though, what an incredible performance from this man, reversing the Mew game, constantly attacking and applying pressure with Hu Tao on this last game as well, to the point that PP Pig could no longer see a way out.
Yeah, I don't blame PP Pig either. That is an exhausting round to have to go through and try to like figure things out. At some point, you're just gonna break and be like, I can't do this anymore. I just can't. So,
and that is going to be the end of that game and all of the games for today as well. So our final winners for today, Turbo Blaze and Jester2912. Congratulations, you'll be getting 1,000 Primo Gems.
I just came up with a pun.
Oh, did you know?
So Voice End brought an end to PP Pig, who just couldn't bore his way through for another round.
Yes,
I did it, Chad.
I see where you're coming from there.
All right. Well, don't forget to redeem this code because that code is only good for about another less than 4 hours. So make sure you get your 3,000 coins. They are very hard to come by.
Yep.
If you play a lot of TCG. If you don't play a lot of TCG, then it's not so much, but I highly recommend getting these coins right now.
What you should say is, if you don't play TCG, why?
Yeah, why,
Yeah,
Chad? Why? Scan the QR code and let us know why.
Yeah.
We need to know why. So
The lucky coins can get you started.
Yes.
It's pretty good. I mean, watching the games that we've seen today, it has been so intense. It's been so epic. I did not expect to end the day with another 3-0 clean sweep, I must say. But Voice End put up such an impressive performance that I can do nothing but clap for them.
Yeah, for sure. Like, no, I don't blame PP Pig at all for just like, just can't do it anymore. It is a very tough thing to go. It's mentally exhausting, especially when you are playing stall. It's not the most fun deck to play either because you have to like play slow, play safe. It's not necessarily like a great, it's just the experience is kind of not fun, right? It is a strategy you can do to whittle other people down.
Depends on you.
Depends on the person for sure, but I think it just was too much at the end, and so PP Pig just handed Voice End the congratulations.
With the conclusion of that match as well, we have officially got our top 3 players for the Genius Invocation TCG Asia Invitationals. LL Rise Falcon is waiting in the grand finals, and tomorrow we'll start off with a match between Whip Kong and Voice End to see who will be joining him there.
That's super exciting, actually.
Yeah.
All 3 of them played masterfully through this whole thing. It's going to be great to see how all of them play. They all play very differently, too, I think.
Yeah, honestly.
Actually. So, yeah, finals tomorrow, actually. Finally, the last day of this whole event coming up.
Wow. It's the second last day.
Last day.
There's definitely a bittersweet feeling, but I'm definitely very satisfied knowing that I get to end today with a Hu Tao win. Hu Tao first win. That's good.
Yeah, there you go. But so yeah, tomorrow I believe the next match is still going to be a best of 5 between Whip Kong and Voice End, but the final will be a best of 7. So we will see more characters come into play. So if that is something that you are interested and are kind of getting bored of seeing Mew deck, Yelan, Magic, OTK, which I don't think we saw very much today either. Yeah, we didn't really see them.
I think the tournament meta has definitely developed in a way where players are realizing these decks don't quite work as well.
Right.
So, yeah, it's always fun to see how these things work and what the players are going to be considering when they're being matched up with such worthy opponents.
Yeah, so Finale will definitely be there tomorrow for sure. I think Mew will definitely make another appearance. I think, the Thunder Manifestation might see some new teammates coming in. We've seen Mona, we've seen Bennett, we've seen Ashtaha, so there might be some extra plays there. We might even see the Hu Tao deck come back because it definitely did work.
I hope so.
Yeah.
I hope so.
Yeah. Strongest single strike by Voice and 12 damage.
12 damage.
Was that the Eula one? Was it?
That was the Eula one, I believe.
Yeah. Oh, that match still lives in my head. That was
the most incredible game.
Love that one.
We've had so many highlights just in this match and just in today as well. So the competition is really heating up. The average round's definitely a little bit higher because both players were so meticulous with the way that they were approaching each other.
Yeah, they had to be. This is the final round, so you definitely don't want to like fumble something up there. We did see that in the previous matchup where who was it again? Sorry, it escapes me. But they did fumble a few times, so it did take them to a 3-2 victory here. Heart rates though, pretty chill across the board here, other than the second round for Voisin, but he stayed pretty calm otherwise.
Yeah, we've already observed that Voisin definitely has one of the lowest heart rates in general on average here in the competition, but Babypig being able to drag him to 148 is definitely unprecedented. He definitely panicked when he messed up and lost Wanderer, and then got very excited when he was able to reverse things at the end.
Oh man, that comeback on that match though,
but
so
despite this being a clean sweep, I think it was a very close matchup.
Yeah, it was definitely. PP Pig definitely had the tools to try and advance here, but Voisin just made it through, just using the right plays at the right times. Definitely putting pressure on the stall decks, adding damage, forcing them to heal, and forcing them to use up their inventory so he knows that their heals are gone. I think that is definitely the way you fight that kind of deck. So we probably will see those stalls coming back into the finals to anyone's benefit if they love watching those matches.
I'm just so excited for the grand finals because it is a best of 7. We've already seen the more creative like decks that players pull in best of 5s.
Yeah.
When you have even more games to consider.
Yeah.
What is going to happen?
Yeah, so for how the finals will work, it will be best of 5, which I believe we will be casting still, right? So we'll see at least 4 decks, one main band on each, and then the finals will have up to 5 decks. So we're gonna see 4 decks in the play. So definitely some variety gonna be showing up here. You're definitely gonna see Finale for sure. You bet me. Mew's gonna be in there for sure. You can guarantee those 6.
I don't think so. Not necessarily. Because the way that it works is that characters can only appear in 1 deck each.
Right.
So because you have to pull out so many more decks that previously used a lot of very powerful characters end up getting split up.
Right.
That's why we see like Manifestation getting pulled into like Overload decks. We see Azadha getting subbed in as a separate anchor instead of Signora. So when you have like Mona in a Mew deck, you typically may want her somewhere else.
Yeah, but I think when you're gonna go into the grand final, I think you might want to keep those 3 together.
Maybe.
Definitely, just so like it really comes down to who plays that deck better. And then if both people bring Finale, then you can both guarantee maybe those 2 decks to get banned, right? So you probably won't see Lindy, Nahida, or Fischl in the final. So definitely something's gonna be coming, something new, something fresh.
Yeah, something new, something fresh, something exciting.
Yes.
We're gonna jump into our highlights very, very soon. Don't go anywhere because we still have a few things to tell you when we come back from this highlight, including something very important that I think you guys will want to hear. So we'll see you guys in just a short bit. So much excitement, so many ups and downs, and ending the highlights with Hu Tao Burst as well is just my personal favorite. That's great. Thank you very much, everyone, for sticking with us. We're back for one last bit here, where we're going to share you what's happening tomorrow. Of course, the final day of the Asia Invitationals.
Yeah, so make sure to watch tomorrow, because remember the raffles we were giving you guys today, where you won Primo Gems after every match and 2 winners won? It's going to be 4 winners now every time we have a match, and then we could potentially see up to 12 games. So that's 12 times 4,000. No, sorry.
The math's not right.
I can't think right now. My math is off.
Yes.
This is why I don't play TCG. But that's a lot of Primo Gems you guys are getting tomorrow.
A ton of Primos.
Yeah.
So, yes. The same raffles will be happening for tomorrow, but for all day tomorrow, every game will not have 2 winners. There'll be 4 winners. So you guys definitely do not want to miss it. Even more chances to win 1,000 Primo Gems.
And you bet I am also going to enter while that is happening. I missed the last round. I thought I hit send in the chat, and I didn't.
Ah, man.
So congratulations, Primo Gem winner.
That's so aggressive of you.
We're playing around, so it's all good. So yeah, tomorrow, or today's results, sorry, 3-3-0 games. And then the 1 5-round game with Falcon, the one person who has been advancing and winning all their matchups.
It logically should have been a pretty quick day, just based on the results, but it feels like so much happened, right?
Yeah.
PP Pig taking down Z Crimlet, Voice End defeating Chikawa, and then at the end, facing off against one another with Voice End going through, and he'll be facing up against Whip Kong tomorrow, who unfortunately was not able to take the game against LL Rise Falcon. He will be waiting in the grand finals for his matchup.
Yeah, here's the matchups right here. So like you said, Voice End versus Whip Kong. In the lower bracket finals, whoever wins that one, and the best of 5 will go to the finals against Falcon at a best of 7, and to win that actually really cool trophy.
It's a nice trophy.
I love that thing. Yeah.
Could we have like our own?
Yeah. Can we have a caster's trophy?
Can we have a mini version at least? You know.
Well, I guess we get the cool lanyards that we got.
I guess it's something.
Yeah, it's a nice little souvenir. So.
But yeah, the Genshin Impact Genius Invocation TCG Asia Invitationals. From 16 top players all across Asia, we are down to only 3 and only 2 series to determine who will be our king of invocations.
Yeah, it'll definitely be a shorter day tomorrow, but once again, best of 5 and best of 7. So probably roughly the same amount of time for the stream. Same time for my guys back at home. It'll be 11 p.m. Pacific, 2 a.m. Eastern. Unfortunately, but for EU gang, pretty good for you guys. About 7 a.m. your time, so you can wake up and eat some breakfast while you watch some Genius Invokation TCG.
Sounds like a pretty good time to me. Voice End will face off against Whip Kong in a best of 5, and the winner will face off against LL Rise Falcon in a best of 7 to determine the champion of this entire 2-week-long tournament. Whoa!
Dang.
What an experience this has been.
That has been a grand experience, not just for the players, but for us too, right? I mean, this has been my biggest thing I've done for Genshin Impact, host a whole tournament. I'm not even a caster by trade. I'm just a content creator, right?
Well, you are a caster now.
I guess I'm a caster now. I've definitely improved over the years doing all the Cat's Tail gathering, learning from Blap, Leah, your experience now as well, which has been very valuable to me. And then, of course, the community who definitely making sure I stay on top of my game every day. So shout out to you guys as well.
We're very thankful for all of you for joining us across this journey, watching the journey of these players as well. And we hope that you guys have been enjoying the show. But of course, there's still going to be one more day. Tomorrow, the 2 of us again are going to be opening up with the first best of 5. And then Blep and Leah will take over for the big finale.
And I think that's very fitting. Blep and Leah have been very involved with the Genshin Impact Genius Invocation TCG scene along with the community as well. So to watch them finally do, like, I think probably the biggest event right now, right? Just watching. I'm going to be cheering for them closing it off. And I'm also going to probably be trolling the chat a little bit.
Yeah, maybe you guys will see us in the crowd for the grand finals.
Yeah,
that'll be fun.
I'll go upstairs. I'll try to get your guys' attention. I'll try to. I'll see what I can do.
Gotta put on the Guavas costume.
Yeah. Well,
Yep, I think that is it. It has been an honor for casting for all of you guys. Make sure to tune in tomorrow. It will be the last day of the Genshin Impact Genius Invocation TCG Asia Invitationals. Even more raffle rewards, even more TCG action. We're going to end things for today with the highlights of a very special Elimination Phase day and say goodbye to you for now and see you tomorrow.